Mics are live.
I'll call the meeting to order for the September 24th study session, Newport Beach City Council. Madam Clerk, roll call.
The record will reflect that Councilmember Duffield has an excused absence and Councilmember Muldoon will be in shortly.
On his way. Traffic. First item, clarification of items on the consent calendar. Does anyone have any questions on the consent calendar? Please, Mr. Avery. I have none. Ms. Brenner. Mr. Herdman?
I have none.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No, I have none.
Okay. All right, staff, we'll do non-conforming commercial signs. So we have Mr. Georges and Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm Simone Georges, Community Development Director. With me, I have Jim Campbell, who's the Deputy Director. Today, we're going to talk about commercial non-conforming signs. In the agenda description talked about what we did 10 years ago. In reality, actually, that's an error. This is something that we changed the code 15 years ago. We changed our design standards for signs, and now it's been 14 years. We want to share with you just an update of where we are with the commercial signs and just really get some direction from the City Council. Where would you like us to go with the signage program? Jim Campbell is working on the project, and he's going to go ahead and just make a brief presentation on it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Legal non-conforming signs. As Simone indicated, we changed our regulations. And so what is a non-conforming sign? That's when the regulations change by annexation or ordinance. And at that point in time, some previously compliant signs would no longer comply. Now, illegal signs, just for clarification, are not covered by this, and they're abated through our typical code enforcement actions. So what happened 15 years ago, we comprehensively updated our sign code in October of 2005. We created new standards. We prohibited roof signs, pole signs. We prohibited white backgrounds on signs. I'll show you what these signs look like in a moment. We also did new limits on letter height, and we also limited the sign area to 75 square feet. So signs that didn't comply are now what we call legal non-conforming. So these are a couple of roof sign examples. These are not in our city. I purposely chose signs that weren't in our city. These are no longer allowed. So we have a couple of them in town, and they are legal non-conforming, subject to abatement, and I'll get to that in a moment. Pole signs. Oops, I got the okay and not okay in the wrong location. The AAA storage is not okay. That is a pole sign. They're not even allowed anymore. We have a number of those in town now. The sign that's on the other side, the Financial Plaza sign, is actually okay, and I apologize for those labels not being correct. That kind of what we call a pylon sign, or two poles, if you will, is okay as long as it's not too tall.
What's it, too tall?
25 feet is our standard.
So do we specify that, or?
Yes.
Okay, it doesn't say that, not too tall.
Exactly, it's 25 feet.
Okay.
So we do have signs that are much taller than that.
A little bit more specific, okay.
So this is the other example of lettering, dark lettering on white backgrounds. These are no longer allowed as well. So you don't see any new signs like this. There are a few of them out there today that are still like this. This is an example of just a large sign. The sign is well over 150 square feet here, and our limited standards right now are 75 square feet. So these are examples of non-conforming signs. So the big change to the code in 2005 was that we made non-conforming signs subject to removal in 15 years. It's been 14 years. So next year in October, we have about 400 signs that have to go. Actually, that's a little bit less than that now, and I'll get to that in a moment. But again, the removal of pole signs, roof signs, oversized letters and logos. And what that is that we have a 36-inch letter height and logo height limit. So we have signs out there that are letters that are larger than that. October of next year, they have to go. And again, signs over 75 square feet. So these are the categories of signs that must be removed. Again, legally created before 2005, are subject to abatement of 15 years. So in 2005, we did a survey, a citywide survey. We came away with about 400 signs that became non-conforming for various reasons. They were a pole sign, a roof sign, lettering was too tall, or they were too large an area, or they had a white background. Those are the signs we're talking about. Today, an estimated number is about 260. We went out and surveyed it again earlier this summer, and about 260 remain. So over the course of 14 years, we lost about 140 of these signs. And it's just natural attrition. Businesses come and go, sites redevelop, and so then the signs come into conformance with a new sign program.
Can I ask this question? is our sign ordinance considered too aggressive, or is it typical? Is it appropriate?
Well, I believe that it's actually fairly typical. Is it too aggressive? That's kind of a subjective decision. We don't allow pole signs. Some cities allow pole signs, and that's one major distinction.
But is it hard to comply with? I guess that's a better question.
I would say no, it isn't really hard to comply with.
All right.
In fact, here's an example of where a non-conforming sign on the left, this is on Mariner's Mile, 2901 Coast Highway, that was replaced several years ago, and we have a compliance sign on the right. So it wasn't difficult to do. I would say the biggest complaint that we get sometimes is that our sign area might be a little limiting, and as you know, in commercial businesses, signs are almost everything to them, and the more the better, and the larger the better, and I think we've struck a pretty good balance between sign clutter, sign pollution, good sign design. I believe all of that is embodied in our code versus too large as signs. So moving forward, what we're asking the council to consider is, do we want to enforce the abatement? So, next, basically a year from now, we'd basically be asking people to take down their non-conforming signs and require that they do so. And if they didn't do that, they'd be subject to a code enforcement proceeding. So notices of violation, potentially daily fines, potentially legal action. And so that's what that really means. We would obviously want to let everyone know that this is coming as soon as possible. So that's one option. We can do that. We could create a voluntary sign program replacement. So, we could offer incentive to take down those non-conforming signs. There's about 260 of them out there. We could come in with design assistance or maybe financial assistance to take these things down voluntarily to avoid any code enforcement challenges. That's an option we can do. Another option, we could change the sign standards. You indicated, is it too aggressive? Well, if we change the code to allow pole signs, then all those non-conforming pole signs would become conforming, and they would just stay there forever, and that would be fine.
Well, please understand, I wasn't suggesting that. I was just trying to get a frame of reference.
I understand. I was just indicating what that particular option might mean. The other option that we're considering is to extend the 15-year abatement period. We can extend that 5 years or longer if we like, or technically we could eliminate it, and then all the non-conforming signs can stay until they just naturally change or naturally get removed. So what we're asking the council to do is at a later meeting, we would come back with the initiation of amendment. We're recommending that we extend the abatement period for 5 years. Over 14 years, 140 of the signs actually just naturally were removed during the course of business. And so we figure over the next 4 years, we'll see where we go. We would do some community outreach. We'd provide some notices to the community and to all these businesses. And through this process of amending the code, potentially to extend the abatement period, we would invite all the business owners in the community to the future public meetings at the Planning Commission and the City Council for the amendment. And so that way we can get the word out on these non-conforming signs with the hopes that they might come down more rapidly as we go forward. So what we're seeking here tonight is council's direction on those options that I noted. I'll go back and show them. Enforcement of the abatement, voluntary sign program, changing the standards or extending the time. Again, staff is recommending that we extend the time period for 5 years.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So there are two things. One, I haven't heard anyone complain about signs inside our city. And I think it's actually been the opposite, because I know a lot of people have been concerned about the crab cooker sign needing to come down and then come back up and not technically be in compliance. And I think I'll just speak for myself, but I'd love to see it come back. I mean, it's so iconic. Whatever we need to do to get a variance on that one, let's do that.
What I can share on that particular sign is that in 2005 we created a procedure called the Heritage Sign Review. It's a process we haven't actually used in 14 years yet. The crab cooker has actually applied for that status, and what that would do is it's only available to very special signs that have some sort of unique quality or connection to the community or historical value. And so the crab cooker is seeking the Heritage Sign Review process. It's an active application. It'll come forward to the Planning Commission at a future date. And through that process, we can keep that sign. And so there may be a limited number of signs that could go through the Heritage Sign Review. It's really not applicable to just any old pole sign out there unless it's really special, and I'm not sure there is one of those. But It is one option to avoid the abatement process.
Okay, yeah, I can only think of even a few off the top of my head. So then the other I had two questions. One, what has to happen for someone to need to take the sign down and put a new one up? And then what's the trigger? And then on the second item, I guess the only thing I'm concerned about is, I do want to extend, but I guess the concern is if they're moving forward, I just don't want to see sign deterioration, right? Like if someone says, hey, I like the sign, but I know I have to redo it if I don't, so I'm just going to leave it up there and it's going to deteriorate. So the two questions, what's the trigger, and then how do we make sure there's not deterioration by extending it out?
Okay. The first one is that basically you're limited to, you can't do any structural alterations to the sign. So if it just rusts away and you have to replace the structural elements, you can't do that. We won't give you a permit to repair the sign in that respect. And at that point in time, you really have to take it down and bring it into conformance with a new permit. You need a building permit and a sign review by the planning staff, so it's a pretty straightforward process. But you can reface the signs. In fact, a perfect example is the winery on Mariners Mile. You can do that, and that has actually been refaced during this time period. The code allows for that. The code also requires that they maintain their signs as well. There's this very strict maintenance provision. So when a non-conforming sign starts to look really bad, we basically can enforce the maintenance provisions of the code through our code enforcement staff to ensure that they at least keep it up as best they can. But again, if it's structurally deficient now because it's rusted away, then they're going to have to remove it. So hopefully that gives you the answer you seek. Okay.
Well, just to follow up on that, so does code enforcement waiting for someone to complain about it if they see a rusting out sign or sign that doesn't look attractive, or would they driving around notice that a sign is in nonconformance?
I would say that looking at the signs isn't probably our highest priority for code enforcement right now. We're typically reactive to those complaints, but if we see one that's in really bad shape, we'll start talking to the business owner and the property owner at that point in time. And again, it's not a high priority because usually they're pretty good. I haven't seen any that really need to, I look at the signs as I drive around myself and I start to question them, but for the most part, we haven't really had an issue with maintenance.
I'll hold my comments to when we finish. Ms. Brenner, you have
I was also going to ask about the historic signs, so I'm really glad to hear that. And I don't know if you remember, were you here when this was implemented in the first place? So do you remember if we went out to the Chambers of Commerce and talked to them about this?
I was here with the city at that time. This entire sign code update was done by a different planner, and it was spearheaded by our economic development staff. And so, I was aware of the process going on. I don't recall that we did much interface with the community. I know that there was some well-attended public hearings and meetings. Mm-hmm. I can't really speak to the depth of the outreach at the time.
I would think it would be a good idea for us to keep them in the loop on this as we move forward.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons I put that bullet on the slide here, is if we go forward with any kind of a change, I think it would be good to have a more robust outreach with the business community, the Chamber of Commerce, and then the sign owners, make sure they're aware of what we're suggesting to do. If we're going to give them more time, I want to make sure they know what the status of their signs is. And so, giving them 5 extra years is probably a good thing if the sign is in good condition and they didn't intend to replace it. But this is a good way through this process to give them good notice as to what we're requiring, but maybe at a future date, and they can plan for that as we go forward.
Mr. Avery?
15 years is a lot of notice, to kind of get your act together. I guess, like most things, we got plenty to do, so it's tough, I suppose, for the city to kind of ping these guys now and then. Or maybe at year 7, could you submit we should maybe start working with a tranche of these folks to those kinds of things. I imagine we probably should do the extension because we probably haven't done the outreach and sort of knocked on their door and said it's coming, and this might be a surprise to a bunch of businesses,
It may be, and that's one of the reasons why we're suggesting the amortization extension.
Yeah.
And so we do work with the businesses as they come forward. We have a database file, and so it's
right.
readily accessible at the counter. So if a business comes in and they're doing modifications, we have that conversation. And so,
right.
It's on a case-by-case basis going forward. We haven't been proactive in that outreach, and I think through the amendment process that we've outlined here, we can go forward with that and provide all that
Yeah.
necessary outreach, and I think that would be beneficial.
Yeah, and then, you know, those businesses that are aware of the ordinance and they've got a big sign, you know, and it's going to be cut, you know, by 100% in area, you know, they want to hang on as long as they can, I would imagine. You know, I mean, it's like if you're a small business guy and it's a busy street and you want to be noticed. But on the flip side, you know, cities that really enforce their sign ordinances, you know, newer cities, Irvine, Santa Barbara, you know, those places, they look great. You know, they just don't have this hodgepodge of stuff, so it's really great. And obviously the white background coming away is a good thing. The difference between those two signs you had is significant, and people find their way around. And I think
Dark lettering on white backgrounds, those are the ones that are going away kind of the fastest, because those
Right.
go with businesses on a box sign, and
Yeah.
you know, when a business goes, they have to put in a new plate, a new piece of plexiglass, and that's easy for us to check. So,
But I think even with the 5-year, it would require a, you know, effort during that. 5 years goes by pretty quick, and
Yeah.
to not be at the same place where we're at.
Mhm.
You know, we're sort of like giving another extension. So
exactly.
some kind of a program, and I don't know if there's an incentive program that we could offer businesses to start going a little early. So, you know, it's not an end thing, so maybe relief on some permit stuff or
You
something
know,
like that.
the voluntary sign replacement program would be a fair amount of work for staff to come up with. We would need to then create a program, notice it, let
No,
it
we don't
be
wanna make
known,
any more
and then-
work for
And we would need a budget for that. And so, I mean, I put this on there as an option, but, you know, I think the fact that we've, you know, 140 of the signs roughly have come down in the 14 years so far, I think naturally we're gonna see some attrition. And then if we go forward with the extension and this outreach effort now, you know, I think over the next 5 years, we're going to be in a much better place to then, you know, enforce the codes and remove those signs that still remain after the 4 years, because we've gone through the outreach effort.
Thank you.
Okay, well, let me just kind of sum up. So basically, just to put all this together, by the time after the extension of 5 years, companies have had 20 years to conform to our sign requirements.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm glad that you've brought it forward. I think that's good. We suddenly remembered that we had a sign ordinance that needed to be enforced. 5 years, I would say maybe 3 years, but I do appreciate that a sign is a capital item, and small business, et cetera, that's a cost. And maybe we were a little bit lax during the recession, and that's just perhaps seen as not an essential cost. But I do agree with Mr. Avery that there's a reason for sign requirements. It's not just not for nothing. It's to create a sense of how we want to look at the character of our community, and I think that is something that we should respect. I might make a suggestion that every business has to get a business permit renewed every year. Can a little slip of paper or something been in the reminder as maybe there's a list of things that have to just, don't forget to update your signs in conformance with the sign ordinance.
Sure, we could definitely add that notice anytime they
Yeah.
obtain their business license. I think that's a good suggestion.
And just over the years, as I've been looking at applications, project applications that going before the Planning Commission, I mean, companies are submitting in terms of the planning process and the project approval process are sign standards. I routinely see this. So it is being followed, and that's commendable. So the companies that do spend the money to follow our ordinances and comply with our rules and regulations, that's commendable. So the laggards, I guess I would say 3 years is enough. After 20 years to get in conformance with a sign ordinance when other cities are doing this on a regular basis. That's my thought. But when you come back, you can propose 3 to 5 years and see where we end up. Any other comments up here? No? Okay. All right.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you.
I guess this is Public Works coming for. I'm sorry. Not so fast, Dave. I forgot public comments. Any public comments on this item? Please come forward.
Mayor Dixon, members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier, and I think the heritage sign provision that was enacted with this is a good safety valve on the program. And for clarity, there is supposed to be a list of heritage signs somewhere, and I don't know where it is. It has at least 2 signs on it because in 2015, these two in the Balboa area were declared to be heritage signs. One of them on the bike shop, since the building burned, I don't know if it's there anymore, but the one in the fun zone on the arcade. But many business owners apparently don't know about the program, like the frozen banana on Balboa Island and things of that sort, I assume are not yet on the list. So those people in particular need some outreach to get on this list. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Seeing none. Any comments up here? Seeing none. All right. Thank you, Jim and
Thank you.
Simone.
Just briefly for the Brown Act,
Yes.
can we get everyone to raise their hands as in favor of bringing back, revision to the ordinance to the abatement period 3 to 5 years? Everyone?
That was
Okay.
unanimous.
Thank you.
All right. And now we're going to study session item 3 on the neighborhood circulator discussion.
Madam Mayor, I do have to recuse myself
Oh,
from
my
this.
gosh. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Webb, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. We have a interesting item for you today to talk about. There's been a lot of movement in the way we circulate from buses to travel around our towns, including Lyft and other on new technologies. So Brad Summers, our principal traffic engineer, is here tonight to talk to you about neighborhood circulators and gets your input on some questions we have.
Yes, Mr. Brenner.
Is Jeff recused because he lives on Balboa Island and this is Balboa Island? And if it refers to Corona Del Mar, am I?
I would have to ask Aaron if there's a recusal necessary, because this is a circulator item, but it's not specific to a property. So I wouldn't know if that would affect you or not.
Where Aaron?
But if that's the case, then if you would probably also be excluded.
Well, we're not voting on anything. They can't.
I mean, just,
I don't know. I'd have to get a legal opinion. It's a general topic item, and we're going to talk about general circulation around an area. So I don't know.
Did Aaron tell you you had to recuse?
It's,
Oh.
sorry. Yeah, hang on.
That's right.
Hang on 1 second. So why don't we just take a minute and wait for Aaron to come back and just we'll get an answer for Joy in private so that there's not a attorney advice issue going on. So that maybe we just take a minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of break or
All right. Yeah.
1 minute. Okay, we may proceed. Mr. Webb.
Okay, so we'll jump into the presentation and give you a little discussion on this. Brad?
Yeah, thank you, Dave. Mayor Dixon, good afternoon. Members of council, I'm Brad Summers, Principal Civil Engineer within the Public Works Department. And as Dave mentioned, we're going to talk about neighborhood circulators and how we could maybe apply them to other neighborhoods within the city. Quick update with the Balboa Peninsula Trolley, which is one of our current running circulators, as well as show you some new technology and emerging transit that's out there. So first and foremost, neighborhood circulators really are small transit operations. You think, we have our planes, trains, and automobiles for going long distances. We have our buses and, I guess trains as well, but more Uber, Lyft type things for going regionally. But we always seem to miss that first and last mile or that small distance, say, within a community or within a neighborhood. And that's where these neighborhood circulators fill in. So the goal of these is really to give our residents, visitors, and business operators an alternative to their personal vehicles. The goal, of course, is always to reduce congestion. Maybe we can have some carpooling with this. We can try and reduce the parking demand, as these vehicles often can drop off and not necessarily have to park. But ultimately, it's the increase in mobility and connectivity within our communities. Again, the Balboa Peninsula Trolley, kind of a traditional version of a neighborhood circulator, just completed its 3rd year of operation. And we wanted to give you a quick update on that while we're talking about transit within the city. Again, 3rd year of operation, we felt it was a success. We saw the ridership up to about 26,300 riders. That's about 5% improvement over 2018. We had 100% approval from our survey that we took Labor Day weekend, which showed about 90% impressed, 10% satisfied, both great. Unfortunately, we had one person who would not ride the shuttle again, so that broke our perfect 100% score, only giving us 98 for would do it again. I'm still okay with that.
We're happy.
Yeah.
Money well
With that too, we feel that the program is really settled in this third year, and we don't have any planned route or operating changes for the 2020 summer looking ahead. And as a reminder, this is OCTA grant funded through the Measure M2 program. It's a program called Project V that's meant for local circulators. And with that, we plan to have funding through the summer of 2023. So we'll be seeing more of the trolley. This slide is really more detail to show the 2019 versus 2018 ridership. This shows every day of operation, beginning Saturday of Memorial Day weekend, running through Monday of Labor Day weekend, as well as a special service on the 4th of July. That's that spike in the middle. 2019 shown in green, whereas the blue is 2018. And again, with a 5% increase, we're seeing these numbers are pretty close, but that's an indication that we've kind of settled into our operation. Now, there is a new emerging technology that's centered around even smaller vehicles, such as this blue Franck vehicle that may be circulating around Newport Center at the moment. They're using these neighborhood electric vehicles, which are clean, quiet, and efficient. They tend to hold about 5 passengers with the driver. They have dynamic routing and stop options, courtesy of using a mobile app to hail them. Think of a smaller version of, say, an Uber or Lyft, so you have that technology on your phone or in the palm of your hand. And it really does provide a unique experience, especially in our beautiful city. You can roll the windows down. It doesn't feel like a shuttle, doesn't feel like a bus, so it's becoming very popular. We do have 2 examples of this type of service to share with you, both within Orange County, the first being Franck, which is free rides around Newport Center. It's funded and operated by the Irvine Company to increase mobility and connectivity for the residents, employees, and visitors to Newport Center.
What did I see on the prior slide? It said $5?
Oh, I'm sorry. The previous slide, there's an average service expense of $5 per passenger. I'm sorry, that's intended to be kind of the average cost of operation, not a fee to the user. Irvine Company is looking at a 6-month pilot program with consideration of going further. Looking more into the details, the Irvine Company hired a third-party company to essentially operate, own, maintain, and insure the vehicles, more or less a turnkey operation. In turn, the Irvine Company actually provides storage and charging for the vehicles. They have a fairly robust program with daily service, 7 days a week, for up to 10 hours per day. They run up to 8 vehicles in service per day, depending on the demand at the time. And they feel it's been fairly successful with approximately 12,000 rides in the first month, which is essentially July to August. In talking with Irvine Company representatives, though, they did note that although this was more or less considered to be a turnkey operation, they are noticing that they are having to manage it to maintain that high level of service that the Irvine Company is known for. The second example that we're sharing today is in Anaheim. It's free rides around the neighborhood, or FRAN, as they call it. It's run by the City of Anaheim through ART, or the Anaheim Resort Transportation, their transit franchise. And really it was meant to, as a solution for the traffic impacts related to their very successful redevelopment of Center City and the Packing District. It's a little bit different than Franck is in Newport Center, but again, it's on-demand free rides. They used a fixed route, fixed stops, but an open route, so they may connect to parking structures on the periphery and then bring visitors on in to mitigate that parking. It's grant funded through 2 grants, but these grants are both geared towards larger transit type operators, such as bigger cities. And one thing I appreciated when we checked it out is that their drivers are city ambassadors. They're well versed on the city history as well as what's going on, so they can share that knowledge with their riders. The city considers it successful, and they're considering expanding it further into their neighborhoods. The details on this, again, a bit different than Franck is operating. The City of Anaheim is doing an 18-month pilot program at a cost of around $330,000. They actually purchased 8 city-owned vehicles. 2 they've equipped with wheelchair access for ADA accessibility, which can be hailed through the app specifically for disabled users. They run 2 to 3 vehicles within their 1 mile square area. Again, they feel it's been successful with 1,500 rides averaging per week throughout the summer. And they've also found that they can use these for special events to, again, enhance the mobility for that. One thing I've added to this that I kind of liked, if you look at the images, the one on the left is a screen capture from my phone when I was hailing the ride. So that kind of shows the stops and the gray dots. But the image to the right, the Explore image, I think is something that's really neat they've done through the app, where they've been able to directly access the user and show them things going on in that neighborhood, such as city services, events, restaurants, and businesses. So it's a great way to get directly to the user. Now, as Dave mentioned, we have had requests from the Balboa
wanna talk
Island
there?
as well.
Excuse, one
sure.
question, please.
Yeah, so on the Anaheim one, is it funded through, when you say the Anaheim Resort Transportation, is that funded through their business improvement district that's associated with the resort district? Or what is the Anaheim Resort Transportation?
I believe it is. My understanding is that the businesses in the resort area do pay into this fund, but I'm not totally sure. I do know they do have the 2 grants that are help offset that cost.
All right, I know you mentioned them, but what's the MSRC and TIRCP grants?
You know, I don't remember exactly what the acronyms were, but I do recall that they were related to larger transit agencies. For instance, Anaheim had talked about using one of the grants to transition their entire bus fleet to an electric fleet, but these are the large circulating buses like OCTA would use.
Okay, so this is like a much larger OCTA grant funding program.
That's correct. And these, I mentioned being part of a larger transit type agency. I don't believe this would apply to the city of Newport Beach, but we will talk about funding options later.
All right, thanks.
So as David mentioned, we did receive a request from the Balboa Island community, essentially the Balboa Island Marketing Inc. of the Merchants, as well as the BIIA, or Balboa Island Improvement Association, as well as some community members from Corona Del Mar to consider other transit type options for their communities. And I think this is coming off the success of the Balboa Peninsula trolley, as well as seeing Franck running around Irvine Center. I think overall there's a general consensus that during those busier times that the congestion and the limited parking do become barriers for residents and visitors to their mobility through those areas. So with this, again, we were asked to look at things like the Balboa Peninsula trolley and an on-demand type circulator to look at that connectivity and mobility within those communities and also potentially connect to Newport Center. So the areas we're talking about here, and we've kind of shown Balboa Island up top in blue. We have Irvine Terrace in between in orange. I'm sorry, Newport Center in blue up top. Irvine Terrace in orange, Balboa Island in the green, as well as Corona Del Mar general area below 5th Street in yellow. Looking this again, we have 2 options here. So we started first with the kind of van shuttle concept mirroring the Balboa Peninsula trolley. And when we looked at this, the initial thought was maybe a single shuttle, an off-site parking lot similar to what we do with Balboa Peninsula, and then running that shuttle between there and a stop somewhere around or on the island. Again, following the trolley, summer weekends, including Memorial Day, July 4th, and Labor Day weekend. But when we looked at this, and when we came up with a cost estimate using that model, we came up with about $70,000 per year, and again, operating within the summer. But as we look deeper into this, there were some concerns. We felt that the fixed route option here, unfortunately, may have been a bit limiting and may not provide for enough ridership or would not give us that mobility enhancement to those other neighborhoods that we're looking at. Additionally, things like being a large vehicle, say on the island, may create an issue as well. The other option would be what we're calling, again, the on-demand circulator concept. This is like Franck or Fran, the NEVs. And this, again, is intended to get maybe more into the neighborhood, be ride-hailed through a mobile app by the users, the neighborhoods, the residents, and the business owners. And with that, we looked at many considerations, actually. Again, this is a new and emerging technology. We're not 100% sure how to apply this just yet. So questions like ridership, what would be reasonable headways with these larger areas and such. And then looking at the NEVs, there actually is a barrier. So I'm going to bring you back to our map. And one thing about neighborhood electric vehicles, which again are larger sized, similar to golf carts, larger, but they're allowed to be on streets that are 35 miles per hour or less. So the barrier here becomes crossing something such as Coast Highway. So what we've shown here in the blue, again with our neighborhoods and potential service areas in the background, are not routes they have to follow, but these are going to be maybe primary access routes to get to those different areas. Once they're within those shaded areas, they can travel on all those local streets that are generally 25 miles an hour or less. The barrier here again is crossing Coast Highway, which we've identified one route we could feasibly use. It crosses through the Irvine Terrace neighborhood, comes up by the golf course, but would have to cross private property to get into the Newport Center area. So of course that leads to the potential for discussions with the private property owner for both access and to provide service. We were provided an estimate by Circuit. That's the company that is running the Irvine Company program at this point. We consider this to be very preliminary and rough. This was provided to the city, so we hadn't yet had a chance to provide input to it. And it has some assumptions that maybe 2 to 4 cars. We're not sure if that's enough with the large service area we're considering. 9 hours of operation on weekends for 6 months. We were looking also at the city providing storage and charging the vehicles. And with that, the proposal we were given suggested that the Balboa Island Newport Center may be anywhere between $60,000 and $120,000 per year. And if you add in Corona Del Mar to that, we may get up to $250,000 a year. And again, this was provided us with the basis of Circuit's knowledge of running these programs across the country, but we had not had a chance to put input into it. The good news is there is potential funding should we decide we wish to move forward with this type of operation, and this could apply either to the shuttle van similar to Balboa Peninsula Trolley or to this newer NEV or neighborhood electric vehicle on-demand style operation. The Orange County Transportation Authority through Measure M2, another Project V call has been announced. It's pending board approval, which is scheduled for October of this or next month. And with that, there is an opportunity, if awarded, or if the board approves it, to award up to $550,000 per year with a 10% minimum match. The call for projects would be scheduled to open this fall and close December 12th, which we know is coming up quickly. And the funds would be available July 1st of 2020, which is a special note because that generally is almost halfway through our peak seasons. There's also an opportunity for public-private partnerships. We've already heard from the Balboa Marketing Inc., the merchants, as well as the BIIA, that they may be able to help with a pilot program. But we would be talking with them as well. And of course, we could seek out other opportunities for a partnership. Advertising is always an option. It is, I will note that both Frank and Fran in Anaheim have chosen not to advertise, but Anaheim is considering adding local advertising within the coach to help them offset the cost of expanding their programs. Rider fees are always a discussion point too. It's a bit contentious amongst these operators when we ask them. They feel it may stifle the success of these programs since it is such a new technology and it's coming out in the neighborhoods, but I think we all note that if these programs become bigger, it may be something to be considered. Potential next steps, again, if this is something the city wishes to pursue. First and foremost, to perform a feasibility study. This gives us the opportunity to have that community outreach as well as fine-tune and work out the details for the operation of a program. And then it should be noted that the Balboa Peninsula Trolley started out with a feasibility study as well, which we know helped us with the grant process. It was something that was well received through the competitive grant program. Number 2, develop a pilot program. Again, that could come from the feasibility study after we have a chance to digest all the details. Seek private partnerships, and ultimately, again, if we wish to move forward with this, would be to submit an application to OCT for Project V. Now, if we do move forward and submit that application, we will be coming back to council for approval of a resolution or adoption of a resolution to support the application, and that may be another opportunity to bring back the details that we've discovered through a study and talk with council at that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. As you look into this, you might want to pull up some of the findings. There was a similar service on the peninsula about a year before we started, maybe 2 years before we started the trolley, which was the same app-based car summons. And I think it was overall very successful. It was not competitive with the trolley because the trolley is really to avoid people coming onto the peninsula, whereas driving onto the peninsula, whereas that program served local residents, and I think very well. The only negative I heard, 2 things, was that they had a number of, I don't know precisely, maybe 4 or 5 little cars but it took 15 or 20 minutes, and people thought, well, I'll just call Uber or Lyft to get in closer proximity to where they were. So people got a little frustrated, but they did like it overall. And also their model was different, their financing model, because it really depended on advertising, and advertising was just prohibitive for the small businesses. So I'm glad to see that now that there could be some grants available. I actually remember when I met with these folks several years ago, encouraging them to apply to OCTA, but they didn't for whatever reason. And the cost to the city, they were projecting that would cost about $1 million for the city to buy all these little cars. So that didn't go anywhere. But I'm glad to see maybe the model has smoothed out a bit and there can be some determination of demand. So it sounds interesting. Any other comments up here, Mayor Pro Tem?
So when Lori Donchak was the chair of the OCTA, one of the things that they did with Measure V Fund was they actually got rid of if I recall correctly, they got rid of the buses altogether in the city and instead went to subsidize Lyft rides. They had a partnership with Lyft, and I mean, what we're trying to do is get people, as long as you were in a designated area, they would subsidize your ride. I mean, if our goal is to subsidize people coming onto the island and not parking, or go specific locations within our city, it might actually be better from a cost perspective to do a subsidized Lyft ride than invest in an entire program like this.
That's an interesting point.
So it might be worth at least taking a look at that. It's been done. There's feasibility studies already created down in San Clemente and
Laguna, I think.
yeah, I know other cities took the model because it was working. But anyway, if we're really talking about just straight subsidizing, this is a lot easier because we can actually control. We can control where people go, and we can, in terms of encouraging people to go to the island for dinner and then come off without parking there. It's an idea.
Mr. Avery.
Yeah, I like the idea of the Chamber of Commerce and merchants having some skin in the game and contributing to this, if we were to move forward. And maybe, it's probably difficult, but like the ferry, if you charged $1 a ride, everybody gets on, just pulls out, just kind of everybody contributes something toward it. And obviously there's going to be a cost for the city in this. I just think, and then if businesses are contributing and chambers and, I think we'd know pretty quick if they felt it wasn't really helping. So the vehicles themselves, I think, are really great, and I think people like them. They're sort of a friendly looking thing, and the scale is really nice, and they're not, a big box going down the street. There are these small things that kind of blend in, so it's really ideal for a place like Corona del Mar and Cabo Island, and so they are a hit with people. So it's good. It's just I think we got to find a way for everybody to kind of contribute, and then we find out how people felt about it, whether it's worth it to them or not. But I think people should pay $1 a ride or something. Thank you.
Ms. Brenner.
I agree with Brad on that. I think a low-cost fare that's fair. I'm wondering where Visit Newport Beach might play into this, because if they're having visitors that they're bringing to the community that could jump on these and access different parts of town, I think that's sort of fits into what they're supposed to be doing to benefit our businesses and that sort of thing. So I'd like to see them play a part in this. And we had something similar back in the 80s. We had a trolley that went from Oasis all the way down to the peninsula and the island, and it was great. I used to get on it with my kids, and we would go down to the island and to the beach, but it didn't last long. It was like, I think it was one summer. It was great, and unless you have a program that really has some sustenance, you don't develop the ridership. People don't get used to using it. So we need to, if we plan to do this, we need to do more than just small little test cases, because people might do it once or twice under that circumstance. But if they knew that this was something that they could use routinely and got used to it, and I would use this before I would use Uber. I wouldn't just the idea of it. I would take my own car before I would use Uber, but I might use this if I was going to the island for dinner, whatever.
And
I like that ours is French and Anaheim's is only Fran. We're Franc.
I agree that it needs a trial period, because I think, just as Brad said, the trolley really took a couple years to get up and be reliable in terms of scheduling, so people could understand that it's there. Mr. Muldoon.
You know how I feel about this, I'm sure. If I think of the average resident and their frustration, it lies in the traffic and lights not being totally synced. And I know technology is solving a lot of that problems. But I think at the time the staff created in doing this nice report and all the research, and if this gets implemented, that time could be spent outside doing inspections of the lights and getting people to and from work or the grocery store more quickly. So I don't support it, and I think it's there's a better use of staff time, in my opinion. That's all. Thank you.
All right, any other comments up here? Let's go out to the public. Public comments on this item?
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, we brought this to the council, brought it to our staff with the help of Newport Beach and Company, and we feel that it would be better to have it.
Could you identify yourself?
Pardon me?
Did you say what organization you're with? Just everybody.
I'm sorry, I'm with the Balboa Island Merchants Association. Okay. Actually, I'm with BIMI, Balboa Island Marketing, Inc. And Doug is here from Newport Beach and Company, and he might want to come up and help us talk about this a little bit. We were willing to put up some money to do it. It's a $60,000 program, and we were going to contribute $20,000, and the Improvement Association was going to contribute $10,000, which would be $30,000. We were going to ask the city for the other $30,000. We have the money because, as you know, we've been frugal and saved our money for this very special kind of thing. And I mean, that's pretty much it. We feel like we could do it. We think we would probably have to go do 2 cycles. Maybe we would start spring and summer and then go into fall and winter. It would probably take twice to get the kind of numbers that you're looking for. I think on Balboa Island it's kind of a slam dunk, because what we're trying to do is we've got an aging population on the island, and if we could let those people have access to the market, the dry cleaners, the drugstore, and the bank across the bridge there, that would be great. I think it would bring us a tremendous amount of business just on the island, because we have a kind of a unique problem. If people are more than 3 or 4 blocks away from the Marina Avenue area, they won't walk. And if it's Saturday night, they don't want to move their car either to come down and have dinner. They can't park it when they get home, you know. So I think it would bring people that would spend significant amounts of money. I mean, we're talking a dinner out, a bottle of wine. You know, it's not $10. It's not a banana bar. It's it's $100 or $120 more. So that's kind of our concept. I welcome any questions you might want to ask me if I can answer them for you.
So did your organization do a study, or how did this come to fruition?
Just from studying it with the people, and of course we're very impressed by the fact that Newport Center is doing it. And I think a big incentive for us is the opportunity to work with them on it. They've given us, I guess, quasi-permission to come up on their property, and we'd be able to take people up to Fashion Island. They'd be able to bring people from Fashion Island down to the island. And I think that very quickly, once Newport Center realized that how beneficial it was to them, and of course I don't have a crystal ball, I can't tell you how all these things will work out, but my feeling is when people realize that they can take people from their hotels there and just put them in this little cart and take them down to the ferry landing on Balboa Island, and they're just a little 3-minute boat ride away from the ocean. It saved those hotels a lot of money sending town cars all the way down the peninsula in all that traffic. I think it'd be the golden route to the beach from Fashion Island.
Well, maybe it'd be a great idea for the hotels to sponsor this, frankly.
Yeah, I think we would get a lot of support, but we of course have to try it. That's what a pilot program really is trying it out. So, I mean, we're for it. We're a fishbowl. We think that it would really work well on the island because so many people know what's going on. They really tuned into it. And we do, again, have an aging population that would be very beneficial to them and beneficial to our business district.
Okay.
Thank
Any
you.
questions
Thank
of
you.
Mr. Noyes? All right.
No.
Thank you. Anybody else want to make a public comment?
Yes, good afternoon, Council, Mayor. Jack Callahan, I'm president of the Balboa Island Improvement Association. It was nice to see all of you at the Lifeguard Fireman's Dinner. I had a great time as usual. The Chamber does a great job. I just want to support what John said, John Noyes. Obviously, we all know the problems on Balboa Island with the traffic and the parking and all that. And thank you for studying all the different alternatives. And we'd like to work with the Irvine Company and all the groups. For years, we've all worked very well together with the city and with all the groups. And the more study, and we're willing to contribute, and we think it's a great idea to help solve our parking and traffic problems and help support the businesses on the island. So thank you for the consideration.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Please, is anybody from Visit Newport Beach want to speak? Looking at Mr. McLean.
Good afternoon, Doug McLean, Newport Beach and Company. The Merchants Association, we work with the Merchants Association to manage all their marketing and support them. They came to us with this particular problem, and we researched various solutions for them. We actually, our first solution was we noticed that the employee shuttles that the Irvine Company uses at Corona Del Mar Plaza sit empty on weekends and aren't used. And so our first solution was to go to the Irvine Company to try to see if those shuttles could be used on the weekends for Balboa Island specifically. That led to the whole conversation when they actually opened their doors and told us about their plans for their Newport Center ride. So that was really exciting when they told us that. And then we invited them to the city, and we really want to commend Dave Webb and his team for exploring that option. But the Irvine Company actually came in and met with the city staff. They opened the cost and everything that they were spending on their program. And so we were very fortunate to see what they were going to put forward and kind of a behind-the-scenes look before it even started, which was a great step. So from Visit Newport Beach's standpoint, we see this as an amazing tourism opportunity to help us. That's one of our biggest struggles, is getting visitors around the destination, as well as our merchants associations that we work with. We think it's a 1-2 punch, and we would love to find some creative solutions on funding that could help offset some of the costs so it's not a burden on the city. And I think the transit funding is a great solution. And then the 10% that we would need to come up with, maybe we could have a creative solution on coming up with that as well, so it's not a burden on the city as well. But we're here just to come up with some solutions and some ideas. So,
well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other public comments? All right, coming back up here. Brad, why don't you go back to your last slide in terms of decision points? Perform a feasibility study for service to Balboa. So what would that involve?
Actually, we've looked at that. We could probably use one of our on-call consultants. You're probably looking at about $20,000 to do a study. But what you just referenced, some other studies that have been done, maybe we could look to San Clemente and others and see if we can incorporate that, bring the cost down a little bit. That was one of the things we did on the Peninsula Trolley, and that was one of the things that was helped successful, get us the application approved by OCTA. It'd be curious too, we could, I'm guessing, look at some of the funding, probably potential ridership on that in that study, and maybe define more what we're looking at. In the meantime, too, we'd follow up with, we know the Merchants Association and Visit Newport has already talked to us. We have been reaching out to the Irvine Company. They don't want to disclose too many of their details right now. They're confidential, but they've been sharing with us. And I think there's a partnership there, too, you know, rather than maybe around two separate systems, maybe there's one. So there is interest there. We need to do that and look at that in the study. Brad, do you have anything to add to that? Or?
All right, any other comments up here? Well, let me just get a show of hands. Do we support going to the next step of doing a feasibility study, and maybe the merchants groups can contribute a little funds for that as well, and work with the Irvine Company to figure out what it is, how much it would cost, and what it would look like. Any support for that idea?
I think if we said how much we would need contribution, I mean, look, if what we're talking about right now is a private request, then the feasibility study is probably needs to be privately funded. So if there's a willingness to fund the feasibility study, then I think we can move forward and figure it out on our end. But this is $20,000, $25,000. I mean, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money.
I think the trolley feasibility study was like 10. I could be wrong, but I kind of remember that number, 10 or 15. Is there any support from the Merchant Marketing Association to help fund that feasibility study? If you want to come forward. What?
I think if it was in the $10,000 range, we'd be happy to pay it. And we know that we have the money. I know that the money's an issue over the last session that we've been holding on to. I know you guys are a little uncomfortable with that. And I mean, realistically, this is what we've been waiting for. This could be a breakthrough for us. This could be a real game changer. You can have the money. I mean, this is what we saved it for. So, I mean, we'd be more than willing to spend it on this feasibility study or pilot program, whatever it is.
All right. Well, maybe just see if you can work with them to keep it in a range that they're willing to do. Because if they're willing to cover a feasibility study, then I'd be fine with moving forward and seeing what it looks like.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. All right. Do we have a show of hands up here? If it could be a self-funded feasibility study, show of hands to support.
4 to 1.
Okay. All right. Study session item number 4, Southern California Edison's wildfire mitigation plan and public safety power shutoff.
I would like to say the
Oh, wait a second. We've already closed item, or what?
Balboa Island Improvement Association more than happy to contribute also.
Okay, good. That even better. Thank you, Jack. Mr. Kennedy? Or what?
Yes, we have Southern California Edison's wants to talk to you a little bit about their wildfire and power shutoff program. So James Peterson's here.
Peterson, yeah.
Is with us tonight from the Edison Company, and he'll be giving his presentation.
Right now?
Mr. Peterson, I have a conflict sometimes if it's involved undergrounding because I'm in telecommunications. Does your presentation cover that at all?
Just very briefly.
I'm just going to go ahead and dismiss myself, and I'll watch in the back.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. Welcome, by the way.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Peterson, please proceed. Yes,
Hello,
thank you.
Mayor and council members. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present today. It's especially timely because September is National Preparedness Month. So this presentation focuses on our wildfire mitigation plan, which is all about preparing people for the reality that California has changed, that there are going to be more wildfires, and it's important for everybody to be prepared. So we'll start with where we are as a state. The number of wildfires has significantly increased, and the types of fires have changed as well. In the last, since 2015, 10 of the most significant, the largest wildfires in the state's history have occurred, and we know that pattern is likely to continue. So it's important that everyone, not just utilities, prepare for that new reality. What this means is that we, as a company, as well as the CPUC and CAL FIRE, have identified the highest risk fire areas. And you see on the map that roughly, this is Orange County, but roughly 25% of Southern California Edison's service territory, which goes from Mono County to eastern Riverside County up to Santa Barbara, about a quarter of that is covered by these high fire risk areas. On this map of Orange County, you can see sort of the smaller section of red area. Just a portion of that is Newport Beach. And we've developed these maps in consultation with the state, and these are the areas that we really need to focus on. So in these areas, we've identified the circuits that are located in the high fire risk areas. In Newport Beach, you have 52 circuits. 4 of the circuits are in this high fire risk area, and you see them identified in yellow, kind of the Newport coast area. It might be a little bit hard to see, but it's all generally speaking in the Newport coast area. We've been working with the state in terms of legislation of how we address these wildfire risks. Since last year, we've been working close with the CPUC on developing a wildfire mitigation plan, and the state's also been pushing through legislation and through the governor's office to come up with the strategies for dealing with these new wildfire risks. You see the history there. The important thing is SB 901. That's the legislation that required utilities across the state to develop these wildfire mitigation plans. We submitted our plan to the CPUC back in February. It was approved a few months later, and we're going to talk about some of the strategies that were incorporated in that. So it's basically 2 elements. It's operational changes as well as infrastructure changes. In terms of operations, it means an increased number of inspections of our equipment. It's a program called the Public Safety Power Shutoff Program, where we de-energize the lines in times where there's severe risk. It's also increasing situational awareness, watching what's happening out in the real world with wind conditions, with fuel loads and other conditions that we think are relevant to potentially needing to turn off power. It's also dealing with vegetation management, and we'll get into some of the statistics on that and the work that our vegetation management teams have been doing. In terms of infrastructure, we have now installed quite a bit of covered conductor and plan to install more of that in the years to come. Undergrounding is one option, although it is significantly more expensive than covered conductor. It's basically a 10-to-1 price difference. It's about $1 million a mile for undergrounding after the lines have already been established versus about a tenth of that for covered conductor. We're also looking at infrastructure mitigations changes to our system that would allow us to try to prevent ignitions. The key elements of our plan, the key goals of our plan are, number one, to increase public safety, to try to reduce the potential for ignitions, to harden the system overall, improving our work with fire agencies to make sure that they're prepared to deal with wildfires, and also communicating with our customers about what they can do to prevent and prepare for potential wildfires. In terms of the system hardening, we have the covered conductor that I mentioned. Our goal is to have about 600 miles of covered conductor in the highest risk areas done by 2020 and several thousand miles in the next few years. We also have a number of reclosers that we've installed, and we aim to have about 1,500 of those done by 2020 and 7,500 fast-acting current-limiting fuses. These are basically ways that we can shut off the power in a certain area of a circuit, so we don't have to shut down the entire circuit. Our enhanced overhead inspections, excuse me, we've been doing those since about December, and we've managed to look at about 400,000 pieces of equipment in high fire risk areas. And we've been doing this by helicopter as well as by ground crews. So in terms of our situational awareness capabilities, we have installed a number of weather stations. We're looking at new technologies, and we've adopted new software that do a really great job at forecasting where the severe wind conditions might be. We also have installed a number of cameras in key locations. So the public can access actually a lot of this data. We have wildfire cameras on Santiago Peak. We aim to have about 160 cameras installed in our service area by the end of 2020. And what that equates to is that we can literally see about 90% of the high fire risk areas through these cameras. So if you're to log on to www.alertwildfire.org, you can actually manipulate the cameras. You see the little triangles, and you can point in different directions and see what's happening in your particular neighborhood. We also have, back up here, in terms of weather stations, we're going to have about 850 weather stations deployed by the end of 2020. Most of them are deployed already. What that allows us to do is look at the microclimates, particularly in canyons where wildfire is particularly troublesome and when the winds are blowing. These 850 weather stations allow us to monitor the wind speed. We also are able to look at the humidity levels, and also we have on-scene crews that look at the humidity or the moisture level in the vegetation in that area. Those kinds of bits of information help us make decisions about if and when we need to de-energize a particular circuit. I mentioned that we have quite a bit of vegetation management going on. With the number of dead and dying trees throughout Southern California, it's something that's really important. We have 20 in-house arborists that work for us. They're inspecting about 900,000 trees per year, and about 700,000 of those get pruned, 400,000 of which are in high fire risk areas. Our goal is to make sure that the lines are clear up to about 12 feet from any kind of vegetation, and that helps us ensure that there's not a limb that might hit one of our lines and cause a wildfire. So one of the issues that's been getting a lot of attention, in fact, it was on the front page of the LA Times today, is our public safety power shutoff program. What this is authority that we've actually always had, but it's something that has been emphasized more recently to de-energize our lines so that there isn't a chance of ignition. We only use this to prevent ignitions. We only use it in extreme conditions. We're talking about wind speeds that might be in 50, 60 mile per hour range. We're primarily looking at circuits that are in high fire risk areas, although there might be sometimes conditions outside those high fire risk areas that lead into the risk areas that might need to be de-energized. The good news for Newport Beach is, again, there's only 4 of those circuits out of your 52 that are in the high fire risk area. One thing that the public needs to be aware of is just because a red flag warning is announced, it doesn't mean that we're going to shut off power. Red flag warnings are basically a reflection of the weather conditions, and like I mentioned, we factor in all those weather conditions as well as on-site real-time crews that are looking at the conditions and helping inform our emergency operations center about what's happening there. There's a process that we go through, and we communicate with the public, and we also communicate with government officials when we're considering this. So some of the factors that we're looking at, it's winds, it's humidity, it's the fuel load, the on-site verification of conditions, and then we also look at the impacts on the communities that would be affected by a power shutoff. All that gets factored in before we make a decision. And the process is about a 7-day process. Because we have such good weather monitoring information, we can see what's likely to happen roughly 7 days ahead. So we have teams 24/7 working, our meteorologists, to identify those conditions that are coming up in a few days. 3 days ahead, we assemble an incident management team, and we have about 500 members of our 14,000-person company that are qualified to be part of this team and work with communities about informing them. I'm actually one of the members of that group. We have about 500 people trained. They report both to our Emergency Operations Center as well as the local Emergency Operations Center here in Orange County. We begin communicating with the counties about 2 days ahead, and with local government. Newport Beach, of course, would be contacted if we're seeing conditions that are alarming in those risky areas. We also begin giving notices to our customers. And a key point, and I'll show on the next page the address where you go to sign up, is the way that we communicate with customers is electronically. Because we don't have enough time to send you something in the mail that these conditions are happening, we really need you to go online and sign up at se.com and provide us with a cell phone number, an email, make sure that we have your phone number if it's changed, because that's the way we communicate these messages. And just because Edison sends you a bill each month doesn't mean that we have that information on you. We have a billing address. So then 1 day ahead, we're again giving a notification. And then when we see imminent conditions, we do our best to notify you. We can't guarantee, because our highest priority is making sure that there isn't an ignition. But hopefully we can get that last message out to you that potentially in an hour or so, you might see your power go out. When the power goes out, we then have on-site inspections of all of our equipment to make sure that there are no problems before we'll power it back on. So we can't give you a hard time of how long it's going to take. It's really, hopefully it's a few hours, but it could be 24 hours. We have to do that on-site inspection before we'll power back on. And then here you have a number of links of how you can get information about our wildfire mitigation plan and ways to stay informed, and also to be sure to go online and sign up for Edison's notification process. So that sums up my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Well, thank you, Mr. Peterson. A couple questions. So is this all a new process with Edison, or are many of these procedures and processes been in place, or you've just now kind of aggregated them because of the recent fire situation? Or what's the context for this?
This is not a new process, but you're right. It is sort of a re-emphasized process. In the past, before the last couple of years of the mega fires, we actually had 2 power shutoffs. They were both in the Idlewild area, heavily tree area and mountainous area with severe winds. In fact, that same area today is having some severe winds, and we've needed to go through this process and alert them that their power is going to be shut off. But it's an exceedingly rare process. Like I said, for a 10-year period before the mega fire started, we only used it twice, and it's very finite. It's down to a particular circuit. In recent years, both from the legislature's perspective as well as the CPUC, they want to see us using this tool more often, and so we have invested a lot of resources in refining the process and we have teams watching 24/7, giving as much advance notice as we possibly can.
And then on the hardening of the equipment, is that new now, or you should have done this years ago, or is this some new decision?
So the things like covered conductor, that is actually new. It's not something that we've used before, but we think it's an effective, both cost-effective strategy as well as operationally, it works really well. That in particular is a new strategy of ours.
Now, when you said about undergrounding, does that only apply the advantages in a wildfire area? Because as you well know, we deal with undergrounding questions all the time, particularly with our close to the water. Is there a sense from Edison that undergrounding is an ideal area to deal with the wires, put them below ground?
It's a strategy that we're exploring in very limited areas because it is so costly to do. We can do far more covered conductor and protect far more communities through covered conductor than we can through undergrounding, but it is something we're considering in some cases.
And then one more question. Didn't I read in the last couple of weeks that PG&E, of course, is going through significant financial difficulties, but they have found that they were not inspecting their equipment. It wasn't inspected, and so can you give us assurance that Edison is inspecting its equipment on a regular basis?
We actually, and I don't really want to comment on PG&E, but we have been doing these enhanced overhead inspections. There's a cycle that the CPUC requires for infrastructure to be inspected, and that's why we adopted late last year this enhanced overhead inspection where we're looking at, in particular, the wildfire areas. We're looking at them more frequently than the CPUC requires. We've actually looked at everything just in the last 5-6 months in the wildfire areas.
Well, that's very good. Thank you. Ms. Brenner.
Hi, thank you for coming. Good presentation. You and I have talked in the past about the fact that Buck Gully is not part of this wildfire danger area. Do you have any more information about why that's not part of it in Newport Beach?
The issue is that the CPUC and CAL FIRE are the ones that largely define what a high wildfire threat area is, and it's a process that they've had in place for a number of years. So, it's more of a question for the state why they didn't define it. I'm not entirely sure that particular area.
Is there a process for us to perhaps request that they look at that area, or?
I don't know if they're constantly looking at areas to add or subtract. We as a company, we look for where we have ideas of risky areas that we're going to look at whether we're required to or not. But my best suggestion would be to contact the CPUC or CAL FIRE.
I think our new fire marshal could probably take a look at that. Now, one other question. We're specifically talking about wildfire areas here. What about the congested neighborhoods that we have, especially the older neighborhoods where buildings are close together and we've got overhead lines? What system is in place in an area like that if we had winds and other problematic?
That's something we'd be happy to talk to your fire department about. There isn't specifically a plan for those kind of congested neighborhoods, but we're always happy to talk to Public Works and to your fire department to see if there are things that maybe we should be taking a closer look at.
I think our fire marshal would talk to you about that too.
Happy to do it.
That's a very good question. Mr. Avery.
Yeah, the world's changing, especially our world in this regard. And it's just incredible to me the size and scope of the job Edison has to deal with this. The miles and miles and miles of cable and wire. And I think Edison's an exceptional organization, and they're just under what's got to be a tremendous amount of stress with this stuff. And we've got fire season on us, and I just would like to commend you for the outreach and the organization. It's like the water, we take it all for granted, but the fact that it rolls as well as it does, I've had some recent experience with Edison coming out and solving an issue where I work, and they were just so professional and on it. It was really impressive. So anyway, I appreciate the outreach and giving us this update.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments.
Public, I thank you, Mr. Peterson, and we may call you back up, but we'll go to public comments now unless someone has another question. Public comments on this presentation?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is David Tanner, Newport Beach resident. I wanted to thank SCE for updating the public on their program. The threat of temporary power loss should be taken seriously. It can bring our city to a standstill and often occurs as a result of other natural disasters such as earthquake or fires, which are hazards faced by our city. Just today, Pacific Gas and Electric said it will shut off power Saturday to about 1,600 customers in Northern California and may do the same for thousands more to reduce the risk of wildfires. The total could reach 30,000 homes, according to the news report I read. The warning came as forecasters issued the year's first red flag warning of high fire danger because of strong winds, low humidity, and warm temperatures in portions of the Central Valley and areas north of San Francisco. I recommend the city identify, if it hasn't already, its most critical services and develop a program in cooperation with Southern California Edison to ensure short-term power to these services in the event of a temporary power outage. One way this can be accomplished is for Southern California Edison to strategically locate energy storage facilities capable of providing short-term power to critically needed services. This approach could also be used as a part of a larger program by Southern California Edison to help balance energy demands during peak periods. Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very informative. Thank you. Any other public comments? Please come forward. Seeing none. One more. Please come forward. I'm sorry?
Have to be on this issue?
Yes. Well, there'll be public comments on non-agenda items shortly in a few moments. Okay. Any other public comments on this issue? Seeing none. Well, thank you, Mr. Peterson. I appreciate, and I echo my colleagues' points, comments that Edison has got a big load, no pun intended, to carry here, and we certainly appreciate its enhanced and hardened systems to make sure power is managed carefully. Ms. Leung, City Manager, we do have a disaster preparedness council that we're starting to get organized. Is this something that we would want to at least make sure we're updated on in terms of a major disaster and how we would respond without power for some of our businesses?
Oh, yes, we can put that as part of the discussion. And we're also planning a town hall on emergency preparedness and disaster planning. And I think we could certainly invite Mr. Peterson or another representative from SE to help inform from a community perspective as well to get the message out further.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Seeing no further comments, thank you. Thank you. All right. Public comments on agenda and non-agenda items. Please come forward.
Hi.
Hi.
I can't be here at 7 o'clock, so I wanted to just comment on the homeless situation.
Okay, and please identify yourself.
Okay, my name is Monica Christensen, and I live in Newport Beach. And last week, I was honored to have dinner with President Trump, and he also addressed the homeless issue. He asked for questions from the people that were there in Beverly Hills at the dinner. And he's put together a task force, and he said he has plans to have facilities to give them mental health help and rehab for drug addicts. So at a federal level, the president is aware of it and is working on it already. But as far as California, I've done some research and found out that Proposition 147, which contributed to this problem, also had a savings of $150 million as a result of the early release of prisoners. And Attorney General Kamala Harris has promised to give some of that money to the cities and to the state to help the mentally ill and to help drug addicts. as a result of the ones that I guess are on the street now. So I would suggest as a city that we would tap into those funds, since the state did receive a lot of money in savings, 150 million, and that portion of it could be used for a shelter.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Any other public comments on agenda or non-agenda items? Please come forward.
Hi, good afternoon, Council. My name is Linda Miles. I am the Outreach Director of the Lighthouse Outreach in Costa Mesa, and it's actually the very spot where the Costa Mesa shelter, the bridge shelter.
Excuse me, we're going to have this on the next agenda on our regular session. Would you like to speak? Because that is an agenda item, and you could speak to
I just wanted to make a point before you go into closed session.
Okay.
Just that you might want to think about that.
Okay.
You really don't have to reinvent the wheel, because there's a wonderful coexistence between what the city is doing in Costa Mesa and the provider, which is Mercy House, and the Lighthouse staff and outreach. And so might want to look at that, there's over 7,000 homeless in Orange County, and it's already being done one city over with a wonderful, cohesive collaboration between, the faith-based community, the city, and the outreach team that the city has employed. So I just hope it's there to see, it's there to tour. Hopefully you can come and see it, all of you. One of the council members was there today taking a tour. And I am a lifelong Newport Beach resident. My husband has a business here. We live on the peninsula. And I have been involved since 2004 in feeding and housing the homeless.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next comment, please.
Mayor Dixon, council members, my name's Ian Stevenson. I'm a resident in Costa Mesa for 32 years, been a pastor there for 27 years. I now head up a nonprofit in the city called Trellis, where we've worked very closely with the city to help facilitate collaboration around our city's greater challenges, one of those being homelessness very clearly in Costa Mesa. And as a result, with this collaborative approach, we've seen just an incredible amount of success through collective impact, through everyone working together, various churches, instead of everyone doing their own thing, figuring out how to do it better together. And the success that we've had in Costa Mesa around the homeless issue has been because of collective impact. So I mentioned this and just wanted to bring it up to you before you go into your closed session, because I think there's an incredible opportunity for there to be collective impact between the cities, to work together as two cities that have clients that are very transient between our two cities, instead of creating two completely different systems that people now have to figure out which one they're going to navigate, to work collaboratively, to work together, to bring in the faith community, the business community, and the city hall together around a project of this immensity in our state is really important. And just as you're going into your study session, wanted to make sure you were very aware of the success that they're having in Costa Mesa. It's a hybrid model. It's a very unique model as opposed to what's being done in a lot of other places where the city actually owns the facility. It's run by a professional operator, and then there's a lot of community resources also brought to bear to help make it successful. I think Costa Mesa has done a lot of work to deal with pushback from residents, and I think one of the concerns for the property that you're considering is you're going to deal with a lot of pushback from Costa Mesa residents, even in that Newport property. And so just, even just mitigating hurdles for yourselves, we just hope you'll seriously consider and really look at not only the success of the Costa Mesa shelter that's currently operating. Since May, they've housed 18 people already, which with the lack of housing in our state, that's almost miraculous, really, if you think about it. There's just not that much housing out there. So the focus of this shelter is on housing and getting people into housing. Tremendous model. I hope you'll really look closely at it and consider collaborating and creating collective impact that can really impact our communities. Thank you.
Well, it was Trellis. Did you say Trellis?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
At a mayor or city council, I feel like I was just here a couple of weeks ago. I think I was during the invocation, but I have the unique position of being the pastor of the Lighthouse in Costa Mesa Church of the Nazarene, where the temporary bridge shelter is located. And
Could you say your name again, please, for the record?
Phil Iskins. And what I can add to this, Ian has presented it very well, is that we've kind of got a head start in all of this years ago, because there were several faith-based entities in Costa Mesa that were directly dealing with the homeless situation. The city came along, and rather than pushing back, they wanted to partner with the faith-based community. And so we've developed a shelter there. Then I would have to say that Mercy House, if there was something I could say, they're running a very strong program. It's almost autopilot at my church. The security is great. The monitoring is great. It's allowed all the resources that the city has, social workers, to be in one place. And I would have to say that collaborating between two cities could be both economically sound and resource sound, because you're going to be able to share resources, share social workers, share best practices, all this stuff. And I think it would be a great model for the state of California and for Orange County. And it's the foundation is there. And I just want to encourage this Newport City Council to at least consider that. I think you'd be surprised at just how well it might work out. So I pastor that church, and I have to say thumbs up to what's going on there. And I appreciate the city coming to me and asking me if I would like to be that temporary shelter until the permanent one. And I've got no complaints. I'm a happy man about it. So God bless you guys. I just wanted to have that input.
Can I ask one quick question, Pastor? If we ended up collaborating with the city, the church is fine with adding some beds for Newport Beach to come in on the temporary side?
I would have to say that that's something you'd have to discuss with the city. I'm just the shelter, but I would imagine best practices. There could be all kinds of collaboration be developed. I don't think I'm in a place to make that decision. I'm just the pastor of the church.
Yeah, I'm sure we need to talk to you though.
You could absolutely talk to me, and
okay.
I appreciate it.
I look forward to your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor Dixon and members of the City Council. My name is Patrick DeVusser, and I currently live in Costa Mesa. I've lived in Newport Beach and Costa Mesa for the last 30 years. I'm an educator in the Newport Mesa Unified School District, and I've spent the last 6 years serving the homeless. I don't run anything, I just serve. Over the last 6 years, I've personally been involved with the homeless of these two communities, serving them breakfasts, dinners, while walking the streets, talking and listening to them. Many of these people just want a simple lifestyle. Some chose to be without homes, and some have fallen on hard times. I understand that your group is studying temporary housing plans that can work for those without homes in our city. I have observed that those without homes frequently travel between our neighboring cities as their needs are best served. That puts Costa Mesa and Newport Beach homeless often in the same food lines, the same clothes outlets, and the same sleeping areas. As stated before, in the last 5 years, Costa Mesa has made significant progress in addressing the homeless situation. The creation of the Costa Mesa Bridge Shelter Facility has proven extremely effective in helping people off the streets and into sustainable housing situations. I urge you to strongly consider combining the strengths of Newport Beach and Costa Mesa in addressing our homeless neighbors through proven methods and currently functioning teams that are focused on issues surrounding homelessness. The proximity of these two cities should work to our advantage in combining resources and developing dynamic solutions for the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker agenda or non-agenda items? Please come forward.
Hobble slow.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I said I hobble slow.
Oh, it's okay.
I just, after all these people have spoken,
Your name, sir?
My name is Sean Davidson, and I have the privilege of leading a group of the Crossing Church, Lots Life on the Streets, and we've been serving the homeless for a number of years. And the partnership with the Costa Mesa Bridge Shelter with Costa Mesa has been amazing. And I would encourage you to consider that partnering with them would be a collaboration that would be both economically feasible, but also letting you jump right into a process that is being effective. All the time, we see folks from Newport Beach and from Costa Mesa going back and forth. We see 80 to 120 folks a day on Saturdays. And I love the idea that Newport Beach is getting involved, and I would encourage you to partner with Costa Mesa in any way that you can. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor Dixon, City Council. My name's Isabel, and I am also with Trellis, and I just wanted to come and echo the remarks of my colleagues that our collaborative system we have in Costa Mesa works really, really well, and it just makes sense to me that to expand the collaboration beyond our city borders, because like so many have said, our homeless friends are transient between Costa Mesa and Newport Beach and other cities as well, but because Newport Beach and the site that you're considering is so close to Costa Mesa, it makes a lot of sense for us to partner together to solve this issue, because it's an issue that we're facing not just city by city, but regionally. And so I just want to express my support for my colleagues and to encourage you to consider collaborating with the city of Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Well, thank you for coming. Next speaker, please.
My name is John Began. I'm with the city of Costa Mesa, and also I wear another hat with Trellis. I head up the homeless initiative for Trellis, and pretty much going to repeat what they've said. Work collaboratively together. Don't want to recreate the wheel. I work both on the streets for the city of Costa Mesa, an outreach worker. I was a pastor for 6 years in Costa Mesa. We fed the homeless every Tuesday night, between 120, 130 every night. I also housed about 15 homeless at our church at one point. So I kind of know both sides from the city perspective and also from an outreach nonprofit perspective and working with the homeless. And it's been a great success working with the city and collaborative work. I don't believe in recreating the wheel. I believe on looking at things that are successful. Let's take out the bad and bring in all the good and just work together. So we're more than willing to help and to be of service in any way that we can. And God bless.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Any other speakers? All right, seeing none. Mr. Harp, closed session item.
The City Council will adjourn to closed session to meet with real property negotiators Grace Leong, Simone Jurgis, and Lauren Whitlinger to provide direction to them as to price and terms of payment in regards to property located at 3175 Airway Avenue in Costa Mesa, which is owned by the City of Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Thank you. We will return at 7 p.m. We are recessed until then. Thank you. Good evening. Good evening. I'm calling the meeting to order for the September 24th regular session, Newport Beach City Council. Do we have a report on the closed session? Mr. City Attorney.
Yes, Mayor Dixon, we have a brief report. The City of Newport Beach and the City of Costa Mesa have been in negotiations for the City of Newport Beach to partner with Costa Mesa at the homeless shelter on 3175 Airway Avenue in Costa Mesa. The City of Newport Beach is interested in this opportunity. However, the parties remain significantly apart.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Roll call, just so duly noted that Councilmember Duffield has an excused absence.
All right. We will have the invocation by the Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill and a Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember Brenner. Please rise.
Lord, thank you for the many blessings that our local community has. I pray for those in office who govern this community, county, state, and country, that they make wise and godly decisions that are in the best interests of our community. We ask that you watch over those, especially in our law enforcement. Please protect them and watch over those that they protect. And these things we ask in thy name. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk.
The city provides a yellow sign-in card to assist in the preparation of the minutes. The completion of the card is not required in order to address the city council. If the optional sign-in card has been completed, it should be placed in the box provided at the podium. The City Council of Newport Beach welcomes and encourages community participation. Public comments are generally limited to 3 minutes per person to allow everyone to speak. Written comments are encouraged as well. The City Council has a discretion to extend or shorten the time limit on agenda or non-agenda items. As a courtesy, please turn cell phones off or set them in the silent mode.
All right, now is the time for City Council announcements. New items council members like to be introduced on a future agenda, and any oral reports from City Council on their committee activities. Mr. Avery.
I have none.
Mr. Muldoon. Ms. Brenner.
Is this our activities?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I attended my first ever Coastal Commission meeting just in time to hear Jim Campbell from our Community Development Department receive accolades from the Commission on the Big Canyon Restoration Project, and that's in conjunction with the Back Bay Conservancy. I also attended a meeting with Ocean Quest, who would like to do a parking structure near the Fun Zone, talking about proposed funding on that project. Jeff and I attended that. Diane and I attended 2 meetings with the Local Business Advancement Working Group and participated in a phone conference with the executive director of one of the Pasadena bids, which was formed under the new 1994 law. Jeff and I attended the stakeholder meeting organized by Community Development on short-term lodging and vacation rentals, and we both plan an outreach meeting in our respective districts to gather further community input. Without further regulation, there's the potential for about 10,000 more vacation rentals in just the multifamily zones in Newport Beach. So we'll be publicizing those dates when we have them, and hopefully we'll get a lot of participation from the community. Because I'm no longer recused, I'd like to ask at a future closed session that I be updated on the Newport Aquatic Center matter and the new information that we have received about that. My Homeless Task Force Subcommittee met twice in the past 2 weeks, once to review the proposed website additions and once to review information with committee assignments with Chair O'Neill. I met with Laura Detweiler to discuss the reformation of our City of Newport Beach Giving and Memorial Program. Because we have an abundance of bench and tree offers, I suggested that we develop a list of opportunities for people who would like to give donations in memoriam or just gifts to the City of Newport Beach for projects which we actually could use assistance with. So she's talking about coming up with a potential program for that. I'm continuing my steep learning curve. I went with Mark Vukoyevich to the Orange County Water District plant in Fountain Valley. I actually drank the water, which seems to be a rite of passage that you do when you're on the council. So I've done that. On Sunday, Kevin and I had the pleasure of representing Diane at the Corona del Mar Congregational Church 75th anniversary. I was pleased that Kevin was there because I forgot my glasses and he had to read the little tiny print on the accolades that we get left for them. But I was really pleased to be there because I was a brownie leader at that church when my girls were little, and I've worked the polls there. I was married there, both my daughters were married there, and both my parents have had their memorial services there. So it was a really special time for me to get to participate in that. And then today I visited the Costa Mesa homeless shelter, their temporary homeless shelter over near the senior center in Costa Mesa, and was just so impressed by everything that I saw there. I can't believe the number of volunteers there are from our community who work with the various organizations in Costa Mesa on this homeless issue. Sometimes you start to think that we're really hard-hearted and callous in Newport Beach until you find the people who really are out there working and doing the really significant work with these people. So that was really inspirational today.
Very good. Mr. Herdman.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. Joy already mentioned a couple of things that she and I were both involved in. The John Wayne Airport Committee work continues. We had an aviation committee meeting last night, a 2-hour aviation committee meeting that was very productive. We've reorganized the committee. We've appointed subcommittees that have specific jobs and charges, if you will. So that is moving along nicely. Attended the monthly Corona del Mar Residents Association meeting and the monthly Chamber Government Affairs meeting, where I make a report on council activities. Leilani, you have that slide for me? I am I sit on the trustee, I'm one of the trustees on the board of Vector Control here in Orange County. Each city is represented. And at every meeting, I mention this program that is currently taking place. We have 9 cases of typhus transmitted by fleas in Orange County. Presently, we have 6 cases of dengue, I believe it's pronounced, fever. What is it? Dengue, all right, that's the French pronunciation, right? Okay. And 2 cases of West Nile virus. Trapping, spraying efforts by Vector Control is continually being evaluated and practiced. Last year in the city of Newport Beach, we experienced a series of dead birds being found, especially on Balboa Island. And this was being blamed on water quality, or at least it was attempted to being blamed on water quality. Serving as a trustee on Vector Control, I have learned that these dead birds were more than likely as a result of the West Nile virus. They contact the virus and they carry the virus. Usually also it is found in very dense areas, and you and I both know that Balboa Island is a very dense area. This poster was recently produced by Vector Control, and I just thought I'd put it up this evening to encourage you to constantly look for standing water around your residence, around your businesses, and make sure you tip and toss. All right, thank you. I want to thank the Chamber of Commerce for just another outstanding fire and lifeguard annual appreciation awards dinner that we all enjoyed and participated in last week. Will and Joy and I also attended a meeting that was hosted by Assemblywoman Connie Petrie Norris last Friday. Yes. Where it was, there were other electeds there, city council people, and it was just great to network and to hear what was going on in other cities and what their issues were, what their priorities were, and to find commonalities as well. I am having a town hall meeting on Balboa Island having to do with short-term lodging, short-term rentals. I have set a date for October the 14th at 6 p.m., and it's going to be held at the Beek Center. So help me advertise that if you're a Balboa Island resident and you're interested in that topic. I don't have a future agenda item, but I do have something I would like to bring to the attention of Joy and Will. There are a couple of people in the audience this evening who I have recently met with and have come up with some very creative ideas having to do with voluntary, temporary homeless shelter programs that I'd like to, at some point, I'd like to share with the Homeless Task Force. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
So I'll start by thanking the good folks at the Lincoln Elementary School who annually host a blood drive on September 11th, and that's become a tradition for me, and I do appreciate them. Newport Mesa Pro Literacy had their annual event, their graduation ceremony, and it's such a great organization. So it was really nice to spend time with our mayor and Jeff and Joy on that as well. We had a meeting of our homeless task force. We had did you mention CDMRA?
Jeff did.
Jeff did, thanks. And then we had the Fire and Lifeguards dinner, as also mentioned. I'll be attending some subcommittee meetings for the TCA as the Newport Beach representative on the board there. And then Sunday, are you doing anything for Sandcastle?
I think I am.
Okay, great. Then I'll defer to
Oh,
you.
no, am I saying it? No, you go ahead.
Oh, okay. With this, the Newport Beach Chamber has the Sandcastle contest on Sunday. If you haven't had a chance to go, you definitely should. It's truly fantastic. And then we have our concert on Sunday at Marina Park. Newport Mesa Unified School District State of the Schools is on October 2nd, and that'll be a great time too. Thanks.
Okay, since a lot of people have said, and my colleagues have said many of the same things, just a real quick rundown. We had the California Coastal Commission meeting right here in this room on September 11th. I gave a presentation, a welcoming presentation. We always want to welcome the Coastal Commission because we welcome our visitors to our beaches, 11 million visitors, which I talked about, and we are grateful for them. I also attended on the same day, the American Legion celebrated the 9/11 event and was happy to address the group of veterans gathered. Literacy Day, we went to that great luncheon. Our community volunteers are fantastic in serving our community in pro-literacy, and a shout out to Cheryl Weiss and her group at the library. Fire and Lifeguard dinner, as always, it's great to have a dinner to appreciate our public safety officers. Met with ACCOC, where I am an officer with the other Orange County electeds. We met with the CalPERS CEO, Marcy Frost, with two of our staff members, City Manager Grace Leong and Dan M., our Finance Director, to talk about the CalPERS, an unfunded pension liability, and the investment strategy of CalPERS. And there's a lot of controversy about disinvestment on fossil fuels and other politically correct disinvestments, and so that is not a sound investment strategy in our opinion, and so it's good to know that staff at CalPERS is trying to correct that. The highlight of my week was yesterday on Council Member Avery's birthday was the dedication or the groundbreaking of the OCC Professional Mariners Training Center. As you drive down Coast Highway, you'll see the construction project that probably slows traffic a little bit, but when you realize what is going on there, there'll be an overhead bridge from the OCC Sailing Center, the David Grant Center on the water side, across over on the land side. And I think what Brad, this is a program that he does in his day job, was talking about, that you worked with probably a half dozen agencies, and it took about 10 plus years to secure the approvals, 15 years. And so construction is now underway. When will it be finished? 21. Okay. All right. Well, it's a fine addition to our city and our sailing program. It's fantastic. I've had meetings with the Library Lecture Hall Committee. That's progressing well, and shortly there'll be, in the next 2 months, there'll probably be a presentation to council on that. Sandcastle contest. And I think I got just about everything. Oh, this is the big news. 3rd annual Halloween Spooktacular, Sunday, October 26th. I think there might be a slide that's coming, 4 to 7 p.m. My council colleagues can wear their favorite costume at the Grant Howell Park, and trick or treat, haunted maze, games, bounce houses, food trucks, costume prizes. Bring your kids, all ages, dress up in your favorite costume, and it's a fun evening. So Our Recreation and Senior Services Department is encouraging everyone to come one, come all. And then finally, I do have some announcements from our library. There's Art in the Park this Saturday here at the Civic Green, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. The Newport Beach Arts Foundation hosts the 16th annual Art in the Park on Saturday. Fine Arts and Artisan Fair features more than 100 artists selling their paintings and ceramics and sculpture and jewelry, etc. It is held here, and art lovers are invited to browse the art, shop for gifts, and get your seasonal presents, and stroll through our sculpture garden. On September 29th, as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, concert at Marina Park. It's the Neil Diamond Tribute, so that should be fun. And I think that's it. And I have one item for a future agenda item I'd like to propose to come back for council consideration. This is a new item, but it's been long talked about, a swimming pool for therapeutic and rehabilitative purposes. And a preliminary site idea has been proposed at Lower Castaways Park. So it's only concept. I'd like to bring it back as an agenda item, and I will ask my colleagues if they agree to bring that back. Do we do that now? No, next meeting. Okay, so that'll come back next meeting. All right, do we have any public comments on any of these announcements or any of the oral reports provided tonight? Please come forward. The public comments are just on these announcements. We will have public comments on non-agenda items further on in the meeting. Okay, Madam Clerk.
This is the time in which council members may pull items from the consent calendar for discussion. Those are items.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Evelyn, Ms. Hart, former mayor.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I'm here this evening on your announcements that you were talking about on the therapy pool. I'm really, all of our friends are there at Friends of Oasis, a little boy in a wheelchair, your Uncle Joe who has a hip replacement, that sort of thing. It's really needed in our community, and I look forward with my other colleagues on my side to be helpful and have some good dialogue going if that moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other public comments on announcement items? Seeing none, I'm sorry, back to Madam Clerk.
No problem. This is the time in which council members may pull items from the consent calendar for discussion. Those are items 1 through 17. Public comments are also invited on consent calendar items. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record. If any item is removed from the consent calendar by a council member, members of the public are invited to speak on each item for up to 3 minutes per item. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered to be routine will all be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. Council members have received detailed staff reports on each of the items recommending an action. There will be no separate discussion of these items prior to the time the City Council votes on the motion unless members of the City Council request specific items be discussed and are removed from the consent calendar for separate action.
Thank you. Council, any items to pull from the consent calendar? Mr. Avery.
I have none.
Mr. Muldoon.
I have none.
Ms. Brenner.
I don't want to pull anything. I would just like to thank Jim Mosier for the effort that he goes through every single meeting on our minutes to help us come up with ones that are really totally accurate. He does a great job. Thank you, Jim.
Mr. Herdman.
I have none.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I have none.
And I have none, so.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Muldoon.
I was advised I don't have a conflict, but I still just want to lodge one just to be safe. On number 16, there's arguably a property and casualty component. A company that I own equity in was looking at doing property and casualty, and maybe they changed their mind down the road. So just to be safe, I'm going to recuse myself on item 16.
Okay. So I'll move approval of the consent calendar with the amendments that to the minutes in number 1, and then there was a modification to number 10 that was in our packet and up front, and a recusal from Councilmember Muldoon on 16.
I'll second the motion.
Do we have any comments up here? Why don't we take it out to the public to comment on the entire consent calendar, please? Any comments? This is the consent calendar.
Mayor Dixon and members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. As you know, I'm often very critical of the staff reports. So tonight I wanted to commend the Community Development Department on 2 of your consent items. One is agenda item number 4, which is a request for a grant from the state of California. What's unusual about this is the writer of the report actually included the application that they're going to submit so that you could see exactly what's being presented under your name. I think that's a good thing to do. And similarly, the other one is agenda item 13, which is asking your choice of a consultant to prepare an environmental impact report for the so-called Newport Village mixed-use project on Mariners Mile. What's unusual about this, rather than just telling you who to pick, they're actually showing you here a chart of their ranking of 3 possibilities and the pricing for those 3. It's never been the case before. I think that's a good new practice for you to see the alternative choices that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on the consent calendar? Seeing none, we'll bring it back and we will vote.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the ordinance title for item 3, ordinance number 2019-15, an ordinance of the City Council of City of Newport Beach, amending portions of Chapter 6.04 and other related provisions of the Newport Beach Municipal Code and adding Chapter 6.06 to Title 6 of the Newport Beach Municipal Code to incorporate state mandates on the diversion of municipal solid waste. The motion carries unanimously, 6-0.
All right, now we will have public comments on non-agenda items. So now this is the time for those who would like to speak on any item that is not on the agenda this evening. And please state your name.
Hello, I'm Brendan Jennings. I'm currently a sophomore at Corona Del Mar, and I'm here to shed light on the Sister Cities International program that our city has. During the summer of 2018, Sister Cities sent me to Okazaki, Japan, where I represented Newport Beach. And there I got totally immersed in the culture. I got to go to school, and I had a buddy. The fall after that, my buddy came here and stayed in Newport, and I got to show him around Newport, bring him to school, introduce him to my friends. And then this past summer, I was sent by the city and Sister Cities International to the Youth Leadership Summit at Rice University in Houston. And there I was with a bunch of other kids from all over the world and all over the U.S., kids from Pakistan, Japan, and Ecuador, and we worked on different problems to solve like different things. We solved like a water filtration device out of regular day items, and I was just here to hope that you guys continue to support your support of the Sister Cities program, and I think it could really be beneficial to kids after me, and I had such a great experience with all these things, and they have totally helped me. Thank you.
Well, congratulations. Well done. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Teresa Hernandez. I'm a 22-year resident of Orange County and Newport Beach. First, I'd like to thank the City Council for their part in cleaning out the campment area at OCTA. I, and I'm sure many other residents, really appreciate your effort in getting that done. I realize the next step is to get our temporary shelter open, and you've identified an excellent location on Superior Avenue in Newport Beach that's the city yard. It's completely fenced in and more than enough room for 40 beds and porta potties.
Just briefly, that's an agenda item. Those are comments on non-agenda items. So you can speak to that when it comes up on the agenda.
So I can't talk on the homeless right now?
No, we're going to do that. That's an item on the agenda, item number 8. What is it? 18. That's next.
Coming right up.
It'll come.
So confused.
You can continue.
Okay, I'll go to this one. Is this one okay? So this morning at the Orange County Board of Supervisors meeting, the only way I can describe it is, you know how the movie
Could you please say your name, please?
Resident 47.
Okay.
So instead of Sleepless in Seattle, I think we are just clueless in Orange County. That's how I feel about the Orange County Board of Supervisors. Airport aside, they absolutely care nothing about what is going on with the residents of Costa Mesa, Newport Beach.
Is this a homeless comment?
Pardon me?
Is this homeless?
No.
Oh, okay.
You know, okay, give me back my time, Mayor Dixon.
You have it.
I want extra time. You've interrupted me twice. Thank you very much. Okay, so Connie Petrie Norris, along with a lot of other great things she's done, she passed, I think it's AB 919, which is about, I don't know if you're familiar with Jared's Law, all the kids dying in the sober living houses, the ones that don't get thrown out on the street, that don't even make it to being thrown out on the street. Because none of these deaths were being reported, please look it up if you're not paying attention to this. Obviously, our supervisors knew nothing. This guy Wagner says, oh, until about a year and a half ago, I didn't realize we had a homeless or a sober living problem in Orange County. It's in the Orange County Register about a year ago, and then now he's coming out with this ordinance. Well, guess what this ordinance does? Exactly what Jim Rickheimer's idiotic ordinance did when he started out in Costa Mesa, only protecting R1 neighborhoods. How does that help a city like Costa Mesa, a city like Newport Beach? Our neighborhoods are intertwined. One block might be R2, one block might be R1. This does not protect our coastal cities. Please send a letter to the Orange County Supervisor's Office and say that you want the R1 and the R2 neighborhoods protected. Our Mayor, Katrina Foley, was there fighting for us once again today, and she's asking for this. And I personally am going to I've asked for it before from you guys. Our city fought hard, we won, we put out the money. Why? When I first wrote a petition for Costa Mesa in 2013, the first sentence of our petition, 1,000 people signed it, was, we, the residents of Costa Mesa, demand that the city of Costa Mesa sign an amicus brief for the city of Newport Beach and support them financially. Why haven't you come on board with us? Why haven't you helped us? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Reza Farsai, and I'm one of the homeowners of Belcourt Park community. And I've come over here several times in the past year to discuss my difficulty with the community. I had a little problem with the understanding of the terminology of real estate law and stuff, and I was going into possible litigation with them. So I'm here to tell you that I'm a yogi, and in my lifetime I'll probably be known as the Yogi Raj, the king of yogis. I'm a descendant of kings and prophets, and the agenda for me here is to discuss how you can live a life without conflict. So what I did was I discovered in February about the Ford environmental issue, how there was a contamination stuff going on, and somehow it didn't hit our 54 condos in our half-mile circle. Some of the homes in our community got hit, and they got the contamination issue going on, and the master, and also in the other Belcourt Terrace, but nothing out of the 54. Out of the 50, we went 54 for 54. So when I realized this fact, I pulled back, and I see that, hey, my neighbors and I have pretty good luck. So maybe God's watching out for us. So they're not my enemy. I don't need to go in conflict with them. And as a young child, my grandfather told me in life you can't solve problems with money, because that's just not the way the life works. But when you do have a chance to solve a problem with money, sprinkle some money on it and make the problem go away. So with that said, I had a meeting with the association master, and I also got an association meeting with the association Belcourt Park, since I have two associations I'm a member of. And I came to an agreement with them, and we solved our differences. And I just recently paid off all my debts to them, and we're no longer in conflict, so the case is going to be dismissed. And as of today, I dismissed my cases with British Petroleum, Her Majesty's #1 liquid asset. She's the largest shareholder. And after 7 years of being in that litigation and representing 800 stores, I realized I'm suing my own family and my grandfather's work, since he was part of the dynasty that started that thing. First offices is in Tehran, Iran. So I'm just here to talk to you about how to live a life without conflict. And the way you do that is you try to be neutral. Meaning you don't say this is a bad person, this is a good person, or this is a smart person and this is a dumb person, and you just observe what it is. What that means is you're just being, you're accepting things as they are, and you don't make, you don't waver right or left. You just stay still and go on your business. Things are going to happen to you in your life, but you don't need to be in conflict. At the end of the day, the attorneys make the most money out of that deal, and you waste a lot of your time, and your time is the most valuable asset you have in your life, your health and your time. So that's it. Thank you very much, and I'm no longer in conflict with my Belcourt Park neighbors, so I might be the youngest person in there. I love all my neighbors, and, God bless America, and fight on, Trojans. I want you guys to go up there to Washington and make sure we take care of those Huskies and give it a good shot. I don't know who's going to start at quarterback, but good luck to that quarterback, and fight on. Peace out.
Thank you. I'm glad it all worked out. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm Donna Warwick, and I'm one of the two plaintiffs in the case against the NAC. I'm here again to ask you for your help in stopping the myriad of crimes and wrongdoing going on at the NAC. I've provided you with enough hard evidence of personal spending, third-party businesses, the hijack of the club from the members, all at the expense of the kids and the community. I've offered to sit down with any of you and show you the ugly detail of what has gone on with the public's money. One of you has reached out to hear the specifics. One of you has been in business with Billy Whitford and know exactly what is going on down at the club, which makes it all the more disappointing that this council has not acted. To the rest, I would encourage you to dig into the substantial evidence I've already provided or sit down with Bruce Ibbotson and me to see for yourself. I know you will be as disgusted as all of us who have seen the misuse of the public's money and the beautiful site where the NAC resides. We have sat quietly for the last 6 months because you've asked us to. Meanwhile, in these 6 months, the NAC continues to hurt the kids and members. They have raised the junior rowers' dues, and they have put in a clause that denies junior rowers or their parents the benefits of membership and states that junior rowing dues can be used at their discretion anywhere within the NAC. This in the past has meant that the money will be used for subsidizing third-party businesses or other programs that spend more than they can collect. It is the kids that are being hurt in many ways, such as lack of college opportunities due to subpar coaching, misuse of their money, and inappropriate conditions for the girls' team, and also allowing a pay-for-play favoritism scheme. I will never stop fighting for the kids and the members. That it is my ethical and civic responsibility. You know the bad guys are stalling, using the legal system to prevent discovery, knowing that the parent population changes, and they're hoping we will grow fatigued. I can assure you we will never stop until the wrongs are corrected. We are not going away. You, the council, could easily stop what is going on at the NAC by enforcing your own policies. The NAC needs to be turned back into a public democratic entity. Please enforce F7 now. Anything less sends a message that only certain sites are required to follow this policy while others are not. We have elected you to be leaders of this community to help provide a healthy democratic environment to our youth and community. As you know, being leaders means you have to sometimes make hard decisions to do what is right, sometimes even at political expense or even under the threat of being sued. Please help us return NAC back to the community and out of the hands of the cronies who have used the site to their own advantage. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers, please? No clapping on non-agenda items. Please come forward. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lauren Iwanek, and last year I was an NAC junior rower. I made a sexual harassment complaint against the women's head coach, Garrett Picard. Ironically, my complaint was found to be credible by Billy Whitford, as he told my mom and my dad and I that he would conduct an investigation and make sure that Garrett attended special sexual harassment training, and Billy personally guaranteed me he would make sure I felt safe at the NAC. However, I did not. He chose to quote-unquote counsel Garrett Picard, and he remains in his position today despite that incident. After this, I chose to leave the program last year, which I did reluctantly as I love my friends and my teammates at the NAC. My family and I were too concerned about the retaliation that the NAC is now well known for, and my safety was paramount to my parents. This summer, I attended the Olympic Development Program in Sarasota, Florida. I was determined to return to the NAC as it was my thought the team was larger, and it was where my family has an NAC family membership, boat storage, and as well as my brother's legacy. I decided to write Garrett Picard and let him know I was excited to return. I didn't hear from him for almost a month. He wrote me the night before school started. His response was that I was not allowed to return because he and the NEC felt that after I left last year, there was a noticeable morale and coherence boost due to me leaving. This shattered me. I was about to start school and my future was being determined by a coach that has treated girls inappropriately and for all I know didn't attend sexual harassment training. Clearly this was retaliation for the credible complaint I made against him last year. I immediately formed a response, my parents read it, and my father immediately penned his own response to the board and Belly. While I was still trying to deal with the horrible message from Picard, we then received a response from a so-called new board member, Mr. Blank, who backed up Garrett's decision and also was so insensitive in his words. The pain and anguish this caused me is hard to describe and is especially hard to understand when I know the crimes and evil deeds these people have allowed so often at the NAC. How could a grown man send such a message to a young woman? My message to you is simple. This public facility is in the hands of truly cold-hearted people who will never change, and the longer you let this go on, the more the program and the facility will decline. You need to put honest, dependable people in charge of the NAC. Standing behind me are many other former teammates that are too frightened to come forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, no clapping, please. No clapping, please. Yes, next speaker, please.
Good evening, Sandra Ayers. I wanted to address the fact that we are all aware of the active participation of past city council members in development efforts that being proposed before the city these days. And I want to say that I really don't believe that this creates a sense of equality, fairness, and transparency with the community. I would like to put forward, and I know it's been proposed in other cities, that the council consider the idea of restricting retired city council members from future lobbying work in the city.
Please, order, please.
I would suggest that those council members who have campaigned on government transparency and those who are beginning their next election campaigns, that they would be well served to make this an issue as a part of their planning discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please, no, please. If you want to clap, please don't clap. Just wave your hands. And express yourself that way. Next speaker, public comments, non-agenda items, seeing none. Okay, now we'll get to our public hearing on the proposed temporary emergency shelter for homeless individuals located in the City Corporation Yard, which is located at 592 Superior Avenue. So staff is going to begin with a staff report, and then we'll just tell you the process, and then we'll have comments from the dais, and then we'll go out to public comments at that time. Could I see a show of hands? How many people plan to speak? Raise your hand. So we'll probably, given the number, we'll limit our public speaking comments, our public comments, which we welcome, to 2 minutes. So you can begin to start adjusting your comments. So let's begin. Grace Leong, City Manager, you have a report to make.
Yes, hopefully a brief one here. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Certainly addressing homelessness has become a top priority for the City Council and the community, as the growing homeless issue is a significant concern here as well as it is across the county and the state. As part of the council actions, we are taking several strategies to address this issue, and one has been to obtain shelter beds. And in doing this, we are looking at a multi-pronged approach. Council at its special meeting on September 4th gave direction to look at several paths here, and they include negotiating with a private property owner, one at 4200 campus, for a site there for a temporary shelter. Look at continuing discussions with neighboring cities for joint partnerships, and also to look at the city's own city property, and specifically our city's corporation yard at 592 Superior. So tonight, as we continue, we are on full court press on all three of these strategies. And what we have for you tonight is to talk about the actions and steps we need to continue to look at the costs and evaluate the option for having potentially having a shelter at our corporation yard. So with that, we'd like to begin with, I'm going to turn it over to Mark Vukovic, our Utilities Director, to talk about the site itself and conceptually what the area that we're talking about looks like.
Okay, thank you. So the site that we're focusing in on as an alternative is a portion of the city's corporation yard, the Public Works Department, Municipal Operations Division. And we're going to I have a series of slides I've been asked to help out with this and show you this. And so if you focus on the upper left-hand corner, we're going to zoom in, and you can see there's two entrances there to that part of the yard. And we have our city warehouse, we have a parking lot, and then we have our garage there, which is primarily for concrete and asphalt equipment, storage, and personnel. Another view of it too, just giving you a better idea of, again, when you first enter the parking lot, you have the fueling stations that are just above that to the north. And below is the city purchasing warehouse. and then also our garage, which is a kind of an open canopy type garage where we have all of our concrete, asphalt operations. So proposed repurposing of that area and those facilities is to basically repurpose the garage right there as a homeless shelter, and also the warehouse in some sort of combination, as well as the parking that's immediately adjacent to Superior Avenue, and including some new gates and access control and things like that. This is a view of that garage that we're speaking about. Again, you can kind of see it's set up for an operational use. It has some offices in the back there, but it's primarily for the concrete and asphalt crews. And it could be repurposed with enclosures or modular trailers, but the existing walls and the roof and everything would remain, making it nearly invisible from anywhere around. This is the city warehouse as well too. It's used for purchasing and warehousing functions, and so some sort of combination or some sort of use of this facility with a repurposed interior with all the existing exterior walls and roof to remain. Again, making it very similar in that very little effort there. And then there's the parking lot that's immediately as you enter into the site. So it's just kind of a general overview of what we're looking at. Sure. And so just to kind of elaborate on that too, we're pursuing 3 options. One option is to use modular trailers at this location right here, the canopy, where you basically you park in trailer units. Another option is to actually enclose the wall here and have it basically turn this garage, this open garage, into a building, and then furnish it with the facilities inside that we need for a shelter. And then the third option is, what can we do with the warehouse as either ancillary or standalone facility for the shelter use.
Okay, so equally important as developing the facility and having it set up on the infrastructure side would also then to actually operate the shelter and selecting an operator to manage and run the temporary shelter. We have begun to take a look at different options, and in taking a look at across the county, there are a lot of different models that are utilized, and what we have seen is that there's a wide variety in the services provided and also the type of costs that are associated with operating a shelter. And certainly as we continue down this path and looking at what the full cost is, that would be one of the next steps, is to reach out and select an operator, work with different providers out there to see who's interested, and then to select one and move forward on negotiations with that. But it really, a lot of care and thought needs to be taken into the type of operator we'd consider, the type of services we would need to provide. So I just want to focus on 3 types of models that we have seen in our neighboring cities here, and talk a little bit about the variety of services and the costs associated with them. And in particular, it's Costa Mesa, Tustin, and Laguna Beach, and their operations here. So Costa Mesa utilizes a housing first model, where it's their highest priorities to move people who come into their shelter into permanent supportive housing. And I would say they have a housing first model that they also call their hybrid model, because they also have a set of staff that are city staff that provide case management and other outreach services. And it's a very robust case management model that they utilize here. And they have currently a temporary shelter site at the Lighthouse Church, and they'll moving into a permanent shelter they're planning for next spring there.
Excuse me, can I just, Mr. Muldoon wants to ask a question.
Oh, sure.
Oh, sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, it's okay.
Would you mind, when you give each model, giving the rough dollar amount for the cost of each correlating?
Okay, sure. Yeah, absolutely. So with this, the Housing First model, and specifically with Costa Mesa, they are spending currently on their temporary facility $2.7 million annually for their operating costs, and that includes their costs that they have of city staffing, as well as their Mercy House operator costs are all included in that number, and to operate the facility. I'll note that they They have an enrollment system. It's reservation only, no walk-ups. Their city staff is about 7.5 full-time equivalents. Their contract staff is about 17 full-time equivalents there. They do operate 24/7, 365 days a year. I'll also note that they have an extensive security program where they provide security both inside the facility and outside the facility up to a half-mile radius around that shelter. So that's pretty extensive security level that they're providing, and that's in those costs.
And what is their cost per bed?
So the cost per bed, they have 50 beds, so that comes out to be $54,261 per bed annually for their model there. And it's a robust case management system that they have there and they really are focused on moving into permanent supportive housing for the individuals who come into that shelter. The next model we looked at, kind of referring to it as a first step model. This is a model utilized by the city of Tustin. And this is really working, and the focus is having people come into the shelter and then moving them on as quickly as possible into the next pathways to help them ensure their success moving forward. So that's whether it's permanent supportive housing or other types of care into county facilities, detox programs, transitional housing, reconnections with family out of state. So it's a little bit of a wider spread look at providing a pathway forward for their homeless individuals in a process that works as quickly as possible there. So this model with Tustin, they utilize Temporary Shelter, Inc., which is a non-religious affiliate of OC Rescue Mission, which is also in Tustin. And so their cost for the operations piece is around $900,000 annually. But I'll caveat that with, because OC Rescue Mission is also in Tustin and has a commercial kitchen facility, so they're able to leverage a lot of the resources and supplies and use from the OC Rescue Mission. So that cost is somewhat subsidized with in-kind contributions from that nonprofit, not nonprofit, but the operator, the temporary shelter operator. I've been told by the staff there that you would probably need to add, another $400,000 to $500,000. So at the $900,000, we're talking that's about $16,000 annually per bed. They have about 57 beds right now. If you add the additional in-kind contribution piece, we're probably talking more into the $25,000 to $30,000 range annually per bed on that. And they do also, it's an enrollment program that you have to refer in, escorts in and out on that site. They do have security, 24-hour security. A lot of that they do with cameras and technology too as part of that. And they also utilize, while they have shuttle service, they also utilize a contract with Lyft to provide services, transportation services for folks who need to go out for different types of appointments and things there.
May I just ask a question? So does Tustin take people who are sleeping in a tent in their community, and then how does that person get a reservation or get an appointment to go in there? Or would that be a likely candidate to go into the Tustin facility?
That would be. They are referred to by their city staff, by police officers.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a police officer who does the referring?
Yes, right, correct. Okay, so, and then the third model to talk about briefly is the alternative sleeping location. This is utilized by the city of Laguna Beach. And really its primary purpose is to provide a location other than a public space for sleeping. So this is really like an overnight shelter stay. And until recently, I think this year, this was a walk-up shelter. So for people to walk up into. They now have converted to make it a referral system, as the other ones are. They have 45 beds at this ASL, and their costs, that includes their own staff costs as well as for the facility maintenance and things, and as well as the cost with their operator, who is a Friendship Shelter, is about $700,000. So we're talking about $15,500 annually per bed. I'll note that this is, they do now offer, since April, they've provided a daytime operating program. Because this is an overnight, it is actually open from, as you can see up here, 5 p.m. to 10 a.m. So it's actually closed after that. People are who spend the night overnight must vacate the shelter. But they have since implemented for those who are willing to have to stay at the site from 10 to 1, where there's case management and referral services provided during that day. But then, so they are closed between 1 and 5 p.m. before people are allowed back in.
Where do they go during the day?
Back out into the city. There is a shuttle service, and I think people are dropped off into the city.
Into the public
locations.
places?
Yep, to public places.
Ms. Brenner,
Yeah.
did you have a question?
Grace, who operates the Laguna Shelter and the Tustin Shelter?
So the Laguna Shelter is Friendship Shelter.
Okay.
And they also have their own shelter separate from the city, but then they run this alternative sleeping location as well for the city of Laguna Beach, who has a contract with them. And then for the city of Tustin,
Go ahead.
it's they're called Temporary Shelter Inc., and it's a non-religious affiliate for OC Rescue Mission.
Okay. And does CityNet operate in all the counties? So are they referring to some of these shelters?
I'm not positive on that, but the CityNet has contracts with many cities throughout the county, so I think that is they are utilizing referrals from them as well. But I have to check more into how that works on the referral system through CityNet with them. So those are the 3 models we've looked at. From the staff perspective, we would recommend moving forward and looking at either a housing first or a first step, so either like a Costa Mesa type or a Tustin type of model in going forward, and really focusing, we want this temporary shelter to be a place that's temporary and that people are have a place to land while they can get stabilized to support to move on to the next more permanent solution into housing or other types of services that they need. We really think it's a priority to make sure that we prioritize people with ties to Newport Beach first and foremost at this site. That it should be a referral only with escorted in and out access, so it's not a place where people are allowed to loiter or hang out or freely come in and out, and really making sure that we have security and staffing 24/7 throughout if we were to move forward on this option here. So those are kind of the thoughts as we kind of move forward to look at the operating side of this potential shelter if we move forward on this. The actions requested, there's a series of actions that are detailed in the staff report that lay out the steps that we'd suggest council take in order to continue this process along. It is detailed, each of the items that are listed here, so I wasn't going to go into detail right now, but I'm happy to take questions, or we have staff here to talk through any of these action items that are required. And so that concludes staff's report.
Mr. Avery.
So there's a huge difference between 17,000 a bed or 19,000 a bed and 54,000 a bed in these 2 models. So I assume this is, well, I know this is because there's a big difference in the services provided. Is that correct?
Well, I would say 2 things. Services provided, how the services are provided. For example, Costa Mesa utilizes city staff as well as contract staff. Tustin's model is primarily contracted out. And the other big thing on that Tustin number I would caution is that in-kind contribution that the operator is also providing.
So partnering with an organization.
Right, partnering who is providing, part of that.
Someone who's already engaged in that.
Business, right, yeah,
business
correct.
of providing those services. Thank you.
Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you. Grace, would you say a safe estimate of the cost annually per bed is about $25,000 to $30,000 if we were to do our own Newport Beach?
I think with a housing first or that first step type of model, I think to be safe, that like a $25,000 to $35,000 range, I would give us to. I think costs have been, when I talk to other cities, have been going up. That there's more demands on operators for these types of services, and also I think it will depend on the security level that we want to have. So I would put that range between $25,000 to $35,000 annually a bed to be able to deliver that model.
Regarding the security level, you can't walk up to this place and check in, correct?
We can set it up such that no walk-ins are allowed. That it would have to be referral and brought in
How does
into
the
the site.
referral in work?
Referral would be by our homeless liaison officer or another police officer, so from our PD or our CityNet, who are our outreach providers. Right.
And as I understand it, other cities, they're doing background checks to make sure there's no outstanding warrants on the individuals.
Yes, and we would certainly do that too. If there's outstanding warrants, we should actually take care of that from a police enforcement response, not through the shelter. So we would do that as well.
And so no loitering would be allowed, whether they were complete with the program or whether they were trying to enter, correct? This is a city yard, and we would enforce loitering laws along the perimeter?
Yes.
I'd like to give a little background. I've said this numerous times, I have my colleagues, but just for those in the audience about how we got here. If you're really frustrated, I believe the blame belongs to Sacramento. Prop 57 and Prop 47 were two voter-backed initiatives that I believe we were misled to support. They basically made the case for easing our sentencing laws and releasing countless criminals into our streets. They softened crime punishments that were actually good for a lot of these individuals who were addicted to substances. They did not think about us when they did this. They wanted to empty the jails and lighten their ledgers, the cost. When they did so, it created an unexpected problem that we're seeing, especially in cities like San Francisco and Los Angeles. In Newport Beach, I can tell you every one of my colleagues has been very diligent trying to solve this with the utmost speed, respect for the law because there are federal courts having jurisdiction over this matter, who have really told us this is how you must do it, this is the formula, it's not up for debate. I often wish it were up for debate. My goal, as I've said many times, just that we can enforce our laws to the best of our ability, which is in the best interest not only of the residents, but of those who don't have a home at the moment. So there's a bunch of case law that we're looking at which have requirements for the number of bed, the services provided, where they geographically have to be. They can't be somewhere far away, how they have to be run. And so we're watching all those very closely. There's a fear that's very understandable that if we build it, they will come, so to speak. But quite the opposite is what's happening. When you have these facilities, you're able to offer a hand, and if they don't wish to follow it, you're able to enforce your laws and send them to jail when normally you won't be able to do so, whether it's for trespassing or perhaps you suspect they're under the influence. They then get into a program like ours, which is geared to be temporary, which most of the cities are doing. They're doing temporary. It's not supposed to be a long-term solution, where they become part of a process that involves many professionals in mental health, substance abuse, getting life back on track. Essentially, in order for us to try to protect our residents to the best ability, we have to come up with a facility and location, most likely into their limits. We can perhaps work with a neighboring city if we can meet with them and come to an agreement. But I understand the frustration and the fear that any location we pick is in someone's backyard. It's not preferable. They'd rather be somewhere else. I've spent countless hours on this, many of my colleagues have, looking at numerous locations, visiting the sites, figuring out which is the most feasible, what's the most cost-effective, what happens if the Supreme Court or the local district courts go the opposite way, what our choices are if we still have to sustain a temporary shelter, or whether we can enforce our laws without one. And every one of these is part of our calculation. But what's the most forefront of our mind is that we do parallel paths. We move forward as quickly as possible, with as many options as possible, so we can quickly enforce our laws. God forbid something happen, and we are doing everything we can to make it so that we can continue to enforce our laws. That's essentially why we're here. Newport Beach, like all the other cities, did not volunteer to pick up where the state has fallen short for those who are in the system. And we did not volunteer to bring stress to anyone's life. Quite the contrary, we're trying to solve this problem with compassion and law and order. I know a lot of you, when you totally aligned with what we're doing going forward, but I want you to know that we all take this incredibly seriously. Council members on this dais have spent a lot of hours. The homeless committee has spent a lot of hours, and we're not done. And many of the cities in the state of California aren't even started, but we have a lot of progress. And I want to thank staff, because I have really been pressuring staff to speed this up, and they have. And it's been a little bit behind the 8 ball, but we're catching up now. And I want to thank the residents, some of whom are here today, who just want safe streets, for coming and continuing to support the numerous efforts and avenues that City of Newport Beach is trying to take. Thank you.
Well said. Mr. Herdman.
Yeah, I just want to add a little bit to that and need a little clarification on this agenda item, mainly for the community. I want to commend Mayor Pro Tem Will O'Neill, Councilwoman Joy next to me, and Brad Avery down there at the end, who comprise the task force that has kicked all of this off. Their learning curve has been tremendous, and the leadership they're providing not only to the task force but to the council itself has just been very commendable. So thank you very much. Just so the community understands, part of this staff recommendation is to approve a capital improvement program line item budget. Is that correct? Or line item within our budget?
Yes, that's to begin the
Okay.
concept and design work.
And we're being asked to approve a $300,000 expenditure for conceptual development and design of this proposed shelter.
That's correct.
And these funds would be coming from the Affordable Housing Reserve and being transferred to the temporary homeless shelter line item. Is that correct?
Yes.
So the funds already exist in our budget, in other words?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so just a couple things. Some of you attend our homeless task force meetings. For those of you who did and had asked us to file an amicus brief with the United States Supreme Court asking them to take up Martin versus Boise, we filed it today. So we're hoping the United States Supreme Court will take that up and try to clarify a lot of the ambiguities that cities have found themselves in while we're working this through. And we're talking temporary today. The Homeless Task Force, we've been working pretty hard on long-term issues, long-term solutions. No matter how this process plays out, I think we all know that we're seeing cities around us, Irvine, Santa Ana, working toward permanent supportive housing. We just had a presentation at our last meeting where they were talking about a veterans village over in Santa Ana where it costs around $27 million. The city of Santa Ana pitched in $400,000 total. And when you see funding, it's really coming for permanent supportive housing from the federal government and state government. And so that's certainly where I think a lot of cities are probably going to start moving toward, and we're seeing it around us, and it's something that we'll be needing to talk about, and we will continue to talk about at the Homeless Task Force. That doesn't solve any of the folks that are on the streets in Newport Beach today. It doesn't get them inside, and it doesn't help them out. And I think we can all agree that it does no one any good to leave someone out on the streets. I see a lot of folks out here who are involved in a lot of private charities, and to you I say thank you. Really, thank you. You're in there day in, day out. You're helping your fellow human being who is pretty far down on their luck, and I do want to say thank you to you in particular. And then one other thing, our former city manager, Dave Kiff, is the interim city manager right now over in Huntington Beach, and I don't know if any of you know that, but today they announced they're looking at putting up they're looking at 2 sites for their own temporary shelter. He and their current police chief, Rob Handy, put out an op-ed today in the Daily Pilot that I would strongly encourage you to read. It's online right now. I'm just going to read 2 quick paragraphs because they're talking about navigation centers in Huntington Beach, and they say a navigation center, however, is one of the hardest land uses to place. People understandably assume the worst, even as modern-day navigation centers have integrated seamlessly into many Orange County cities in recent years. With strong private management, controlled access, an active police presence, and a solid facility, the centers can be good neighbors. I think we've seen that in Costa Mesa. I think we've seen that in a number of cities. And Grace, I would expect we're going to see the same thing in Newport if that's what we end up doing. And I think that I'd love to have you just confirm that for us.
Yes, that's absolutely right. I mean, and I think what we can take now is the best practices we see around at other places and incorporate those here. But that's absolutely what our goal is and intention is.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Avery.
So this solution, as we go along in life, we learn that government is rarely the total solution, and that's certainly the case here. As a city, we can only do our part, but I've learned a lot from the people that are experts on our homeless task force, and one of the most powerful things I learned was I didn't quite have a grasp on what it's going to take to, quote unquote, solve this issue. But there is a solve for it, but it involves the absolute dedication of everybody in the community. And so it's the city council and all of our staff, it's all of our residents, it's also the NGOs, the Save Ourselves, Mercy House, these different organizations all coming together, churches, other houses of faith, and community members. It's going to take that combined effort to do it, and all the input. And that's why so many of you are here tonight, and that's what's so important, is that the residents pay attention to this, because it's and participate, because it's going to take that combined effort to make it work. It's really hard work, and it's expensive, and it's a game changer, and it's just a part of our reality that every city is going to have to deal with it. I will say that I think our city is better equipped to handle this than most, which is really good news as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brenner.
I just wanted to add one thing to Kevin's synopsis of what has led us to this point. It's also the breakdown of the mental health system in our country. And I think a lot of people at all levels of government from both political parties are recognizing that's something that has to be dealt with. And we're hearing a lot of information about people that are really taking that seriously and addressing that. So we're very hopeful in that regard, because we know that's one of the most serious aspects of the homeless issue. I also just wanted to thank our homeless task force members. They are people who have been working in the field of homelessness for 20 and 30 years. They are just remarkable. I was sitting in a meeting with my subcommittee the other day, and they were talking, and I was trying to absorb everything. And I said, this is why politicians shouldn't be running things. I don't know nearly as much as they do. But fortunately, we are motivated. We are seriously motivated, and we are learning as quickly as we can. I believe it's been a little bit... It's been a little bit confusing. We've been trying to get up to speed just as quickly as we could, but there was a lot to absorb. And I feel like now we're really on the home stretch, that we're able to absorb all the information that we've gathered, and we really are getting close to being able to make some decisions that will make things noticeably improve things for all of us. So, but our task force members have done this, and they're not used to being criticized the way we on the council are sometimes used to being criticized. And so it's been really, I think, difficult for them. And I just hope people recognize they're doing it just out of the goodness of their heart. They're just trying to help. And so please, when you encounter any of them, please offer them a thank you, because they've done a really good job for us.
Well, and I'll just say a couple comments, too, and then we want to go out to public comments. That I, too, commend our homeless task force and thank Mayor Pro Tem Will O'Neill for agreeing to take this on. I don't know if enthusiastically is the right word, but very capably take that on. And task force members Brenner and Avery, you've heard these comments, and really what we're doing is creating, whether we do it jointly with another city or individually as our own city, we're creating a new to Newport Beach, just as Costa Mesa has done, and Tustin has done, and Santa Ana is new to the city function. There is no health and human services function in the city of Newport Beach or Huntington Beach or Laguna Beach. So this type of service that's quasi-law enforcement, quasi-mental health, quasi health and human services is a function that never existed in our city, and we're really starting from scratch. But because we have a great staff and outside outsourced partners to work with and some best practices that we can follow, we do not have to recreate the wheel. There's a lot of learning that's taken place in Orange County and just in the last several months that we're learning from. So I'm very grateful for that we can, and we are on a fast track. Whatever we do, we are. I told Grace the other day, if she thinks it's going to take 6 months, we're going to do it 3 months and double overtime. I mean, we just don't have a moment to waste because we have to start enforcing our laws. This is all about getting the facility in place so we could start enforcing our anti-camping laws. So we have been handicapped because we cannot do anything with people who do not respect those laws. But back to the practical side of the matter, I just want to clarify, Grace, you laid out some cost estimates. So can you give a range of costs that we're talking about? Capital startup to fix the corporation yard as you're talking about it, and do the necessary upgrades and facility adjustments and building amenities, security. I hope people realize we're talking like there's a double wall of security in there. There's the exterior perimeter gate and then an interior gate. So there will be 2 gates that will protect the visitors, the homeless residents, if you will, as well. They will not be able to enter in and out without being escorted. So do you have a range of the capital investment costs and the annual operating costs?
This will be very estimated
Right.
because this is what we're doing. The next steps will be to
Yes.
actually firm up the
This
numbers.
is only to give a perspective of what we're dealing with, that is not in a budget.
Correct.
And it's unplanned, and we're going to figure out how we're going to fund it one way or the other.
Yeah. So we're thinking at this point, with what we know so far, that we're thinking up to around 1.5 million on the infrastructure side for improvements and fixtures and getting sprinklered and all the meeting up to code and all those types of things. So about 1.5 million on that infrastructure side, and as talked earlier, thinking 25 to 35,000 per bed annually. We do note here up to 40 beds is what we're could potentially plan for here at this site. And really, we want to build those costs with those things that, as you mentioned, in mind of having very secured facility that's well maintained, and to kind of build a little bit on the question earlier from Mayor Pro Tem that really want to emphasize we need to be a part of this community and a good neighbor to those around. We understand that there is an impact wherever we put this in, including this site. There are businesses surrounding this area, there's residences nearby, and we have our own staff that are on this site too. So they all need to feel secure and safe coming to work. So we intend to build it and operate it to meet those high standards.
But just to clarify on how the day-to-day experience is that if a homeless person were to be walking on the sidewalk, they would be picked up anywhere in Newport Beach anyway at this point when we start having this operational. And they would be qualified to enter into the facility. What I'm trying to create is people have feared that there are going to be homeless people entering into the neighborhood, adjacent neighborhoods and streets. So could you just describe what that scenario would look like if it even existed?
Well, the intention is to, particularly if somebody is sleeping overnight, that we would make contact with that person and offer up a bed in the shelter site. And if they accept it, that's great. Then through the referral system, they would be escorted over to the shelter and entered in and processed there. If they don't accept that site, then we would be able to enforce our anti-camping ordinance, so they would be arrested at that point and processed through our jail.
So if there were to be homeless people walking up to that facility, what would happen? If they're just walking the streets to approach that facility, what would be the procedure?
So we wouldn't be allowing people from a walk-up perspective to go in. There would have to be a referral in. So if we were seeing somebody, then we would have our police respond to that and interface directly with that person and assess whether if there's any warrants out for their arrest, that sort of thing first, clear that, and then if they were a candidate and they're wanting to go into the shelter, then process them by
So there'd
swearing
be
them in.
any homeless person who is walking in the neighborhood would be apprehended by the police?
No.
No? But they would be questioned by the police.
No, this is, so the whole point of having the homeless shelter is so that you can enforce the anti-camping laws. I think the point you're really trying to get at, though, is whether or not this would be a walk-up facility,
Right.
if people could just show up. And I think the answer to that is no, that's only referral only to the site, so there wouldn't be any walk-ups at the facility. Is that correct?
Plus, we have loitering ordinances in this city, don't we? That would be enforced.
There are some types of loitering ordinances, but some are enforceable, some are not. It depends on where they're loitering and whether there's criminal intent or not.
Okay, Mr. Muldoon, you had a question?
Yeah, just so that those in the audience, those watching, understand the process. What is the current homeless count in the city of Newport Beach?
Our most recent point-in-time count, which was done in January, counted 64.
64. Now, that obviously can fluctuate and change based on different scenarios. It's the job of our homeless liaison police officers, a sworn peace officer who can use force, to know the identity of all the individuals who are homeless within the city limits, correct?
Well, we have one police officer who's reassigned to be the homeless liaison officer who is dedicated to outreaching to all of the homeless that are in our city and to, through more intensive engagement, get to know who they are and figure out if there's pathways to get them off of the streets and into housing or whatever services that they need.
That's Officer
Tony Yim.
So Officer Yim's job is to know the individuals, to have constant contact with them. If that individual is committing any illegal activity or under substance abuse, he can take them in, correct?
For illegal activity, yes.
That's right.
Right.
But his job, along with our support services, CityNet, is to know the individuals, offer these services on a regular basis, and have an idea of the rough number of population, who that population consists of within the city limits.
Oh, correct.
And I just think that's important point to piggyback on the mayor's comments, because essentially it is a quasi-law enforcement, quasi-assistance program. And if illegal activity is committed in the presence of an officer, the officer will detain them and they'll be charged with the sufficient crime. If they are an individual, though, who is not committing any illegal activities, the options are much more support-oriented and less compensatory. And that is essentially what the professionals are trying to do, not only on the streets, but in a short-term shelter like this. And the reason why that is considered to be effective is because it's not just about patrolling. It's about having relationships and knowing who these individuals are. And because that is the case, it is easier to know their whereabouts and activity than in cities where they have much higher numbers and much larger geographical regions to police. Another question I wanted to get to is you stated this would be up to 40 beds, correct?
Yes, we think the site has an adequate space for that, yes.
And what is that number based on?
I think we were looking at that number in terms of a trailer size, because one of the options is looking at bringing mobile trailer units, and typically the trailer unit will house 20. So we're thinking of 2.
But also the courts have indicated locally that we must have a certain percentage of beds available for every registered or known homeless individual in the city limits. So having 40 does not mean there'll be 40 individuals in there. As a matter of fact, it probably won't even be close. It means that those 40 beds are available so that we can say, we have those 40 beds available, Your Honor. We're allowed to enforce the law on the individuals within the streets who are not following the anti-camping ordinance. So I want to also talk to that number, because that number sounds large, but when you visit these other cities, they have many empty beds and they're just complying with the courts. That number could likely be reduced down the road by a subsequent ruling. We suspect it will be. But that does not mean that many individuals will be there. I suspect not even close to that number. Thank you.
Mr. Avery.
Yeah, just to be clear, and I know everybody knows this, but during the day when a homeless person's going down the street and they're not bothering anybody, they enjoy the same rights as all of us
Yes,
to peacefully exist on the streets.
That's great.
And to sit on the bench, and to be in a park. So, and it is so important to me in this that we remember, we always never forget that these are human beings. These are people. These are our brothers and our sisters. These can be any one of our family members. And we all know the reasons why. There's a lot going on in society right now, and we just need to keep that in the forefront here. It's so important to keep their humanity intact in this, and all of our comments need to reflect that, because we want our community to, we need to solve the issue, but we need to do it compassionately. And I know everybody up here on the dais and everybody in this audience knows that, but it's so easy in this to sort of lose sight of it sometimes in the heat of it because we're so threatened by it. And, you know, I was up in Santa Barbara last week, and they were on the benches, and, you know, and it's tough to see. It's just, you know, it just disrupts your life. You're sort of walking along, and all of a sudden there's this person that's, you know, homeless, and it's jarring. And it's just part of this, what we're going through. But it's so important for us to keep that in mind. And that's what I'm very pleased about the way this council's handling it and the way the staff is. We never lose sight of that. Our police force is magnificent in this. They totally get it intellectually. Emotionally, they're just perfect, because there's no room for any person to have a difficult time because someone overreacted, because someone or a community member lashed out at somebody. It's just no reason for it. At the same time, we need to defend ourselves when anybody's acting out in public or being a threat. But it's really important not to demonize the homeless. Thank you.
All right, well said. Ms. Brenner.
I'd like to piggyback on that a little bit. When I was touring the Lighthouse Shelter in Costa Mesa today, I met two of their success stories, and one of them, who comes back and volunteers there, as a child was in 27 different foster homes. And he developed substance abuse, and he was in prison, and he has gotten cleaned up through the efforts of so many people, and he now volunteers and comes back. He is so well-spoken, he's so clean, he seems to really understand, and he works with the people who are there to help them to reclaim their lives. So it's really inspirational when you see some of these people and you see the people who've worked so hard to help them. I did have one question, Grace. On our emergency declaration, remember I asked you the other day, there's a portion in there that says that they have to be out at 10 a.m. and can't return until 5. I believe we would want to revise that, because what I saw in Costa Mesa was caseworkers who are working with these people, helping them to get the skills that they need and find places for them to live and to draw on their Social Security benefits and other things. So they were not put out first thing in the morning. They were worked with during the day, and Women Helping Women and Men to Work and other charities work with that organization to help these people. So do we need to revise something in our emergency shelter requirement?
I'll let Simone Georges, our Community Development Director, respond.
Thank you, Councilmember Brenner. With regards to our declaration, no, the tonight's items, one of the action items, is that you're waiving certain standards in the zoning code, and you're also declaring a kind of a crisis with the shelter. So I think that the council is really on safe ground if the item gets approved tonight.
Okay.
Do you want to just, again, explain the purpose of declaring a shelter crisis, just so we're on the record for that?
Certainly, Madam Mayor. So the shelter crisis comes from the state's government code, and it gives the city certain powers. So first of all, it provides immunity from liability to the city for possible negligence. Now, again, we're not going to be doing anything incorrectly, but again, that's what the law allows. Additionally, the shelter crisis gives the city some authority to kind of waive certain of the state or local regulations regarding any regulations for ordinance or standards or health and safety code or housing code. This is a facility, it's a commercial warehouse or even possibly a garage where we're going to convert and allow members of the public to go inside or some homeless individuals to go inside. Typically, you would want to meet some of the building code requirements, but this is a warehouse. It's not a dwelling unit, so we need to declare a shelter, and that gives us the council some authority to waive certain of those requirements. And at the same time, also, it allows those individuals to go into designated public facilities. So it's part of the government code. A lot of the cities are declaring these shelter crises, and it possibly may help in future funding requests.
Okay, and then one other question, Grace. Could you talk about if the council decides this evening to go forward with the corporation yard, what will we be doing with the community in terms of engagement and awareness?
I think we would begin community outreach and perhaps have multiple meetings, public meetings, that the community can come to hear more about what our proposal is about and to provide input there or our comments. So we would, if approved tonight, I think we would integrate that into part of our process as we move forward.
Okay, very good. Any other questions up here? Seeing none, let's open the public hearing. If you, a couple of things. People, please line up in the center aisle so we can move this quickly. Again, 2 minutes per speaker. And come forward and identify yourself, please. Now you may speak.
Yeah, now I may speak. Okay. Hi, my name is Teresa Hernandez. I'm a 22-year resident of Newport Beach. First, I'd like to thank the City Council for their part in cleaning out the encampment at the OCTA. I do realize after tonight's presentation, the next step is to get our temporary shelter open, and you've identified an excellent location on Superior and Newport Beach, being the city yard. I did drive by. It's completely fenced in and more than enough room for 40 beds and porta potties. The city will not have to pay rent at this location and will be in complete control. And we will be then complying with the Ninth Circuit Court and the Boise law. I think it's so important. We have our own homeless shelter in Newport Beach and are not controlled by any other city. I also think it's very important to keep it as low cost as possible, because we don't know what's going to happen with the Boise law if it gets undone by the Supreme Court. So to put $300,000 for an architect to me seems crazy. Maybe some porta potties and not putting in sprinklers and do mobile trailers. I just don't think we should spend a ton of money till we know what's going to happen with the Boise law. I realize that once you vote to establish this location, our police officers will be able to offer this facility as an alternative to sleeping in our bus stops, parks, and beaches. I hope that our city manager and staff will make the opening of this shelter their #1 priority. I hope then the Newport Beach police officers know their hands are not tied and they are able to enforce our no overcamping laws and will not tolerate anyone sleeping in our public areas. The residents of Newport Beach are compassionate people and for the most part are happy that CityNet is able to direct our homeless population to VA facilities, battered and abused women facilities, help for addiction, and of course the numerous churches we are blessed with in Orange County that can help. However, we the tax-paying, law-abiding residents only have one advocate to speak and look out for us, our families, and that is all of you up there. You are our voice. We don't want our parks, our beaches to be a breeding ground for MRSA, hepatitis, typhoid, rabies, or leprosy. I ask on behalf of my family, and I'm sure many residents, please look out for us and do not let staff or anyone else drag this on. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Next, please.
Rod Cunha, 116 Industrial Way, Costa Mesa. I just have a couple observations here. I've been on the block for 48 years. My family's been there for over 60 years. You are aware that Costa Mesa is directly behind the building that you're proposing putting these trailers in. So the question is, you're not impacting Newport Beach. You're impacting Costa Mesa. SOS, I'm sure you're aware of also, is on the corner of Industrial Way and Superior. They take care of anywhere from 200 to 400 people a day. SOS runs a very efficient operation. I have learned to be a good neighbor as well as them being a good neighbor to me. I'm sure that most of you do not have to step over sleeping people to get into your building in the morning. I'm sure that most of you do not have to wash down your driveway to get rid of the urine and the feces. I've learned to deal with it. It's part of being where I am. I have a problem, though, with my neighbors, the condominiums on the corner. These people do not deserve to have to live this way. If I had to go home every night and deal with the homeless on this level, I would not want to go home at night. The plan of having 40 people there by reservation, it's interesting, except these people that are coming that cannot get in, and they are going to come. It's not going to be a point of you have to have a reservation. If you don't have one, don't come. They're going to come. And when they do, they're not going to be in Newport Beach. They're going to be in Costa Mesa. They're going to be on Industrial Way. They're going to be on Superior. Last time I checked, Newport PD does not enforce laws in Costa Mesa. The last time I called Costa Mesa PD on homeless people sleeping in my parking lot, it took them 25 minutes to get there. So I've learned now to go out, be as polite as I can, ask them to move on. Generally, we'll give them a small amount of money to go down to Carl's Jr. and get something to eat, and that has been the most effective way for me to deal with them. What you're proposing here is a very simple or very easy way to get them out of Newport Beach, and I appreciate that. I know you people are in a very tough spot, but I ask that you pay attention to my neighbors who live in Costa Mesa who are going to be impacted by it. I don't think it's fair. They're already having to do with SOS and now having to do with this. I don't think it's equitable, but that's just my opinion.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Karina Gibbs. I do live at the level 1 condos. They're beautiful condos that have helped the city of Costa Mesa right off Newport Boulevard. Some of my neighbors and I, 31 of my neighbors and 15 business owners, wrote a letter and we sent an email to you all individually. I hope you had time to review that letter. What we would really like to share is that we are compassionate for the homeless in our neighborhood. We're proud of the SOS and what they're doing for the community. However, this is our front yard, it's our backyard, and they will come. When you build it, they will come. They are there. We already have problems with vandalism. I've had people showering in my front yard with my faucet. We have our mail stolen all the time. These are not issues that you all are dealing with in your neighborhood because this is across the street from us. This will bring more homeless to our neighborhood. There are a lot of trespassing, squatting, vandalism, automobile break-ins that have occurred since our buildings have been built. There are a lot of issues. There may not be as many of us as there were to complain about the proposal of having this temporary shelter at the Pine Knot in Newport Shores. However, we are just as upset and just as compassionate to the homeless people as they are. We really would rather you consider the 4200 campus location up by John Wayne Airport instead of in our neighborhood. Thank you. Instead of in our neighborhood. And what hasn't been spoken about tonight is that the fact that there are middle school children and high school children that on their own are walking right down Superior Boulevard, Industrial Way, to get to Ensign Middle School, to get to Newport Harbor High School. And they already are having to deal with some of the homeless that are there. If you don't know a lot about mental health, the homeless that are on the street that we are calling the police to come and help us out with are folks that are addicted to drugs. They aren't folks that are going to get the referral to live at the shelter. I appreciate that a shelter is going to be built, but these aren't the people that are in the mental state that the police officers would say, yes, indeed, these are folks that would qualify for this shelter. They're just not. I've called the police many, many times, and unfortunately, they've said the same thing. We can ask them to move on, and that's it. They're unfortunately not in a mental health state to do anything about that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Please, 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 please. I asked you just go like this. That makes the same effect. Please. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Madam Mayor, members of the
over here.
council, my name is David Tanner, Newport Beach resident. I recommend the city adopt this item. It will serve as the needed step to accomplish the city's goal of remedying the homeless situation within the city. I trust in moving forward, the city will ensure measures are in place to protect the health and safety of the community and protect the quality of life for all, and partner with other organizations willing to help. I encourage the city to continue to explore alternatives to address this complex problem. As the council is aware, I submitted a draft voluntary temporary homeless shelter program for consideration. This proposal calls for Newport Beach businesses to address Newport Beach's homeless problem through a voluntary program. When the private sector can approach local governments, indicates its desire to voluntarily assist in this humanitarian cause, where local governments thank them, publicly acknowledge their efforts, and provide their full support. I would like to thank the city's homeless task force, and in particular its chair, Councilman O'Neill, for the hard work and dedication to this cause. It was through this hard work and research, along with ideas from Councilman Herdman, that the seed was planted in my mind for this concept. I am hopeful that the city can refine this concept into a meaningful tool to help address the homeless problem. I believe the concept has a number of advantages, including the potential result in significant cost savings compared to other alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I just wanted to thank the council for...
Your name, please, sir.
My name is Larry Kugelman, and I wanted to thank the council for initiating this process and, assembling a task force of really the highest quality people to give it advice. As pointed out in the invocation, we're an affluent community. We have a relatively small, 60 to 70 by all estimates, number of homeless people that live here. So we have the wherewithal to really do something for these people who are among the most vulnerable of our community. And I would argue we don't only have a legal obligation to do it, we also have a moral obligation. So I personally would favor approving the $300,000 for the study, moving forward with the Superior Street location, and moving toward a program of permanent supportive housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Lynn Swain, a 40-year resident of Newport Beach. And I just have a few thoughts and a couple questions after hearing about the $300,000 possible allotment for exploring what we're going to do with our shelter. As I'm hearing tonight, people seem to be in a rage to get this done quickly. So I would suggest perhaps we could put this out to bid to maybe 3-4 different companies. What would they charge? What would their project look like? What would the cost end of project be, including permits and everything, before we spend $300,000? Although it is allocated, we could maybe put it to better use. So that was just a thought. Thank you guys very much, Councilman Brenner, Mayor Pro Tem Will O'Neill, and Councilman Brad Avery. Your work is incredible, and your time and your energy on this task force, it's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Leanne Cohen. I'm also a resident of Newport Beach, but I have also been a resident of Costa Mesa. And I'm a volunteer at all 3 of these shelters you guys have talked about, Tustin, Laguna, and Lighthouse. And they are really different, and so the pricing, like you said, is so different, and the services. And I just feel like if it's a time for crisis or anything, that the easiest situation would be to go with a Costa Mesa merger, because they've already got it all going down. They already know what's going, they have the services in place and the professionals, and I think is the fastest thing to do. That would be my vote if I got a vote.
All right. Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Tawny Greenbaum. This is Jackson Greenbaum. I'm here because I'm concerned about the shelter on Superior. I'm a resident there. I'm on 15th Street, and we already have an ongoing issue with homeless people that live in campers that park there. There's no restrictions for them. There's no permits required, and as long as they're there less than 3 days, they're allowed to be there. Our kids walk by that every day. Students walk by that every day. There's definitely an issue with drugs in the area, but it's hard to nail it down because if they're there for under 3 days, there's nothing wrong with them being there. I have concerns about the influx of homeless people that it would bring to the area. A comment was made that if they don't have a reservation but they're sleeping, they can get invited. So how many people have to sleep in my front lawn, which happens on a regular basis, before they get invited to that shelter? And when they get turned away, what happens then? So I have concerns about my 2 small children that I'm responsible for coming in and out of those doors every day, and not to mention the trash that it brings with all the campers in the area as well. So I definitely am in support of the campus location and gets away from homes, and I think it would be better for the small children in schools. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Please.
Hello, Arthur Greenbaum from West Newport. I'm also against the Superior location. What you don't see in the aerial view there is all of the brand new construction going on. So all of the options that have come up besides campus seem to be right in the middle of residential areas or school areas. Other people have mentioned it. A lot of children cross Newport Boulevard and they cross right along Industrial Way right there, so it's a bad location to have a homeless shelter. If you can, follow San Clemente's, what they're doing with, verifying that people have ties to the city, and if not, get them out of the city. They send them back to wherever they came from. And then, if possible, and because, Mr. Muldoon stated, a lot of this came from Sacramento, I believe that they are in charge of the Fairview Developmental Center, which is, I think, empty completely or mostly empty. So maybe some pushback on the state to utilize that as a homeless shelter for the county.
That just got approved today.
It did?
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name's Carol Drew. I am a 38-year resident of Newport Beach. It was nice to find out how many homeless people we have in Newport Beach, 64% or 64 people. I've read many articles about these homeless people or vagrants, and they say that 47% of them don't want to go into hard housing. They want to live in their tents, and they want no extra services. They want to live the life that they have. So I propose that if you maintain this area, that you have tent areas, give them a tent, let them go into the tents. Many of them don't want the services. They don't want anything else. They just want to live their life. But let them live there and make them responsible for their areas, for cleaning it up, for policing it, and taking care of it. In San Francisco, if they poop on the sidewalk, there's a telephone number you can call. Can you provide us a telephone number so that we can call if they excrete on our streets? And the evaluation systems, if they don't want any part of it, what are you going to do? And can they, $1.5 million? That's a lot of money. So.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name's Sean Gregory. I'm a resident of Newport Beach in the brand new Ebb-Tide community, and I'm with many of the people today that think this particular homeless shelter would create extreme economic obsolescence for the entire community. Just as the previous gentleman stated before me, the map does not show at least 5 or 6 communities that are over $1 million that are all brand new, well within a half-mile walking distance of this community. Just like previous people have said, if you build it, it will come. There's no doubt in my mind that these shelters are going to draw, people that don't have, real mental illnesses that need the care that, the public should receive, but more or less, more drug addicts that I see running around the neighborhoods when I go to the gym at 6 a.m. every single morning by Triangle Square on my way through this community because I travel up and down these streets every time. The 4200 campus location, I couldn't think of a better area. There's no schools by it. There's no businesses by it. There isn't anything by it but the airport. So what do we got to lose? And that's all I got. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Please, people, be respectful of the speakers who are speaking. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Susan Meyer. I'm a new homeowner in Newport Beach. I live right on the border of Costa Mesa and fairly close to the area you're talking about, 592 Superior. I'm so happy that you took the time to go to the Costa Mesa shelter, check that out, and see the success that they're having. They're having great success in the city of Costa Mesa. The location of 592 is only like a mile away from the shelter that you went to go visit, the Costa Mesa shelter. It's only a mile away. So you're having a huge impact on a real close geographical area. So I would hope that you would reconsider the location. I propose that you work with Costa Mesa. I propose that you consider a joint partnership with Costa Mesa. They're very successful, well on their way to finding solutions. And so to wrap this up, to be clear, I oppose the proposed shelter location in the west side Newport so as not to consolidate impacts on the already impacted area. Invest in a robust shelter model that works rather than shift impacts into a specific neighborhood. Engage with experts and community members to earn community buy-in and learn from the great success that Costa Mesa Shelter Program has. So it just pleases me to no end to know that my new city council is a city council with compassion, because we cannot forget, and I work for a nonprofit advocate for seniors and disabled, and that some of the people that are becoming homeless is because they cannot afford their medications, their higher rents, and homeowners association increases. So these are the people that are out on the streets too, and we cannot forget that. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you. Welcome to Newport Beach. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Gigi Rennick, and I'm a new resident to Newport Beach. I moved in a few years ago to Eptide, which is a community that you may have heard about. There's 40 of us that have been moved out because of a water defect, a construction defect. So we've been through a lot already. But I'm also the neighborhood lender for that community, so I financed most of the customers that purchased in that community that paid over $1 million for homes and dreams. A lot of these families have children. Their plans are to raise children, and families that have grandchildren and that plan to bring those grandchildren into their homes. So, you know, this location, which is right around the corner from Eptide, is sort of a disaster for us. And it's not because we don't appreciate and understand and are aware of the need of the homeless. In our neighborhood, we see the homeless often. I have personally worked with refugees and have helped them escape war-torn countries with my son, who speaks Arabic fluently. This is to say I know what a marginalized voice is in a community. I also own real estate in downtown LA, and I can say to you that President Trump just visited downtown LA, and number one reason was to address the homeless issue. And one of the things that I've noticed about downtown LA is the homeless, but also the lack of children. You don't see children anywhere. I would like you to reconsider this location for the future families that have recently moved in to this area and for their future children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Next.
Thank you. My name's Jeff Dawson. I'm also a new resident and homeowner to Newport Beach, a neighbor of Gigi's in Eptide. And I'm against the Superior Avenue location. I am for the campus location. The crisis is the Boise decision, and I appreciate the fact that it's, that's the real crisis that you all are considering, why we need to rush through things. I also appreciate the other side of the scale, where you're considering the true roots and the compassion, the humanity in the problem. That it's a complex dilemma you're faced with. But I think if you go, okay, only crisis to really make this a crisis so that you can ignore the environmental impacts, the proper procedure of rezoning and permitting, those are all good processes to make sure it's safe for everyone, the people that are going to inhabit this area, as well as the impact that it causes to the other people. Eptide, of all places, is a horrible neighborhood to impact. As Gigi mentioned, 48 people who moved into brand new homes are displaced. They're gone. What about the due process rights of all the surrounding other homeowners and businesses? If you just rush, and what's the real crisis? And the price tag is huge. It's impractical. I think there's better ways to achieve your goals. I think you can be creative in looking at alternative law enforcement. You have a lot of different laws. The only laws that the Boise decision says you can't enforce is the anti-camping and basically urinating and defecating, because it's a natural result of homelessness. But there doesn't mean you don't defecate or urinate and create indecent exposure. Doesn't mean that you don't loiter. Doesn't mean you don't, you could spend the money in creative law enforcement alternatives, put video cameras in those sensitive areas that are being impacted in the public areas the most, and then you can probably catch drug use, littering, other things that are going to basically move and relocate. But at the same time, $1.5 million I mean, Newport Beach is, I don't know what the total population is, but I would think that we're in a terrific position because you only have 64 homeless people. Of that 64, how many are willing to get help? Dedicate that money and the cost to the true help and counseling to get rid of that root problem and hopefully cut that number in half. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Maritza Rossel, and I am also community new, I guess, resident of the same community. And I have a 7-month-old baby. We had to move when he was only a few weeks old because of the issue that happened. I have made sure to have a babysitter arranged so I could be here tonight because it's that important. We moved from Eastside Costa Mesa specifically to get away from all of the homeless, drug, and transient people that frequent that area, thanks to all of the assistance programs, sober living homes, motels, everything. We've had our mailboxes broken into, homeless walking around the communities, people crawling on the streets, just like out of their minds. You know, I've seen countless drive-by runs, you know, all in, and it's just, you know, the bus stops are unsafe. I'm so happy that the other speaker spoke on that because I'm a former employee of Newport Mesa School District, and I've had to be on the bus with some of our special ed adults who frequent Hogue and a lot of those communities and have to take those bus routes and have to be around that area on top of seeing students, you know, waiting on the bus stop. And my experience in Costa Mesa has, you know, the police officers don't do anything if they're not bothering anybody. Despite if they're screaming or anything like that, they will just leave them there, and it's terrifying. We would have never purchased our home if we knew that we were going to have to live by a shelter. We've already had problems with homeless people into our community, sneaking into our community at ebb tide, taking showers and baths in the pools, attempting to break into the homes just before the shelter. So after, I just can't even imagine it. It will be a nightmare. It will be so unsafe to reside in. I won't be able to, you know, walk around. It's just going to destroy the neighborhood. And all of this is going to be within 400 feet of where our baby sleeps. And on top of that, it will affect the home values. And, you know, I'm worried about not being able to sell to get away from all of this. It's just really, please consider moving the location to the airport away from people. It has a huge impact on our lives, and it's critical that this location is removed from consideration. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello. Yes, my name is Bruce Dixon. I'm also a resident at Ebb Tide. Ritz is my neighbor. Also, I have like a 2.5-year-old son. We just moved in there. Hearing this news, I'm strongly against 592 Superior Avenue. I don't think there was much research put into this. I don't know who came up with it. It's actually a really poor spot in location. Did anyone think of the schools, the proximity of the schools to this area? I believe there's 3 schools within a mile of this area. I don't know if we have Newport Heights elementary, preschool. What about the kids? Like, we're gonna have people wander. We already have enough problems how it is, like what Maritza had said, with the homeless wandering around the streets, all these things going on, and then we're gonna add to it. Like, how many more extra people are we gonna add? Because you know they're gonna be coming to this shelter, and I wasn't too confident with what Grace was saying about how they come in and go, and how if they're just walking by, I mean, there's going to be many of them coming in, and they're going to be hanging around, and it's going to be our area, and we live right behind there. It's just very close to this location, and I feel like we're going to become prisoners within our own houses. Like, my wife, is she going to be able to walk with my son around the block? We do that a lot. We walk to the grocery store. I mean, it's going to affect us. I have to worry about them. If I'm not with them, I'm going to have to say, no, I don't want you going out. I don't want them getting assaulted or, you know, raped or something. I don't want this stuff going on. I don't want them to see needles and somebody chasing them around, some freak on heroin and stuff like that. I mean, I'm just asking for this location to be placed at least up by the airport or work with another community. Don't place it next to a residential community and where there's schools. What about the kids? I mean, what if something happens to these kids? I mean, if you would place this shelter there, it's all going to be on you. It'll be the city council. You did it. And I just feel for all of that, and I don't want to see anything happen to anybody or my neighbors or any of the Costa Mesa or Newport. So,
All right, thank you. I have a question. Is Mr. Police Chief Lewis here? What's registering in my mind is if Costa Mesa has this great facility, which I would believe, I'll stipulate that it is, why is there still police or homeless walking the streets in Costa Mesa? I thought that no longer exists. Do you know this, Grace, in talking with the Costa Mesa people? But I'm sure they are, but I just thought that the street situation in Costa Mesa has been a model for getting them off the street. So is there still a pervasive problem in Costa Mesa that we know of?
Well, I do think the numbers have reduced, particularly in some of their park areas where there was overnight sleeping. And that's primarily, again, it's not a crime to be homeless, just to be homeless, correct? So it's you're not able to just take people because they're homeless, but this is enforcing that anti-camping, the sleeping at night in parks and that sort of thing. So that's what, there has been a reduction there, but there's still a great number of homeless. We've seen increases in places, and I don't know if Costa Mesa is experiencing that as well. So it's important to remember this is one part of the solution, but it's not a panacea for everything. And even if you arrest on the anti-camping, people are typically released in the next day or so. So it's not a long-term solution in itself that it just eliminates the homeless problem. It's just another enforcement tool and hopefully another incentive to get people to take a look at accepting services and going down that path.
Police Chief, do you anticipate if we have this site there on Superior, or I don't want to put words in your mouth, tell me how you would shift your resources over to that area, generally speaking?
Well, generally speaking, we believe in the way that it's been proposed, that adequate security is something that would be part of the planning process. And so certainly we would devote necessary resources to maintaining that site in a way that it's not impacting neighbors. So, but that's going to be part of the planning process as well. I know that's something the city manager mentioned in terms of the actual site facility and security is going to be something will be addressed, but then that will be also something that we would help with should issues arise in that neighborhood.
And the Ebtide community is in the city of Newport Beach, correct? Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, so we want, I could just see additional police resourcing needs to be dedicated to that area. Okay, thank you. All right, next speaker, please.
Hello, good evening. My name is Alicia Linsky. I am an owner-resident at Level 1 condominiums, but I also have a residence here in Newport Beach, so I have a concerted interest in the decision-making of both cities. I just have a few questions that I'd like to ask you folks. I feel like 4200 campus was disregarded. I'd like to know why. What is your definition of short-term temporary? What does that mean? And I feel as though you folks have already made a decision on this, and I'd like to ask why you're asking for our input if you guys have already made a decision. I could be wrong, but that's kind of how I feel. So those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Well, please, come on, please. Show respect, please. Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name's Jack Rose. I'm with Ebtide Community as well, and as I look at the City Council, I see our second district council member at the end by himself. That's how we feel as well. So I am feeling like this situation is, it seems like it's a preconceived that it's going to be this 592 Superior. I'm against that because I live by it. As the crow flies, we're 400 feet away from this. And I hear things such as, yeah, we'll have the police protection where they'll make sure that, you know, people aren't going into places. But then I read things and I see that our gate is, where our entryway is 2,000 feet away, and I see things like, well, we'll patrol out to 1,000 feet. So I'm thinking like, oh, okay, that means that just like the lighthouse, I know Council Member Joy went to the lighthouse as well as I did. I went there just to understand it. I wanted to see how center, a homeless center would look, and thinking like, well, they'll probably copy that. So I thought I'd just go there and check it out. And what I did find is it was nice and clean and orderly. That's great. But what isn't so good is that outside of the patrol perimeter, not so good. And I think that would be like our issue too, because I see that the share our shelves is SOS is right across the street, across city boundary. So I can see people that don't want to play by the rules in this 40-bed complex can be probably just going on the other side to Costa Mesa. So I could see some problems with that. I also, I'm just kind of, worried about the stigmatization of our, our community that we're in for property values, because Lighthouse Church is 0.9 miles away from Superior location. Share Ourselves is just right across the street. And then it's like we're creating like somewhat of a skid row in our area. And that's what we don't like, stigmatizing us. And what I'm worried about is also our valuations. I'm also an owner. I live here. And I also have a rental property at Newport Crest. And so what I worry about is I start to go like, oh, gee, you know what? When I rent this out, will I be getting maybe $150 to $200 less a month? And I start to do the computation. I start to go, that could be like $50,000 or $70,000, per house. And I start to go, wow. You start to add up times all these people here. We could be like $10 to $15 million of lost money just in these homeowners. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brenner, did you have a question? Comment?
When Chief Lewis was here, I was just going to ask him how much a part of the problem in this area is due to SOS being right down the street, because I'm concerned about us establishing our shelter there and having a much larger population want to live at our shelter because of SOS. And then the other question I have about this is, when I visited Lighthouse today, I was told that their security detail goes out a half mile around their shelter, and they do it 5 times a day. So I'm wondering if that would help the people that live in that area. If this is not my first choice, but I'm just saying, if it were located there, would that actually increase the security in this particular neighborhood?
I think it's a fair question, but it's one that we probably need to place in context. SOS being at 1550 Superior has been there. It's been established for many, many years, and services a population there that they're already working there and has been functioning in a way that once this facility is closed, when SOS is closed, you'll see it. It's gated and it's fenced and it's secured at night. So we and obviously this Costa Mesa Police Department that handles it, but in terms of issues related to our resourcing, it has not presented something to us where we've had to add additional staffing or create some type of long-term community-based policing solutions or anything like that related to SOS. Our experience has been that they have managed that property responsibly.
Mm-hmm. And I would add on that security piece, I do think we would evaluate a heightened level of security and potentially to that same level of a half-mile radius. And I think in terms of having that additional security checks happening would be an additional layer that isn't there currently.
Since a number of speakers have asked Grace about all the properties that we're considering, just want to give an update of the properties we are considering.
Yes, we got direction from council at the special meeting to continue negotiations on the 4200 campus, and we are under negotiations.
Thank you.
And as well as we're continuing as the closed session report came out earlier today with Costa Mesa.
So we're exploring the best, the most economical, but the best type of homeless shelter services for the approximately 40 homeless residents or visitors in Newport Beach. So we're looking at all options, and the council will be comparing and determining what the best course of action will be and the most economical, most efficient, and the best overall program. Okay, back to questions. Who's next? Sir, please go ahead.
My name's Chase Rennick. I'm also a part of the Ebtide community. My mother spoke a second ago. She was the residential lender for that community. And I just had a few questions, few thoughts for you guys to consider. Other residents brought up really good points, so I'm going to try to share some other thoughts with you. I've worked with refugees a lot, and I've served in homeless communities a lot, and I can tell you it's absolutely a long-term investment. If you do not understand that, I really suggest you actually go volunteer in one and really see how much time and investment it takes to change somebody's life. You know, the people that I've helped in the Middle East to actually have freedom and, you know, security have been many, many years of this and of time. And to really, if there is a solution to this problem, it will take a village. But to talk about it like a temporary problem, it sort of makes me a little nervous that you don't really understand like what's going on. The second point, which is probably more important for you, is I haven't heard any discussions about how are you monitoring like the progress of this, or how will this be tracked over time. There's been almost no discussion about, you know, if you spend all this money and you implement all this, where's the data? Like somebody mentioned, I think the city manager, there's 64 homeless people recorded in Newport Beach as of January. Why is the figure as of January? Right. Why is it not as of October or as of today? You know, I mean, this is really troublesome that like the numbers, I'm a data scientist for a living, so I work in tech. Businesses don't run without data today. And right now, I feel like there's a lot of anecdotal evidence that people are sharing, which is great, and it's moving, but I'm not so sure the strategy that you guys are taking is really making me confident that, one, you see the long-term investment of this project and how it's going to change the community, especially the one that I live in. And two, the actual data, like how much money is it going to cost law enforcement now to patrol this area even more, you know, because there's SOS and there's all this other. So can we move in a direction of more data-driven, like fact-finding, like sharing with the community, so that we can be a little bit more assured that if you decide, I'm not for this facility, I want the airport facility, but just kind of more emphasis on the data.
We will be transparent. Everything we're doing is in the realm of transparency, so that's why we're here tonight. So okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Margaret Sharp, and I'm a longtime resident of Costa Mesa. And I understand with this development that went up on the west side of Costa Mesa has been for a long time a very low-income area. So I really don't understand why people would put high-rise luxury condos there and then worry about their property values. But aside from that, I'm glad that you're doing the shelter thing, but I'm also advocating for using Fairview Developmental Center as much as possible and coordinating with the city of Costa Mesa. I live right across the street from there. And I know a lot of the homeless people. I mean, it would be a perfect facility. They've got a kitchen, workshops, donation center, classrooms. It's right next to Orange Coast College. So that could be one of the places. I think I'd like to see that facility used with various stages. Like you start off and you have like a little shelter, and then the people that you have a day work program so that they can make some money and feel good about themselves, and then offer them a chance to move up to a better unit or have their own place or something like that. But there has to be that support system, and people have to be able to have a job. That's going to cut down a lot on the crime. And if they have someplace great that they can go to, that's an incentive to get off drugs. But if you, with the shelter system, it's just like a one-size-fits-all. And there are people that do drugs that don't want to go there, but there are also a lot of I've talked to so many senior citizen women that will not go into the shelters because that they get attacked. People have mental illnesses, don't want to go in there. So there's going to be a lot of people that will not go into the shelters. And so those people are still going to be on the street and maybe get arrested, maybe go someplace else. But I'd like to see some other solutions. And I think if you take it, you know, a progressive approach and give them something real to go on. And there's a lot of places that don't take Section 8 vouchers. So there's a lot of people that are really struggling, like families that just got kicked out of like the Costa Mesa Motor Inn because of the Costa Mesa City Council's shenanigans. A lot of families that became homeless, they just need like first and last month's rent and have a job.
Thank you. Just to know that we're focused on the immediate term, but we do have our homeless task force focusing on the mid to long term. So all these phases will be addressed, and I hope Fairview is part of the solution. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Stephanie, and I live in the 11-1 community. And to the last speaker's point, we don't feel like it's a high-end, high-rise. It was our most affordable option when we could buy. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I really feel compelled to say something. I wasn't going to speak because I do believe your decision is already made. My husband and I both feel that way. But again, I guess I might as well say something. I think it's really disconcerting that 4200 is not on the agenda right now, and that's not what we're talking about. Surrounded by runways, hangars, and businesses. I used to work over there. I work on the other side of the airport now. I would welcome that over there by where I work, not where I live. I don't feel safe walking my dog in a neighborhood that needs to be patrolled to feel safe. I worked hard, my husband and I worked hard to purchase this residence, and it's really disturbing to me that Newport Beach is trying to save money using this solution. That really, really affects us at the core, and we're not being considered. Our voices at this point, I don't feel are being heard. And for what it's worth, I just had to step up and say something. That your fiscal goals are impacting our day-to-day living. I do feel uncomfortable in our neighborhood now, more and more over the last 4.5 years that we've lived there. And I know for a fact, and I'll probably never stand in front of you again to be able to say, I told you so, but I know if that goes in across the street from me, literally, because I'm on industrial, I will feel less and less safe. And I will have my husband walk the dog, and I won't even enjoy a simple thing like that. And I don't even have children, God bless. But the families here who do, I can't even imagine. The Newport Beach residents should be compassionate and not only consider saving money, but should also be compassionate. We want a homeless shelter. We want people to get back on their feet, be rehabilitated, have a place to go. Why on earth isn't Campus Drive the place? People don't live there. We live here. I live here.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi there. My name's Ryan Janis. I'm also a resident of Ebtide. You may have gotten my email this week. I know Will did. But I'm here to show support for our community, but also to give a little perspective. So I was one of the unfortunate displaced folks within our community during the reconstruction project, and I made the mistake of renting a place on 19th and Harbor in Costa Mesa, right at the corner where there's a bus stop where 20 to 30 homeless people gather every night. When I leave my place in the morning to go grab a cup of coffee at the Coffee Bean across the street, on 2 occasions in the 4 months that I've lived there, I've had to step over hypodermic needles, use needles out in the street. I've smelled crap, pee, I've seen blood on the street. And I see homeless people sleeping out on the lawn of my apartment complex. So to know that my own community, that I spent plenty of money on a home, the dream home that I had, to know that going forward, I'm not going to be able to go out, walk my dog, put on a pair of flip-flops of the fear that I'm going to, step on a needle in my own community. It just makes it almost an obvious that this location is an absolute no. Does everybody agree?
Yeah. Okay, that's all right. Please.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Michael Caruso. I own a home in Ebtide. I assure you, everyone here, and even those who couldn't make it this evening, have compassion and empathy for the homeless. I would suggest to you that the revitalization and resurrection of West Newport was long overdue, and look how it was embraced. Developers came there, small businesses came there. People opened up to this area, they invested in it, they brought families here, they're raising families here. This evening, people mentioned that there are 3 or 4 schools within the proximity of the suggested temporary at Superior. No one spoke to the fact that there are hospitals and medical centers there, and there are senior living facilities close by. And those people that visit those areas, if they're not completely threatened. They're certainly intimidated by the activity. The combination of SOS and a temporary shelter at 592 Superior could very likely lead to a homeless corridor along Superior that may not be remedied in the future. I would urge you to look at alternatives that include the airport area where there isn't a residential impact. Don't let Newport Beach residents give up on this city and have to put homes up for sale because they're uncomfortable when they made recent decisions to invest because of the great things that were going on in West Newport. Don't let them give up. Don't let them lose money on their investments when we have other alternatives. The environmental impact on Superior, the land, debris, trash, needles, vermin, hepatitis, those risks they're inherent and they run throughout the community by placing a location here. I don't know of anything that's ever temporary, and I've never met with a tax that was a temporary tax. They always seem to stick around. I don't believe a homeless shelter would be a temporary, but I do believe there are better locations. Please work with outside cities and the airport location. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor.
A lot of what I was going to say.
I'm sorry, excuse me. Yes.
I think we should clear up this temporary.
All right, go.
Of that, they're there for a short amount of time.
The individuals will be there. Yes, yes.
Yeah, it's not like it's a permanent shelter, right?
The temporary, let me ask the Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to just define the terms here tonight, what we're talking about?
It's just, there's a misunderstanding, I think.
I mean, it's called a navigation center. That's what they're always called. So people have stopped using the phrase temporary shelter because it's misunderstood and oftentimes not discussed in that way. So to that point, the concept is that's why we're talking about. That's why I mentioned permanent supportive housing. It's why the homeless shelter or the homeless task force has been discussing this for months now and moving forward with that goal. And we've spent hours and days, and I mean that's the long-term solution. So I know a speaker had mentioned that he didn't think we were thinking about this. We clearly are and have been for a while, and I think I mentioned that earlier. So that's why they're called navigation centers, to clarify.
Individual people, I think what you're saying, Mr. Avery, the individual residents, if you will, of the temporary center will be there on a temporary basis.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, like, what would you say, Grace? A matter of days or?
I think it really depends on each individual, and it's very unique.
But they will be navigated, to use Mayor Pro Tem's word. They'll be worked with our city net services and other social work services.
That is correct. To move
navigate
on
them into the best channel, whether it's a mental health rehabilitation or physical health. This is a way station to be moved out into where they need. Individuals need the care that they need.
I think that's a good way to put it, as a way station. Right.
Yeah. Thank you for letting us clear that up. Okay, next. Yes, ma'am.
I think what most of the people in here are referring to.
You say your name too.
There's no name. I think what everyone.
We have names. Wait,
no.
All right.
What everyone in this room is referring to. I am both a homeowner in Newport Beach and Costa Mesa. I think what everyone in this room is referring to is the fear that a temporary shelter for the homeless will become a permanent shelter for the homeless. Not whether or not someone's staying there for a day or 2 weeks or whatever. I think that's the fear. I would echo a lot of what the gentleman before me said. I feel that it's disingenuous for the city to put a temporary shelter directly on the dividing line of two cities. That just is not even in the realm to me. And where I own property is not at ebb tide. It's another beautiful community that we have purchased with my young son. He's a first-time homeowner, and it's all that he could afford. Of course, being a first-time homeowner, as probably most of us in this room have been, we expect to have appreciation in our property value. And we certainly hope that for our son. And I think in echoing what the previous gentleman stated, this, along with the fact that I think it will become kind of a homeless hub, with all of the wonderful work that SOS is currently doing, I volunteer there, by the way, it will become a hub. And I think all of these people that have purchased homes in this area are not going to see this wonderful appreciation a mile from the beach that they thought they were going to get. And that's really my concern, that I would hope that the city of Newport Beach could find a location that's not on the city line with Costa Mesa.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
I have a feeling I'm not going to be very popular tonight because actually I own rental property, Dan Byers. I own rental property pretty close to this location. And while I first looked at it, I looked at it from the selfish standpoint of like, yeah, I don't want my property value impacted. I started looking at it a little bit closer and I said, you know what? There is a tremendous lot of resources there. You know, the hospital, there's a lot of medical facilities. There's a lot of facilities that these folks actually need. They need the SOS. And the SOS in the city of Costa Mesa never took Newport Beach into consideration when they put the SOS on our border. And, you know,
50 years ago.
Yes, but it's still there. Okay? So the important part is that you guys are looking at it, and you are looking at some very viable resources. And that none of us in Newport Beach want our property values impacted. The reality is the homeless situation right now, the way it exists, is impacting all of us. We all have to deal with the needles. We all have to deal with the risk of disease and the plight that brings. None of us want it, okay? But it's something we have to deal with, okay? The council is looking for viable solutions, and I do think that this is a very viable solution.
Could you just address us?
That puts, you know, the resources where the homeless people are, okay? The homeless people are already in that area, okay? If it's not going to bring, you know, 40 more homeless, it's going to serve the 40 that's already here in the community. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Julia Lynn, and I'm a new resident in Newport Beach as well. I'm also an employee at Hoag Hospital. I live 5 to 10 minutes walking distance, but yet I have to drive less than a mile to work because I'm concerned for my safety. We already have a traffic of transient people around, and I feel like that this location will bring more. And I'm new to Newport Beach due to marriage. My husband and I bought a place here in Newport in hopes to build a family in this beautiful city. And now that this is happening, it's just devastating to us. So I thank you for all your hard work that you guys are doing, but please reconsider this location.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Bobby Awadallah. I live on the corner of Industrial and Newport Boulevard, and I face the Carl's Jr. there. That's the opposing corner of where you're proposing to do this. SOS is less than 500 feet behind me. I sit on my patio, and what you see is incredible. You guys have no idea. You're welcome to come over and hang out for a while. People that are in the facility are great. They're locked in, and as the police said, they're safe. However, there's a lineup of camping tents out in front of it. There's transient people coming. We have shopping carts coming right in front of that corner, crossing across the Superior, down to 7-Eleven to get alcohol. It's all night. There's screaming, there's fighting, there's yelling. You never know what's going on outside. My neighbor has found people sleeping in his patio multiple times, bring all their stuff, set up shop. It's a scary sight. You guys need to really reconsider what you're doing. You're adding another location right on the corner on the way to 7-Eleven to get alcohol. that whole area is inundated with homeless people that are just hanging out. They're not necessarily staying at SOS, or they were there, they're not there now, I don't know. Then they're shuttling. 6 months ago, they applied for a shuttling service, so there's a lot of shuttling going on too now. So all this has created a huge mess. It's a reality. And I think you're just going to expand that problem by putting it right across. I mean, you're talking about less than 1,000 feet between the two facilities. I mean, you're going to create a hub of people that don't have resources, don't have a lot of things. They're going to be taking their stuff up and down that street, up and down 7-Eleven, getting alcohol. And if you go to that 7-Eleven, you'll see the number of homeless people around there too. And so that'll create a huge mess in that area. I'm a physician. I work in Laguna Beach. I come home here. I'm not going to stay long. But for the rest of the residents, it's a nightmare, and it's a real nightmare. You hear screaming and yelling at all hours of the night. Fights, people just screaming for no apparent reason. It's really a bad scene. And if you guys haven't seen it, come hang out for one night, and I promise you, you'll see everything you need to see.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, good evening. My name is Mika Sargisian, and I'm a resident at the new Eptide community, which I'm sure you've heard a lot from my neighbors here. And I keep hearing this rumor that this is the least expensive choice of them all. However, unfortunately, I think this is the most expensive choice of them all in the long run. And why is that, you ask? So one thing I keep hearing is this whole, oh, it's a shelter crisis, we're going to declare a crisis. However, pursuant to Government Code 8698, the declaration of a shelter crisis means the duly proclaimed existence of a situation in which a significant number of persons are without the ability to obtain shelter, resulting in a threat to their health and safety. I'm sorry, but 64 people is not a crisis. So there's a falsification and there's misleading information as to this crisis to fast track your agenda. And the issue with this is that if you don't have a crisis, I mean, wait, let me go back for a second. LA, 40 to 50,000 homeless people every night. That is a crisis, not 64 individuals who are walking around in our neighborhoods and where I'm scared to go on a run because I'm scared someone's gonna rape me. I mean, come on, 64 people might not be the problem to declare a crisis. So I ask that you really look at the legal implications. Again, if you cannot declare a shelter crisis, you are not immune from liability. If a homeless person gets hurt in a city maintenance yard where the homeless shelter will be, you will be responsible. Our taxpayers will have to pay to defend those lawsuits, and that is a major problem. I urge the council and the attorneys who are, Mr. Harp here, to look at the settlement and verdict values of all the actual negligence cases where cities have built homeless shelters, and what these homeless shelters, what these lawsuits, what these verdicts are is egregious. They're $15, $20 million. And at the end of the day, who pays for that? We do. So please reconsider 592 Superior, because honestly, I think the legal implications are great, and also our feelings, should be considered as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Brenner, did you have some? Okay. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Barbie George, and I live in Newport Coast. I come here before you as somebody who has been homeless. I respectfully want to excuse myself because I'm here with sunglasses and it's really rude, but on August 5th, I underwent a brain tumor removal, and I am very photosensitive. I should be in recovery, but I find that it is very necessary for me to be here. I am the mother of 5 children. Increasing homelessness is transforming the landscape across many of our nation's largest urban centers, and people living on the streets are creating unsanitary conditions, engaging in threatening behavior, generally making our cities less inviting. And there's a paradox involved. Many of these cities have invited more homelessness in the first place, all in the name of compassion. Undoubtedly, compassion is among the noblest of virtues. We could all use more of it. But when applying compassion to public policy, we must prioritize good judgment over good intentions. We must reject the idea that every time a law is broken, society is guilty rather than the lawbreaker. It is time to restore the American principle that each individual is accountable for their actions. Further, one must acknowledge the likelihood that reducing penalties for crimes such as illegal drug use might lead more people to indulge in such activities. This makes it more likely that more people will slide down the slippery slope to addiction, homelessness, and further crimes. And I say this as a person who has eaten off of what people have thrown away. Compassion, I understand it, but I also understand compassion for my 8-year-old when I no longer take her to the library because of the element that is there and because I don't feel it's safe. Compassion is my daughter who works at the Fashion Island, and I have to have my husband and my 2 sons who are 6 feet and 300 pounds each to make sure that she gets out of her job and comes home safely. This is a very important issue, and I leave it in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Christine Nunez. I'm a resident here of Newport Coast. I've been up here a couple of times, and I've come to multiple homeless task force because I do understand that it's not enough for me to show up one time and complain. I have to come, and I have to put in the work, and I have to fight for my city, and I have to fight for what I know is right for our community. Regarding this location, which I know is what's on the agenda tonight, to be honest, I want to hear more. I want to know about, obviously how we're planning to do this. I think that it's important that we are taking these steps forward, and like I said, I want to know more. I also want more statistics. We keep saying the number 64. That was done in January. Here we are some months later. The number might be higher, and I think we deserve to have that data to know the gender of the people that are here, to know, are there really kids, or is it all males, or is it all women? We need the statistics so that we know exactly who's occupying our city. So basically, I do see that there's a lot of our neighboring citizens here who are concerned, and I would encourage them to continue to come to our homeless task force and our meetings, as I have done since July, because it is more than just a one-night thing. And I hope that I can go to their city council as well and see if they share in that passion with their city as well, and respect to the council. The thing is, this does not even exist yet, and we're already talking about issues that are plaguing them right now, right? There's homeless already invading their spaces now. There's already crime happening now. To me, it sounds like a Costa Mesa issue. To me, it sounds like they need to go to their city council and demand that something be done now. This doesn't even exist yet, and we're already, giving it a hard no. I get it. There's a lot that goes into it. The children, we have to think about them. Guess what? We have kids in our town too. We have to think about our high schools and our elementary schools. I have siblings all over this town. I care about them just as much as they care about their kids. And I think it's important that we look at all of this, and I hope that as adamant as they are about this, that they're just as adamant to fight to their city and to demand that something be done. Because clearly this is an issue that's happening now, and this doesn't even exist yet. And I would think that this also could be a learning opportunity for us to make a shelter and to maybe just do it better, to maybe actually enforce it the way we should.
Thank you. Yes, next speaker, please.
Okay, I'll be the last one. I only have 2 things to say. One, I didn't appreciate the lecture about humanity earlier, because I do run a lot of charity events, but it doesn't mean that I would welcome risk and crimes and issues into my own home, to my own children and grandchildren, right? 2, I would like for each of you, especially ladies, go home and think about it a little bit. What if you're being forced the way you impose on us right now? You're going to be living next door to a homeless shelter. How would you feel? Why can't we put it at the campus location so nobody live in fears? When you go to bed tonight, just think for a second. Your daughter, your grandkids, you want them to see needles, step on needles, all that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
So I thought it was really great. I was waiting for someone, and the last time you had a meeting about this, you forgot to mention all the schools. They weren't on the map. Now tonight you have this up here, and you're not mentioning Hoag Hospital. I was very happy to see the gentleman bring this up. I mean, to me, there's a lot of S's here. You have senior mobile home parks right in the area, schools right in the area. But along with the hospital, not to mention, well, anyway, so along with the hospital, these are shifts. These are shift changes. So my mom broke her leg, and she was in the rehab right across from here at Newport Nursing Facility. So the nurses, they have 3 shifts. They were mostly female. And guess where they're parking? They're not allowed to park in the parking lot of the facility. They're parking across the street. So they're wandering into work at 6 in the morning, leaving at 7, and the whole area is inundated with problems. I am begging you to think about Hoag Hospital, 520 Superior, which is also part of Hoag, where a lot of medical facilities are, and also the rehab places right across the street. I think you're completely ignoring a huge issue. I don't know why you didn't even put this up here. And I completely agree with all the people who've said that you are creating almost like an institutionalization of this neighborhood of people with mental difficulties. There's an opioid crisis in the country, folks. You cannot just put all these people in one neighborhood. Secondly, I'm really resentful of what I would call bad governance going on up here. Instead of being proactive, you're being reactive. Where were you 2 years ago? You knew this was coming. Other cities were doing something about it, and Newport was doing nothing. Now you're just creating this thing and jamming this into a neighborhood. The airway property is perfect. It won't bother anyone, and then I suggest you join Costa Mesa. They already know what they're doing. They already have a facility. It's a win-win for both communities. I don't see this as one community versus another community. I resent when people say that. This area is intertwined. Our cities are intertwined in these issues of rehab and homelessness and drug addiction. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Mark Wilser, and I don't live in the immediate area, but the general area. And I'd like to just make a statement, and then ask a couple questions. And my statement is, it does seem like an unfair burden on this location, as it relates to other like facilities in the immediate area, share ourselves and others. This is a densely populated area, and so I really do wonder about the equity and the fairness to this area as compared to a non-residential area like 4200 campus. I think that should be considered, and I hope that it isn't a matter of economics that are compelling, and that the reason this is being favored is because it's less expensive for the city. When, if that were the case, and if that's the decision matrix, it's really unfair to the people here because they're having that economic burden foisted on them as opposed to being shared with the broader community. I don't know that that's critical or important in the decision, but if it were, I think that should be reconsidered. The questions that I say all this in the context of the fact that I appreciate the hard work you're doing. I think you're all well-meaning and sincere and very capable people, so I think I appreciate that. The questions that I have are, what would be the intent for what the people would do during the day? Would they leave the facility?
Well, let's pose some here, and we'll.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess that's something I just don't know if anyone understands. At one time, I thought I understood that they had to leave between 10 and 5 p.m. or so. Or would they be restricted from leaving?
Well, keep talking. And
Yeah, so that was, would you like, that's my question as to the facility. And then I had another question, I'll just put it all on the table. My second question had to do with the process. It sounds to me like I heard a few minutes ago that there's kind of a simultaneous pursuit of the option at 4200 campus, but then I was under the impression that the purpose of tonight's meeting was to make a decision to kind of dedicate significant resources to the pursuit of this facility, which seems like it would close off that option. So I don't know where we stand in that whole decision process and timing and sequencing and such.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And we'll answer your questions before I finish this evening. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Reza Farsight, and I used to be a resident of City of Irvine, Chief, and the police over there, they used to just escort the homeless people to City of Santa Ana and drop them off, so they didn't want anyone over there. And as you know, Irvine just broke ground on a property over in Foothill, and they're going to be having an 88-unit place. So I really commend you guys for taking an initiative and getting on this. This is an ongoing problem in the state of California with our nearly 40 million people. We do have the most billionaires, 163, but we also have the most homeless people. According to number 2018, is 135,000 homeless. So that's 34 in every 10,000. So out of 64 homeless people, out of 87,180, that's about 7 per 10,000 for the city of Newport Beach. And the county numbers in 2017 was 4,792, of which 2,584 was unsheltered. And the number for January 2019 was 6,860, of which 3,961 is unsheltered. So about nearly 60% of them are unsheltered. So I was actually in the city of LA ripping on them on Tuesday, July 2nd, because Mayor Garcetti has gotten a lot of money in terms of bonds to deal with this problem. And as you know, the major problem city for the state of California is the city of Los Angeles, which currently has 36 or just roughly under 40,000 homeless people. And that number increased by 16% year over year. And they spent $619 million on it. So you guys are complaining about $1.5 million. You have no idea what's happening. Over there, they have a $1.2 billion bond they issued to build 10,000 units within the next decade. We're 3 years in. They built 170 units or something like that. So the reason I'm having this conversation is because when you stop caring for the person next to you that needs help, that's when no one's going to care for you. So you have to address this problem. It's an ongoing problem. It's increasing, especially in the state of California where the standard of living is going higher. And this is an affluent city, and we can do that. So I appreciate you guys taking initiative. So thank you. And hopefully you get to please someone here. But at least you're helping them out. So thank you for selecting a location, and hopefully you can move forward.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Luis Estrada. I'm an Eptide resident, and I'm an architect. Have experience with design of schools and a lot of multi-family residential structures. So really, I know there's been a lot of talk in terms of what goes around in the community and all of the negative impacts that this project would do in that respect. But I really just want to focus on the actual site itself and how I just feel it's very inadequate based on the intended use for the project. If you're familiar with this area, I mean, there's a lot of traffic occurring here that from ingress, egress of these large trucks that are actually entering the site. And based on the site plan you have up, they enter on the northwest location, traverse through the site, and actually end up in that yard that you could see there on the bottom right. So there's a lot of, just very heavy operational equipment that's happening there, including trash compactors, slope sites. And yet, these are the kind of conditions that we're also considering for human habitation for these people to be living in there, whether it's temporary or permanent. So really, I mean, just the fact alone that there's heavy truck trafficking through this site, I mean, a collision, you have all the interaction of all these different components. I mean, someone can get killed. That alone, I think, is a huge concern. And then with all this heavy equipment, you also have carbon monoxide pollution that you're expecting these people that are living in this area to be consuming. That, to me, again, doesn't seem adequate. And then I'm also curious about what's intended for the design of these structures. I mean, is it going to be built to code? If so, there's a lot of work to do in terms of rehabbing those warehouses for human occupancy. It looked pretty empty based on those photos that were shown. So is there going to be proper insulation, proper windows that are going to be considered for these occupants before they get here? I understand that the homeless issue is a concern here and throughout the country. I just feel like this site is very inadequate for it. And in terms of CEQA, I think just from the concerns I mentioned previously, that pretty much justifies proper CEQA review and due diligence. So I don't see how an exempt is in place for this site at this location. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor Dixon and members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. I support the city providing shelter for the homeless. I think the slides we saw at the beginning of the presentation about this particular site did raise couple of obvious questions that I have not heard addressed. One of the most obvious is the city seems to have functions currently in these buildings. So where are those moving? Are we building a new garage? Are we building a new warehouse? Is that part of this project? I also share the confusion about what the staff's understanding is of this escort in, escort out policy. I initially imagined that to mean that the residents of the facility would be essentially locked in 24 hours a day. I do not know if that's what the plan is or not. And similarly, as to the temporary question, I think we have still not heard. I assume that the city is planning to operate this facility, as Councilmember Avery was suggesting, for a long time, a period of years. I'm wondering, in this overall plan for the homeless, how many years we need the temporary shelter to be operating, or shelter of some kind. And also for clarity, I think everybody here should know that in the airport area, there is housing coming near the shelter site. The City Council approved that a couple of months ago. My main concern, though, is that our stated motive for creating a shelter seems to be coming not so much from a genuine wish to actually shelter the homeless, but from this wish to be able to arrest those who refuse to go to the shelter. I think arresting people for sleeping in public is a wrong, inhumane, and disastrous policy. It not only is putting people in jail very short term and expensive, but I think it will further traumatize and alienate people who are already distrustful of authority, and it will harden their resistance to accepting genuine help if we have it to offer. I suggest that the city offer shelter, but not use that as an excuse to arrest people for sleeping. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor Dixon, Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill, and other council members. I just want to start with, my name is Max Johnson, and I'm a 24-year resident of Newport Beach, born and raised here. And I just wanted to start with, validating the fact that homelessness itself as an issue is a complex issue, as has been said many times tonight. And I think that this challenge that's facing many communities countrywide and worldwide is something that deserves to be worked on through various areas, local government, community, nonprofit, and private sector. And I think that everyone and all the sides that are speaking tonight, I think that there's a kernel of truth in everything that has been said. And I think it's important to validate, each other's sides. And I think that perspective taking each individual's comments, concerns is always really important. I'll speak for myself in saying some of the most incredible life experiences that I've been able to have included volunteering. And whether that's at Mercy House or through emergency shelters, seasonal, permanent shelters, I just urge our representatives, to be a part of the point in time counts every 2 years. Those are amazing. You can go out and you can help count members of our community experiencing homelessness, and you get to interview them. And so I think that there's an important aspect of, I urge everyone to at least volunteer and go to a shelter and hear the stories of young men and women and children and families experiencing homelessness. It is a humane issue. It's a crisis. And I think there was something stated tonight that the city, it's not a crisis. Well, we're speaking about the county as a whole, even though we're also working in Newport. The county is a crisis, and over 6,000 is a crisis. I urge everyone to incorporate empathy and compassion. This is a very complex problem, and we're all human beings. And I think that when we are not able to incorporate compassion or empathy into our decisions, we're not doing our communities justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good evening. My name is Randy Machado. I'm a Newport resident as well. And I'm part of the Ebtide development, as fellow my neighbors brought to attention the kind of facts about this site not being an adequate site. And I think if you outweigh all the facts, look at all your research you've done so far, which I believe is a little bit inadequate. I know you did 3 business case models, but those are all the pros. Have you looked at the cons? Have you looked at the consequences affecting those areas? I think just looking at the site in general, all the comments that are brought here tonight, if you outweigh the pros and cons, I think you can see that this is not a valuable site. So I hope you please reconsider the site, look at the airport possible area for the shelter, and hopefully that'll give more pros to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers? Okay, we'll close the public hearing and we'll come back up here. Grace, why don't we address a couple of the questions that people asked, specifically what is the daytime operation envisioned to be?
I think the intention is to stay on site, because to the extent they're on site and they could gain the assistance they need, and can be guided into the different pathways, whether it's setting up appointments and taking them to those. So the intention is that it's a 24-hour operation, and people would be on site and receiving services during the daytime period.
Ms. Brenner.
As I've said before, I think it's really important that as many of our staff members and our council members as possible go visit the temporary shelter in Costa Mesa at Lighthouse, because those questions are answered when you're there. When I was there today, I saw those people. Some of them are sleeping during the day, but there are caseworkers available to them that are helping them to navigate housing, to navigate social services, to navigate reconnecting with families. That's what's done during the day, so it's really important. And I think one thing that's not been mentioned here that we need to talk about is the expediency with which we can get a shelter up and running, because it's not just economics for us, it's also how quickly we can get a shelter so that we can enforce our anti-camping laws and start to help these people. So, Will, do you want to talk about that, or do you want Grace to? Okay.
Okay, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Oops. So let's talk for a moment about campus, since there's been a lot of questions about that, and that actually follows up nicely on the discussion that Councilmember Brenner was having. So, folks are right. We are moving down parallel paths. I mean, there are 3 parallel paths actually at the moment. This one doesn't actually put a shelter in this spot. What it does is it starts a scoping discussion, and it changes and it does more than that, but it starts the scoping discussion. So when we go out and look for an operator, obviously the operator will have ideas on how this is run as well, and that would be right in front of us before we would ever decide to actually put a shelter there. So that's one that's one path that we're talking about right now. The other path that we had talked about was campus, and the other path we've talked about is negotiating with other cities. And for those of you who weren't here at the very beginning, I mean, we did come out of closed session and say that we are continuing to talk with the city of Costa Mesa. And so I am aware also that there was a council member over in Costa Mesa apparently sending around an email asking folks to show up, and disparaged our council in her emails that she was sending around that I saw. I'm the chair of the Homeless Task Force. She's never contacted me directly, and she's welcome to. It's very easy to find us. So I would just point out, we're having conversations with Costa Mesa. We'll continue to have conversations with Costa Mesa. I think the phrase that was used is that there's still we're still significantly apart. And why don't you go talk with your council members and see if you can help them bridge that gap with us? We're trying. We'd love to. I think it'd be great. But the other question was about campus. So let's talk about campus. So how many of you know that Huntington Beach bought a property and found out they couldn't use it because there were CC&Rs on there? They did. And so one of the things that we received in an email from an attorney representing some of the landowners up there on campus is that he claims that there are CC&Rs on there. We're chasing that down. It makes no sense to try to move down a path without really knowing for sure that we wouldn't run into a Huntington Beach situation. And there have, just like every site that we've looked at, there have been multiple lawyers sending us emails and letters telling us they're going to sue us if we even move forward on this. So we recognize the difficulties, but one of the difficulties that we've run into on campus and I'm going to ask staff to just back me up on this, is that it's not sprinklered. It's not sprinklered. And our warehouse is, right? And so the challenge, and it's important that as we move down this path on the negotiations, we take into account all of the difficulties of one site and the others. And so we are taking into account campus. We haven't ruled campus out, but you just need to, we need to keep moving down the parallel paths on this as well as we're trying to figure out what the right solution is. So did I state any of that? All of that I said about campus is correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And then, I think I heard someone also come up and reference 1.5 million. I think the phrase was the price tag is huge and impractical. The Airway building over in Costa Mesa costs $7.1 million. And the tenant improvements that they're putting in right now are somewhere between $2.5 and $3.5 million. This is a really expensive issue across all the cities. And so, yeah, we need to talk regionally. We obviously need to be talking regionally about the permanent supportive housing issues. That's clear. And to the extent that we can be talking on continue to talk on the temporary, we will. So I just want to make sure that folks are understanding that we are moving down a whole bunch of different paths all at once. And to the extent that you would like to have the same kinds of conversations with the folks in Costa Mesa, the council members in Costa Mesa, I encourage you to do so. We're happy to talk with them. And then I got to tell you, it's disturbing to hear what you're going through in Costa Mesa. It is. We don't want the same thing for neighborhoods in Newport. We don't. And I know our police department. I am sorry to hear any anecdotal evidence or stories about long response times. You just don't have that in Newport. And the folks who are residents here, I think you know that. You've come to expect it, and so we're going to maintain that for you.
One thing I just want to clarify, Simone, if you could talk about the waiver on the crisis and the waiving. One of the gentlemen was speaking about the waivers. And also just a reminder, we are the city of Newport Beach. Land is very expensive in coastal California, and as Mr. O'Neill just stated, the property on campus is the most expensive property of all the properties we've looked at. And so there are just a lot of factors, plus neighborly resistance there. There is a residential community expanding up in the airport area. So frankly, there's really not an ideal site in the city. And we have to figure out what the best location is for using all the different parameters. Could you speak to the crisis waiver, the CEQA waiver that we were talking about?
Certainly, Madam Mayor. The waiver is really for the City Council declaring a shelter crisis and pursuant to a Senate bill that was adopted by the state, Senate Bill 850. This allows the City Council to declare a shelter crisis if there's a significant number of homeless individuals. And so that's really up to the City Council's discretion. It takes a majority to declare there is a crisis. And whether it's 64 or more or less, it's really up to the City Council's discretion to declare that crisis. And that's your authority. You have that authority to declare that.
And then certain code requirements are waived.
So certain code requirements are going to be waived through the crisis, and from a life safety standpoint, we're not proposing to build an apartment building. We're just having a shelter, temporary shelter, and we're going to make sure it's safe. But it's not going to meet all the standards of actually a home or dwelling unit. That's not the requirement. Additionally, there is going to be another resolution for the City Council to go ahead and waive certain zoning standards that we have in our municipal code for shelters. This was written 10 years ago, and now it's not applicable, so you actually have the authority to waive those zoning standards to develop a facility that will meet the community's needs.
Okay, very good. Mr. Muldoon.
Well, I'd like to first say that hearing the personal stories of what you're having to deal with in your community, specifically Eptide and adjoining communities, is very troublesome for us and I think unacceptable, and no individual should live in fear. And it sounds to me like it's a crisis to say the least. In my opinion, this is the biggest crisis or issue that I've faced since being on city council. That's only 5 years, but I can't think of nothing more important than public safety. And I would like to shine a spotlight on the area where you live along the border of Costa Mesa specifically, because no one should be afraid to walk to work, to hug, or jog. Jog, yeah, this new thing called jogging. You know, or go out for a nice night walk. So I believe that when a shelter is established, we can more aggressively prosecute our laws in the city of Newport Beach, and that is my goal, and that's why I'm here to make this motion to approve staff's item.
There's still some comments here. Ms. Brenner, did you?
The other part of my question.
I will second that motion, Kevin.
I think Mr. O'Neill doesn't. All right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The other part of my question was the expediency with which we can get each of these open. And I think, as I understand it, the Campus Drive location would be the most expensive and would take us the longest to get it up and running so that we could enforce our anti-camping laws. And then the next most expedient would be partnering with Costa Mesa, and the third most would be the Superior location. Is that correct? And as far as expense, Costa Mesa is maybe second most expensive, and the one on Superior would be least expensive.
So, Councilmember Brenner, I'm going to answer part of this question. With regard to the campus site, from a cost and timing standpoint, right now we're in the middle of negotiation. I still don't even know if the property owner, it's private property, is even willing to accept a shelter on that property. So if they do accept the shelter, we have to agree to terms. And from a cost standpoint, I still don't know where we are going to land on the terms. How much is it going to really cost to lease that facility? It is an office building. It's an 11,000 square foot office building. So it needs to get, partitioned off. Money has to be spent on construction, fire sprinklers. So there's a lot of work to be done. If I say it's going to be 9 months before that facility is open, that's really, really optimistic. Again, I don't know all the costs because we're still even trying to negotiate it and trying to figure out the extent of how much tenant improvement that we're going to make to that building. So that is, it's an unknown. I know already it's not cheap. It's going to be an expensive endeavor, but that's our direction, is to go ahead and negotiate this. Costa Mesa, the Airways facility, is not open. They have explained to us that they're planning to be open in April. They haven't even started construction, so we doubt they'll make that April date. We think sometime in the summertime. And with this facility here, we still need to go back and figure out exactly from a timing standpoint, but it seems like the direction from council is to get this open within the next 3 months. So that's the best information I have so far.
Thank you. Any more questions did you have? Okay, Mr. Avery?
Yeah, I just want to, I think it's been made clear, but I just want to reiterate what we're doing tonight is not voting for this to be a shelter. We're just codifying it's on the list. We've got these other options we're considering. And I will tell you, I think there are 41, I counted, there are 41 people giving testimony on this. Very compelling testimony. And I will tell you, it was worth all of your time to come here tonight because it's affected all of us up here. So it's important to understand that. And it absolutely will be taken in consideration of, I think, this council's decision. This happens to be in my district, District 2. And District 2, as we know, for a variety of reasons, has historically taken some of these kinds of lumps. And I understand why. There's the West Side is a difficult place with many different zoning things going on, and it just seems to be the easier choice. But it makes no difference where you live when we have 60 residents show up and 42 residents speak to this in such compelling terms. It's got to move the needle. And so I am not going to say how I'm going to vote on this, but I'm very concerned given the testimony, and just want to let people know that. But I don't think any of my fellow council members are any less concerned than I am. Thank you.
And before we vote, I just want to conclude our discussion this evening. I do, too, want to thank all of you. And here you are at this late hour, and you've been here for hours. And we appreciate, we've heard you, we listen, we all listen intently and respectfully, because each of your comments is important to us, and we want to hear. This is the engagement that we need to hear, and we appreciate the large majority of you who are here from Costa Mesa, and we welcome you and welcome your comments and your deeply felt beliefs. On a side note, I'm so sorry for the ebb tide people. I remember sitting on the council when we approved that, or at least I remember being part. Maybe it was before I was elected. I remember hearing that project at the Planning Commission at the council. I think I was on the council, and I'm just sorry to hear that. I mean, I hope you're back in your homes, and the 48 people who were dislocated. That's really unfortunate. This adds to it. I have confidence in our police. We have a tremendous police department that gives individualized service to the homeless. I call it one homeless at a time. So whether the official count is 64 based on the point in time, didn't you do the point in time? You did. So we do have our own representatives are participating in every way possible in dealing with this homeless crisis in our community. Perhaps we could ask the police, because Tony Yim, Officer Yim, is on daily contact, and we could maybe update that number just to validate for planning purposes, the gentleman who speaks to data, the importance of data is obviously, that's a factor. The official count was 64, but I'm sure the police department has more current day-to-day numbers to really kind of track this. And it has been fluid, and I do want to say that we have been mindful of the impending crisis with homelessness, and really what triggered it in Newport Beach not 2 years ago, was less than a year ago, when the Santa Ana River, Judge Carter closed the encampments when was that? It wasn't even a year ago, or maybe just about a year ago, closed the encampments at the Santa Ana River, and this became a scattered effect. And so this is what we are experiencing. And so we're dealing with the transit center where there was a campground. We're dealing in my district with the pier area, the Balboa Pier area has tents there. Our police are dealing with this every hour of the day. Every hour of the day they're dealing with this. And that's notwithstanding just regular public safety efforts that our police deal with on a day-to-day basis. So the homeless has put it to dealing with the homeless crisis, as we see it in Newport Beach, is happening every day, every hour, every minute, everywhere in the city. And so it's not just the people that are going to be affected over on the city boundary line. It's all over the city. I have it. I represent District 1. I have it on the pier, both piers. Newport piers, there's a permanent encampment, and we move them out and they come back. This has been going, and the people down there, the residents of my district, have been, bless their hearts, very patient as we're trying to deal with moving people off our beaches. If any of you who have a home in your home and you sleep on our beaches, you will be cited, if not arrested. But we have homeless sleeping on our beaches, and they cannot be cited or arrested. So we are trying very aggressively to find the most cost-efficient, effective means to be able, as Mr. Muldoon said, be able to enforce our laws. And that is what we're dealing with in the most expeditious way, so we have minimum impacts in our own community and our neighboring community. So let's call...
Mayor?
Yes.
Just a quick amendment to incorporate the latest on the California Environmental Quality Act report in item number 18 that incorporated my original motion.
What does that say?
It was just an amended finding that's an attachment to the resolution on CEQA.
Okay. All right. Let's vote. Oh, okay, so that's been amended. Okay, we will vote on the motion to approve this item for further study and dollars allocated for concept development.
With With Councilmember Brenner voting no and Councilmember Avery abstaining, the motion carries 4-1-1.
Okay, well, thank you all for that. We'll continue to proceed with our items on our agenda. We'll take a 2-minute break here. I think I'll run to the ladies' room. All right, if you could all please take a seat, and we will continue the City Council meeting of September 24th, soon to be September 25th. All right, we have current business. Item number 19, the resolution on the sign and messaging program to discourage, if we could have, we're trying to get back on schedule here, to discourage panhandling. So, Mr. Webb, are you going to speak on this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mayor, Council, thank you for this. This item is a item we're talking about kind of relevant to our last conversation. This has to do with possibilities of maybe discouraging panhandling in the city. We've had concerns from residents over years on the number of panhandling, the location, the damage to landscaping, the possible safety hazards to the motorists and the panhandlers. So back in September of this year, Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill introduced an item to look at maybe some signage and other discouraging items that we could implement to help reduce the number of panhandlings. I don't know if I want to turn this over to Mayor Pro Tem and discuss a little bit.
Yeah, I'll be quick on this. We spent some time talking about this at the. I think the staff report does a good job in laying this out, and actually the Daily Pilot article on this was truly, actually really fantastic. Discussing the issues of the First Amendment and the consequences of cities trying to outright ban panhandling, and we've had a robust discussion on that. And so we looked at other options that cities have approached that go short of trying to ban someone's First Amendment rights, and instead we're talking about encouraging people to be part of the solution that doesn't involve giving money directly. And so we've given plenty of examples. The resolution tonight would allow our city manager and our public works director to work hand in hand on the messaging and determine the proper locations. I don't think there'll be many, and I don't think they'll be difficult to know which ones they are. But I'd appreciate our fellow council members' support in moving this forward. Thank you.
Do you have any data from other cities that have used this, and what are the effects? What are the results?
Only anecdotal. I've spoken to council members in other cities. The anecdotal evidence is that it works. Oftentimes this comes first in businesses actually put this up, and then cities adopt it once they see things moving forward correctly. In our situation, I think the issue tends to be more median and corner of the sidewalk, and so I had a number of constituents ask about this. I'll say this wasn't an original thought from me. This came from a resident who asked that I not give her the recognition for it. But in doing the research, it appears that a number of cities have concluded that this works, but it's really only on an anecdotal basis.
All right, well, good. Ms. Brenner.
Yes, I'm fully in support of this, but I would like to ask that we include our task force members who would like to be involved in the wording and the design. And I also liked what Jim said in his communication with us about adding at the bottom of it who they should call if they wanted services. So it's not just a punitive thing, it's also a way to help those who really need help.
That's a good idea. Mr. Avery.
I move the item.
Do you have a second?
Yeah, I'll second it. And you mind, I agree 100%, Joy. I think our subcommittee members, especially on the public education, should be a part of this. So Grace, just work with them, please. And then, this was never intended at all to be punitive, right? So I just want to make sure that that's clear. There is actually, interestingly enough, there is a penal code section 647C that discusses aggressive panhandling. That's a situation where someone is actually physically coming to you, and that is still on the books, but that's a different issue. That's not what we're talking about. This is passive, and that's what we're discussing right now.
Okay, let's take it to the public. Any public comments on this item? Please come forward. Okay, seeing none, let's vote.
Motion carries unanimously, 6-0.
All right, another simple item coming up. Number 20, resolution to form a Marine Avenue Preservation Committee. And so,
Madam Mayor, I do have to recuse myself once again
okay,
on this particular item because of the proximity of both properties I own in relation to Marine Avenue.
all right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, great, Ms. City Manager, who's going to present?
Sure. Myself, just briefly, with Councilman Herdman.
All right.
Just want to note, it's just brief because this is an item that was brought forward by City Council to bring back for consideration. It was proposed by Councilmember Mudoon to propose a committee, a Marine Avenue Preservation Committee. The purpose of the committee will be to review all proposed public projects within the public right-of-way on a stretch of Marine Avenue, and really to look at those projects, public projects, city projects that would impact the aesthetics of Marine Avenue, such as benches, trash cans, light fixtures, that would change the look and feel of those for the avenue. And if it's determined that the public project would have a negative impact, the recommendation would go to the full city council to determine if the project should move forward or not at that point. The committee would, as proposed, would consist of 3 members, one representative from the Balboa Island Preservation Association, one from Balboa Island Improvement Association, and one from the Balboa Island Merchants Association. And I'll note that that is not the Balboa Island Marketing, Inc. It's a association newly forming called Balboa Island Merchants Association. So I perhaps would turn it over to Councilmember Muldoon to elaborate further, but that concludes from the staff report side.
Okay, Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Grace. So what I wanted to do first off is say, I've been notified by Balboa Island Improvement Association they don't want to participate in this organization, which is fine. Balboa, what I want to make clear is what this is not. So the Balboa Island Improvement Association is meeting informally with staff on a regular basis to discuss infrastructure. Infrastructure is streets, sidewalks, drainage, and this is specifically tailored to not encumber on that at all. I've had a great conversation with Mr. Webb, who fully understands the overwhelming sentiment of the community to keep making it feel historical, more traditional streets and crosswalks as opposed to maybe the swirly crosswalks you see now in Santa Monica. But it's a very, very narrowly tailored. It is not to encroach in any way on the private property owners. The facade or building that they wish to build is entirely theirs and a property right. This covers what's often referred to as the right-of-way. The right-of-way is owned by the people. It is public property. And there are only a couple things that specifically, I think, are so important to the residents of Balboa Island, Newport Beach, that they stay classic. They're specifically included in here. They include things such as the benches, the beautiful teak benches, the trash receptacles, light fixtures, those antique light fixtures, the iconic trees that have been saved, the crosswalk, and basically other such sort of street furniture that be placed in there. This essentially is meant to be really a check that the people haven't for as far as transparency goes on the city. It is not meant to be, and I hope it does not become, a turf war between different activist groups on the island. I have the utmost respect and longest personal relationships actually with the BIIA, whether it's Jack or Lee Pearl. They're the closest friends I have on the island outside of my good buddy Seymour Beek. What I really am asking for is just that both sides acknowledge it's very limited scope. This group will actually never meet if simple in-kind replacements are made. So if a similar eucalyptus tree is put up, a replacement bulb or pole of those antique street lights, a replaced trash can or additional trash can, a bench. If it's in kind, the city staff can do it on their own without any need to meet with this group. This group is purely advisory. According to the city attorney, they face no liability, There are no formal requirements for formation. They are not intended to take up staff time or to encroach upon the territory of other groups that are doing a lot for the sake of infrastructure and updating the required portions of the island. For me, this is sentimental, and I think it is for so many of us. We really don't want us to feel or see great changes on the island. When you go over that bridge, it feels like you're going back in time to a simpler time, and there's something incredibly special, unique about it. It does feel like it's an all-American street, but it's also uniquely Newport, and I think it's very important that it be preserved. That's why I suggested this committee. I would like to, when I introduce the motion to approve this item, which I hope my colleagues will entertain, I will ask that the third position be merely left open for a citizen representative to apply. The point of the committee, admittedly, is to preserve. So if an entity were interested in dramatic changes to those items that I've discussed, they're not meant for preservation committee. So I'd hope that someone who wanted to be on the committee would be earnest in wanting to protect the charm of Balboa Island, and I'm sure that an applicant who comes forward will happily do so, because I've never seen this sort of reaction to protecting the trees and the unique feel of Marine Avenue. So I wanted to simply open with those remarks, ask for civility. It's such a tight community of neighbors and friends, and that really we avoid a turf battle and instead open up the table for more citizens to be involved and have a say in their community. Thank you.
I'd like to second it, but I'd like to make a friendly amendment if you would agree, Mr. Muldoon. I'm looking at the resolution, and to support the words you just said, but I'd like to be more specific and establish specific guardrails on the purview or the area of focus for this committee. We say in the words in the second whereas, including but not limited to. I'd like to strike those words because I'd like to confine it specifically to benches, trash receptacles, light fixtures, trees, crosswalks, and other street furniture located in the right-of-way. When we say not limited to, that suggests to me it could be broader, but if you're in agreement with that, I would appreciate that. That was point number one. And point number two, on the third, you mentioned a community member. I would like to suggest, if they're willing, a representative from the Balboa Island Museum. Their whole purpose in life is to cherish and preserve and protect the history and character of the island. If they would be willing, I don't know if they would, I've not spoken with them. If they would, I would like to not include them, but if not, I would respect their decision. I hope that they would see this as a way to continue to further and preserve the characteristics of the island.
So I would accept that request to strike, but not limited to. So just be including the visual aspects, physical features. And I definitely would accept the Balboa Museum be an excellent entity to be involved, and I care about the preservation of our community. And again, I just want to just reiterate that this is something that could be overturned entirely by the council. It'd be in front of the public, which I think matters very much. But it's an advisory committee, so I think that those recommendations are well received, and I'll gladly make those changes.
And just to conclude my comments, if I understand this, this is interestingly very similar to what our business improvement, our business improvement district organizations do. So I just wonder if there's any opportunity to make that connection. But anyway, that's the end of my comments. Mr. Avery?
It's all, looks like to me, sort of easy stuff here on this list, except for trees. So I think that's where the rubber hits the road. So my concern is this last iteration we had with the trees. So I'm generally in favor of it. Who isn't for the preservation of Balboa Island and keeping Main Street as iconic as it is. So what happens in a staff situation with this? So if we have an argument over a tree that staff's determined through the arborist, and we think the tree needs to be removed, and then there's pushback, or how do we deal with that?
If I may, like for like replacement is allowed,
Okay.
and that would fall under it.
So staff would make that call?
Yes. Well, PB&R may, so go ahead, Mr.
Or
Webb. Sorry.
PB&R, sorry.
And just to clarify, all the trees that would have to be removed, replaced, have to go through PB&R and approval. So
Right.
if it's like for like, we've already agreed, I think, that eucalyptus will
Okay.
go back, and we're doing that now. So, but there
Good.
will be trees, as you know, that have to be replaced over time.
Right.
Same spot, same tree.
Right, okay, great, thanks.
Mr. O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem.
So I suppose I had a few questions about how this process would work. So first off, is Shirley here? Pappas from the, okay. So we received an email from Shirley asking us to vote no on this.
I know, but this,
Yeah.
I said I hadn't talked with her, so I would like to have her a chance to reconsider.
Okay. And then for the new groups for the two groups that are being referenced, I'm kind of curious how they would be selecting someone, because I know how the BIA would do it. They've got a board that's elected by a pretty broad membership. The new organizations, I'd like to hear how their membership would, or if they have membership, how they would actually vote, and if the person wasn't voting the way that the group would like them to be, how do they remove that person off the list? This is sort of why I kept asking questions about what, and I know actually I asked that question, a bunch of these questions of the person who sent in the email about the Merchant Association. Never received a response to any of those questions, so it'd be great to hear some of those, so how you'd work that out. And then I know that on social media, someone was posting saying developers try to block Marine Avenue preservation. Let's see, I think it said self-appointed pro-development forces oppose public participation in these decisions and are orchestrating a campaign to block the establishment of the Preservation Committee. Who are those people? I mean, seriously, if folks are going to be posting about an item like this and disparaging folks online, tell us who it is. I'd like to know. I didn't receive any calls from people who are self-appointed pro-development forces, so I'm kind of curious what the campaign was on that process. So when folks come up to talk about this, I'd like to have some of these answers. Thanks.
Ms. Brenner.
We've received a lot of emails pro and con on this, so it's not a real easy decision. I am concerned with creating another level that is at the city government level. We've got the PB&R Commission, and we've got the council as far as the trees go, and I'm not sure why we would add another level there, especially because it would only be if there was some egregious act going on that was not part of our process. So I'm not sure why the trees would be included. If the trees were not included, I see this as a committee that could self-form, just like all the other committees that we have in our community that self-form, and they have a purpose, and they are always consulted by the city staff when there's something going on. And if this project, the postcards that were mailed out, if that were a real possibility, they would have been city staff for 2 years out having public meetings, talking to everybody in the community to see how they felt one way or the other about it. So I think I told Jody, I think a preservation society would be great. I don't see any reason to make it a Brown Act committee or part of our city structure. It's almost like an insult to the people who work on our boards and commissions to say, oh, we're going to add another level to this that doesn't seem like it's absolutely necessary. If there were a preservation society, I would like to see a preservation group that protects the Goldenrod Bridge and those palm trees, and a preservation group that protects the Marguerite palm trees, and a preservation group that protects the pavilion. It seems like we could have a preservation group in the community that became very visible and talked about all the things that we really do want to preserve in our community, but it doesn't need to be a city group. We are so respectful of all the groups in our community that that get together and that gather information and that want information from our city staff. Our city staff always goes out and meets with all of those groups and provides information. So my preference would be that we have a preservation group that forms itself and talks about how you preserve all the historic things in our community, and we leave the trees with the PB&R Commission and the council.
All right. Any more comments up here? Seeing none. Let's go out to the public. Please come forward if you'd like to speak on this item. And while we're doing this, it might be a little noisy. Let's staff, they wanted to close the windows back there, so staff, please go ahead and start closing the doors back there if you'd like. It's getting a little chilly, I guess. Sir, go ahead.
Madam Dixon, the mayor and council member, thank you. You can hear me? Can you hear me right now? No?
There we go. All right.
Okay. My name is Matthew Poor. I am the founder and the head of Babo Island Merchant Association, as well as owner of Olive Oil and Beyond on Marine Avenue since 2006. I'm going to read because we don't have that much time here. The Babo Island Merchant Association, first of all, I strongly support the Marine Avenue preservation, if we get a vote on that. Our members feel that the committee would provide a much-needed forum for communication by and among the merchant due to the lack of support and involvement we have had with marketing INC. The Babo Island Merchant Association represents the merchant of Babo Island with its mission of ensuring that our voices are heard and accurately presented to the city. The merchant formed the BIMA, or Babo Island Merchant Association, as a result of dissatisfaction with Babo Island Marketing INC. The city recently voted to cut marketing funding in half for Babo Island Merchant with plan to eliminate all funding next year. This funding was meant to assist the merchant, but the majority of the merchants have never been involved in how it was to be used and how much was spent. If you ask most of the merchants, they will tell you they have never been they have been excluded in this decision. As shown in the petition signed by our members, we are very concerned by the lack of communication, the failure to consult with the merchant, and many attempts to stifle any dissent to the proposed redevelopment. It is a historical character and unique shopping experience on Marine Avenue that is so attractive to our patrons, residents, and visitors. Our businesses are our livelihood. We recognize that some improvements are necessary, but they must be done without destroying the island experience. We merchants also understand that the harsh reality that any plan to replace the infrastructure on Marine Avenue would entail months of construction and disruption, similar to what we experienced during the Little Island Bridge renovation project. Any such a work must be done carefully with plenty of advanced planning, input from, and coordination with the merchants, those who would be most impacted by any such project. I'm moving to close this. I will close with Marine Avenue, that is literally the front door of Babo Island. The community cherishes and appreciates the historical nature of our main street. Maintaining the historic charm and Marine Avenue is essential to success of our businesses, which is necessary to success of the community as a whole. We ask the council please vote yes on the formation of the Marine Avenue Preservation Committee. which would be a vital step forward to open and transparent communication from merchants of Balboa Island. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank
I
you.
will be at your disposal if you have any question for me.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I will respond back, Councilman Bill O'Neill. I got it late when I discovered your email. I will respond back immediately. About the formation of the, you have some question about formation of Balboa Island Marketing Association. It is an unincorporated nonprofit association formed in accordance with California Corporation Code Section 18035 and governed by California Corporation Code Title 3, Section 18,000 to 24,000. I'm a founder of BIMA, and my nomination to serve on the Purpose Committee, the Balboa Island Preservation Committee, is at the request and consent of Balboa Island Merchant members.
So, I'm sorry, you said Balboa Island Merchant Association is a filed corporation?
Yes, but it's a non-profit, unincorporated corporation.
It has a board?
Well, we are waiting for the final certification from the Secretary of State. So we got to put it out and see which direction the member prefer to go, and we create a platform. It's a pretty young, and we have to get that and then get the city license. So we have about 45, probably you got the signatures that we sent attached to that email.
Have they all decided to be members of the Balboa Island?
Yes, we are in a process. Yes, they signed that and they bring it back their their membership with a very small amount of the fee.
How many members are already in existence?
Right now we're looking at 25 because some of them they are out, the owners, they're employees there, but they already received the package. Very simply explain to them what we need to be done, and once we get that all back and the certification and city license, we probably have to structure something that look legitimate to everybody, including you. Thank you very much.
Sir, let me just ask you a couple
Yes.
questions. Okay, how many businesses are members of your merchant association?
We're trying to get the majority of them, 75, that we have basically in the island. Some are accessible to us. Some they already signed. 45 are first communication that I guess everybody has the copy of that. But the membership and things we have, they haven't returned it back to us.
Is there a dues requirement?
25, we put minimal annual fee, $25, no pressure on anybody if they want.
And what will be your purpose, the organization's purpose?
Representing the majority of Balboa Island merchant operator that they've been here for a long time, short time, because we never feel that Balboa Island Marketing Association or INC really presenting us the way we want. The majority of the merchant and operator feel misrepresented or manipulated in the process of decision making about many other projects, and the same, they think that they've been misrepresented to you as well. That's the things that we end up to, because we never had a merchant association. Balboa Island Marketing INC assume, and we think that was a platform to basically collect funds from the city, but we don't know how they were spending that. We cannot question, so we said, okay, they can run and operate the way, however they want. We are not bound to have a marketing incorporated INC representing us. So we registered the Balboa Island Merchant Association and hoping to have a very transparent and clear communication with the city and with our friends in the city and anywhere else.
What would, just for purposes,
Sure.
just to help us understand, what's the number one most pressing issue that the merchants are joining your organization to solve? What problem or issue are they addressing?
When I read this, we had a fund, $50,000 coming through on a yearly basis. And the public and the merchant, the operator and business owner, majority of them, they have no idea how this money would be spent, and if it is spent, whether they benefited them. I'm a operator in Marine Avenue since 2006. I haven't seen any, and we realize that they're gonna cut it out. Our concern is to get to the place that we can communicate, because we don't recognize Baba Island Marketing Agency as our representative. That's a different things. I'm not here to go through the detail. It's been a struggle for me because I've been participating in all this meeting and I never miss a meeting. Concern raised, question raised, never get the answer. So answer was to establish and form a Baba Merchant Association, the real one, and it's open to all of our members. It's not something that we have to control the narrative or control our members. That's the voice of the members. They want to have a clear communication and transparency, and a voice or anything that in the future, whether it's a construction project and such, affected them, they can communicate effectively with their representative. That's the bottom line. We have no agenda, no whatsoever. We are not after title or anything.
Okay.
That's for your reference. Thank you so much.
All right, well, thank you so much for that
My
clarification.
pleasure.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Jim Maloney. I've been here before on behalf of the VIPA. I'm counsel to them on the limited matter of their acting before the city with respect to their interests. And I just want to say before I get into my piece, with the importance of the topics that I saw here earlier this evening, the young lady who was attacked and allegedly, hurt and discriminated, and the homeless, these are all very important issues for the City Council, and I applaud you for taking the time to look into them. I look at the issue of the Balboa Island Preservation Committee as paling in comparison. And the reason I point out why it pales in comparison is I can't believe why so much resistance. The questions about, is it a 501c3 and who are its members? It just begs the question of what is this resistance? And I would point to Mr. Poor to say, well, this Balboa Island Merchants Association formed not to save the trees, but because they felt they weren't being adequately represented by Balboa Island Marketing, Inc. So, okay. So if we've all heard from the merchants and the residents from many different meetings, including the Parks, Beaches, and Recreations Commission meetings, everybody seems to want things on Balboa Island to stay the same. But it seems to many that there may be others with an alternative agenda, that maybe it shouldn't stay the same. Maybe a lot of trees should be chopped down. Maybe the wood park benches should be removed. Well, in this case, I think it's pretty clear what the residents want, what the merchants want. There are a handful of few, I would call it a minority, who are challenging the right or the ability of citizens to organize and form an ad hoc Citizens Advisory Committee. So what would the BIPC be? I understand City Council Member Muldoon has proposed it to be basically an ad hoc Citizens Advisory Committee. And there would be 3 members. And one would be from the BIIA, the BIPA, and one from the merchants. And I think it's a great question that Council Member Will O'Neill asks, how are these people elected and who's nominated and how are their votes coming up? But I just heard earlier that the BIIA is out on a moment's notice. And I would ask, did they have a meeting? Did they take a poll? Was there a board meeting? Are there minutes? I don't think so. I think a handful of people involved in the BIIA decided they don't want to have anything to do with the Balboa Island Preservation Committee. And that's fine. But what is this committee? I looked on your website. I've had conversations with the city attorney, Aaron Harp, over here, because when the question of 501c3 came up, I was confused. Is that a legal requirement? I'm a lawyer. I couldn't find it in the California Corporate Code. And I was tasked to look into this. So I did my research and I looked around, and I gave it to the city clerk earlier, a copy of the City of Newport Beach's Policy A2 on the formation of boards, commissions, and committees. And I just want to read you something with my last 30 seconds. Service on city boards, commissions, and committees is one of the principal means by which residents participate in the conduct of city government. The city is fortunate to have highly skilled, educated, and experienced residents that are willing to selflessly donate their time and resources to positively contribute towards the betterment of our city. The policy prescribes the rules, guidelines, and ideals that govern our city's boards, commissions, and committees. There's actually a section in here for citizens advisory committees, standing or ad hoc. These shall be comprised solely of citizens, with perhaps city council or staff liaison. Appointments generally shall be made annually by the mayor, subject to confirmation by the full city council. So I guess I'm just here to say, I'm not exactly sure what all the hubbub is about if everybody's in agreement that Marine Avenue should stay the same. And this committee that, Councilmember Muldoon has proposed probably wouldn't meet because, as the city has said, the project is years away. And if that is true, if it's years away, well, then there shouldn't have to be a meeting this year or next. But it is a watchdog for what I think we all know is certain contingencies have a view that maybe Marine Avenue should be changed. And if there's no fear that it's going to be changed, then have the committee. And the committee only comes into action if and when it needs to. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Any other comments, please come forward. Thank you. We do what?
We just have to waive it.
Council and Madam Mayor, I'm sorry it's such a late evening for everybody, and that was such an amazing session about all the homeless. I feel the same way. I feel like this doesn't even, really compare. But I will tell you, for the community, it is really, really important to us, and we've been waiting a long time to have a voice, and we really appreciate your time. My name's Jody Bowl, and I'm a third-generation Southern Californian. I have property on the island. I'm a business owner, and I have a branch office here in Newport Beach, which I love, and I am a preservationist. BIPA's approach is, I'd like to spell something a little bit. We're not for not doing any improvements. We want improvements. The merchants want improvements. The residents want it. BIIA wants it. Our plan is a little different. Our approach is just a little different. We believe in revitalizing Marine Avenue, but keeping the historical aspect that is iconic to an amazing street that is loved around the world. And I liken it to sometimes when you're away from home and you sometimes take your husband or your wife for granted, but then you come home and you realize how special it really is. Well, maybe when I'm coming back from Texas, because I do live there half the time, and I come to Balboa Island, maybe a resident who hasn't lived there full time might maybe appreciate it and see how special it really is, and I'm willing to fight for it with my own time and my own money. So I believe that with technological advances and with working with the city, who's been fabulous to work with, and Micah, who's here, has been great to work with, we can really make some good progress together, and that's what we want. We want to come together. So let's have Marine Avenue and this committee, this Marine Avenue Preservation Committee, be a model for other cities to be able to keep your historic Main Street but do improvements. Now, for the record, I would like to say that when I did hear about the concerns the citizens had, the residents had about a year ago, I went to Jack Callahan. I called Lee Pearl. I even met with Diane Hussey at her architectural office. And I said, guys, there's a lot of residents that are so concerned about these trees and about the changes and the plans we see on the city website, the 4 or 5 plans. May I join your organization and help you? I can do that. I can bring technology in. I can do mailers. I'm willing to spend some money. This was by myself. And they said, you know what? We got it under control. Thank you. So in all honesty, that is how BIPA was born. So let's talk about Marine Avenue Preservation Committee. This is not a third or fourth organization on Balboa Island. This is not making anyone's life more difficult. This is taking a consolidated single committee incorporating multiple associations. BIPA is a recognized association. So if you were to vote today, if you were to have a vote, and this was on a ballot, you would have about 94 to 98% of the people on Balboa Island want to keep the character. And that's what the merchants want. So wrapping up, moving forward, in the spirit of compromise and collaboration, I would like to present and have Jim Maloney, who has been part of our group, be the representative for this committee. I think a yes vote for the Marine Avenue Preservation Resolution would go a long way for feeling like the citizens, and Joy, I know you. You voted, you asked people to vote for you to have citizen-led policies. If this isn't a citizen-led policy, I don't know what is. So you got all the emails today, and you saw how many people participated for preserving Marine Avenue on 8/13. We filled the room. So I would love if you would strongly consider allowing us to have a voice, work together. We've made such good progress in this last year. And vote yes for citizen involvement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Well, late night, council members, Mayor Dixon, and Kevin, thank you so much for getting this on the agenda. My name is Dennis Bress. I live on Balboa Island. And since we only have 3 minutes, just dive right in. This has just been a fantastic night to see our local government working. The homeless session was intense. You guys have a lot on your plate. For sure. And John Wayne Airport is another big issue, as you know, everyone's working on in the city. Yeah, this is a community deal that we thought best to put forth in order to have some communication and some consensus between the different working groups within Balboa Island, specifically to address these two things. The first is, as you know, we want to maintain the iconic character and the look of Balboa Island, and that's Marine Avenue. And the trees play a big part in that. So I think we've really worked with you guys in a collaborative way in order to get to a good point in regards to the trees. The second is we have to help our merchants. Merchants are struggling right now, as you know. The retail business has changed. Brick and mortar's changed. Amazon is playing a bigger role in people being able to just click and order stuff. But if we all agree that those are the two most important things in the baseline, then we should be able to then collectively work with existing groups. And the Balboa Island BIIA with Jack and Lee do a great job. I mean, as you know, those guys work very hard as a group to put on wonderful events. They just had the carnival. We do Veterans Day. We do the parade. I mean, it's just a great community deal. But that said, based on everything that's gone on in regards to the rehabilitation project, a majority of the residents just haven't been able to participate and are unaware and more or less shocked based on a picture's worth 1,000 words, right? So even though that was a conceptual drawing of what Marine Avenue might look like in regards to a process, once people started to see that photo and understand that maybe this train had already left the station, they're very concerned and active. So all we're trying to do with the Preservation Committee is to be able to have a layer here that can really make your jobs easier, where we can work together, use technology, reach out to people and disseminate information. Our local council member, Jeff, has worked so hard on so many different issues, and unfortunately has to recuse himself from this. But that said, there's still a need to be able to disseminate hard work into the public for citizens to recognize just how hard you guys are working. And so I think with what Jody said, we can use technology. We're pretty smart and savvy to be able to do that so that we can then get a consensus based on what's good for the merchants specifically, what kind of things do we have to do to Marine Avenue in order to keep it, you know, the iconic look. And then there's even options like with organizations called Main Street USA. So we can work, and possibly now with the new formation of a true merchants association and direct true representation there with Matt stepping up. Hopefully we can ask you guys for some funding in that direction, and then use that money, because I can tell you, just wrapping up as a citizen, I never see any advertising for merchants on Balboa Island, Marine Avenue. I see Fashion Island, Lido, Mariners Mile, etc. So our folks and merchants on Marine Avenue need the love. So please consider a yes vote. Kevin, thanks for bringing it up, and please help us out so we can help you guys out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Patricia Beek. I would like to preface it by saying my experience has been 8 years with the PB&R Commission, chaired it for 2. I also was a member of the Newport Beach Merchants Association and worked with the Irvine Company. So in terms of your question regarding what a Merchants Association does, I was under the impression as a representative for a merchant on Balboa Island that we had one, and I was surprised to learn that it was a marketing association and that we had no representation when it came to the merchants. The Merchants Association normally discusses what they need to do as a coordinated effort. Do they need to have extended hours during Christmas? Do they have too much of a need for trash? You know what? That happened to me so many times on dates. I never thought it would happen. So they would make decisions, how can we coordinate an effort for either the Balboa Island Parade, or whether someone needed an additional trash can, whether we should get together with whatever events the BIIA is doing. So there's a good deal that the merchants can do together, should they stay open on a late night during the Christmas rush. So if they were a coordinated action group, or just a group, and they had representatives representing each of the businesses, you probably wouldn't even need the Preservation Committee. The reason that people felt the need to come up with one or force one is because trees are a sensitive issue. I was on the PB&R Commission when Todd Ridgway wanted to take all the trees out of the Balboa Village. So he went around the PB&R and he created a beautification project which took out all of the trees. You don't even see a Starbucks down in Balboa Village. So I can tell you what the removal of all the trees did there. The Preservation Committee wants to be able to have an input on what happens to marine. If they were included in whatever discussions, the merchants were included in whatever discussions started out, as well as the people on the island, I don't think it would get to the point that it is now. People want to keep the main marine the way it is. We want to keep the friendly environment. We want to make sure everybody is coordinated and we all know what's going on, especially in marine. And I think it could be a very coordinated effort with the BIIA. So I think it's the confidence that the merchants need right now, that they can be a group, they can be recognized, and the Preservation Committee can have a role, but in fairness, as much as I can support them in terms of what their intention is, having another group try to coordinate and make decisions, I think may be too much if you can give your support to the Merchants Association and realize that they are a valid group and they're there to help one another on marine on the island. And I used to be a good friend to Seymour Beeks also.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you. My name is Philip Hoof. Live at 215 Marine and 223 Marine. Been there since 1970. I've never gotten a letter from anybody about what all this is. My father, nobody that I know that's a residence that owns property on Marine knows anything what's going on. I paid money for the bench, trash cans, went to all those meetings. Very interesting what's going on. I think we need to get some form of paper to us from whoever saying what these people want to do, because no one really knows. And if you're going to give up the benches, I pay for one, I'd take that bench back. I love that bench, you know. Okay, I'll take it. My name's on it, you know. 9/10 of the law, do something, I don't know. But really, there's no communication for the landlords of that street. And the trees, touchy thing, they're horrible. As a landlord, they're my worst friends. The 70s, they knocked off the old antennas. Then came the dish. They knocked them off. They go through your awning. They break everything. They're a pain in the butt. The leaves sweeping, everything. Even you have to pay to clean the sidewalks. It's not tourist dropping. It's the leaves. There's a reason they're called gummy trees. Might be dummy. I don't know. But they're not good trees. That's all I've got to say. Thank you for your ears and your time.
Thank you. Ma'am, next speaker, please.
My name is Diane Hussey. I'm an architect. I have lived on Balboa Island on top of Marine Avenue Retail for 2 years. I have had an office for 4 years upstairs on top of retail. And we moved recently to the main level on the sidewalk 2.5 years ago. And our lives changed just so dramatically because we have so many people coming in saying, thank you for bringing your architectural office to our island. And some things have been said tonight that I want to correct. The BIMI is Balboa Island Marketing, but we do more than marketing. We do merchant care. We do look at the architecture, and contrary to what Ms. Bull has professed for the last year, and this is what I told her when she came to see me a year ago, is we are not a proponent of contemporary architecture on the island. We are preservationists, and we support the village character and architecture. I am currently restoring Alex's Fashion Center to what it looked like when it was in the 1930s. I have an issue with Manouche tearing apart Beach Time Realty, the grandfather clock that kept perfect time when we were upstairs. We would use it to mark the time of the day. He comes in, puts up an awning, cuts off the shaft of the clock, and now we look at a little clock that's like perched on the edge of the roof. So contrary to what these people are saying, we are preservationists. We always have been. And I get sick when I see these postcards keep coming out. I get sick when my landlord, John Noyes, gets trashed and thrown under the bus by Jody and others. I think it's unacceptable behavior, and I think he himself deserves an apology, a public one, because he and his wife have contributed to this community for a very long number of years, as well as Jack and Lee Pearl and Ted and all the wonderful people that I've met while living there and while doing business there. So with that, there's two things on the table in my mind. One is the slander and the actions that have gone on for the last years, spearheaded by Ms. Bull. The other is design, and that's what I'm about. I was the first woman to graduate from Cal Poly's master's program in architecture. After I graduated, I went to work for William Pereira, and I worked side by side with him. I was hired at Urbana Square, where the Buffalo Ranch was. William Pereira designed UCI, and he designed Fashion Island. To me, this is about design more than anything. Balboa Island is an international destination. We need to hire consultants, and this is what I told Jody a year ago. I said, we were handling it. That's true. I have plans that I wanted to come and talk to council. I wanted to have a working session. I was a planning commissioner for 8 years for the city of Whittier, so I've worn the hat on the other side.
Okay, could you please conclude your comments?
Yeah. So anyway, I have I have suggestions. We have worked, I'd like to do a painting grant program with Dunn Edwards Paint. We'd like to do...
Look, we can't go into all this now.
No, but I'd like to talk to council further about it. I'd like to have a work session with you. There's a lot that we have been doing that people are not aware of. We have had yearly and bi-yearly meetings with all of the merchants. So for people to come up here and say, we haven't, that's not true.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. But I encourage you to continue to have those conversations.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi there. My name is Rachel Morrison, and I am the owner of 308 Marine and soon to be merchant on Balboa Island. I would like to recommend that you elect a property owner on this committee if you do approve the formation of it. We have been undergoing a grueling tenant improvement process on our building. We have experienced many setbacks, mainly due to the city planning department's requirements that we bring our building up to code. We appreciate that our building was built in 1934 and is not built to today's code standards, but we believe that the financial implications of bringing the building to code causes undue financial hardship to property owners. Why is this relevant? It's imperative if you are updating infrastructure outside of the building, it will ultimately affect the infrastructure in the building, like connecting sewer lines, Edison lines, etc. Any updates to infrastructure will affect the property owners financially. You need to have a property owner on the committee. Also, residents, don't be disillusioned by the preservation of Marine. We wanted to preserve the character of our building, but unfortunately, to bring it to code, had to remove many of the quaint features of our space. So residents, please support property owners and merchants, because really what we need is an objective planning department with clear-cut rules for tenant improvements and not have the process be subject to conflicting information or departments fighting with each other, causing owners to spend thousands more to solve their discrepancies. We have tried to maintain the architecture of the building, and it's impossible when the city is requiring us to spend tens of thousands of dollars to make a building built in 1934 meet the code standards of today's building rules. If you're worried about the preservation of the architecture of Marine Avenue, it will be impossible unless we do something about creating a protocol for tenant improvements on Marine Avenue. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Mayor Dixon and City Council. My name's Luke Drew. I just came to, I don't own property on Balboa. I don't live on Balboa. I just am a concerned citizen of Newport Beach. At the last meeting, and I don't remember whether it was a City Council meeting or a Planning Commission meeting where they had the long discussions about whether this arborist or that arborist was full of it and about this. And I heard things said that, well, there's problems with the trees because there's salt water coming up from the sea and there's hard to get water down. One of the things you might consider while you're doing reconstruction down there is to put an underground water drip system for the trees so that you can help the trees and help the water problem. And the other thing was expensive replacing all these trees. Well, they said that they would replace them as they needed to with 15-gallon trees. Well, my suggestion is when you buy those trees to replace those, buy some 1-gallon trees, save the pots, transplant those and store them on your lots. The typical 15-gallon tree is 12 to 15 feet, or 15-gallon, yeah, and a typical 5-gallon tree is 3 to 4 feet. It takes about 2 years to catch up. So in 2 years, you'll have 15-gallon. You'll have the 15-gallon trees equivalents, and they grow at about the rate of 6 feet a year. So plan ahead. Get the trees started now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. If there are any more speakers, please line up in the center aisle. That save time, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Mike Sullivan. I've lived on Marine Avenue for 41 years. And of course, I love the look of it, the iconic look. It's a trip back into time. And I think we've gotten a little off track. We weren't really talking here. The Preservation Committee is not about architecture. It's just about the right-of-way, as Mr. Muldoon has told us. And your caveat was very logical. I think we're just looking at an advisory committee here. They don't want to veto. They don't want to take your place in voting for anything. They just want to be an advisory committee to give more citizen input to help you with the decisions you're going to have to make. And that's all they want. So I urge a yes vote on that. I see no harm in a yes vote on that. They're not going to be stepping on anybody's toes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Come forward. And why don't you all line up with the next speaker? Stand over here with this lectern right there. Please, thank you.
City Council, my name is Ed Black. My family has been part of Balboa Island since 1926. I'd like to support the formation of the Marine Avenue Preservation Committee. I have 2 points to make. I am a member of, and I am authorized by, Ken Yonkers, president of the Little Balboa Island Property Owners Association, to speak for the Little Balboa Island Property Owners Association. While the Little Balboa Island Property Association has not taken a position on the MAPC, if one is created, we would like to be represented. So we could be the third person. But I think the choice of the museum is also very good. My second point, I'd like to speak in support of Matt Poore. The Balboa Island merchants have presented to you a signed petition expressing their profound dissatisfaction with John Noyes and Marketing, Inc. They are concerned that their input has been completely ignored by the BIMI. To quote the petition, and I quote, "We believe that Mr. Noyes' intentions for pushing a redevelopment are not driven by a desire to benefit the merchants or the community of Balboa Island, but rather are self-serving in nature and designed to support and promote a developer-driven approach to historical Marine Avenue." Unquote. This petition is signed by the following merchants: Irvine Ranch Market, Trattoria Restaurant, Rachel's, Alex's Fashion, Amore, Mari Blue, Maxwell's, Balboa Jewel and Coin, Chow Italian, 208 Marine, Sandcastle, Balboa Island Jeweler, Rule de Balboa, Sports Rents, Starbucks, Balboa Island Bakery Company, Istanbul Home, Olive Oil and Beyond, Charleston Shoe, Accent Interiors, Picante Martins, Dad's Donuts, Annette's Place, Crocker's, Frank's, Abundant Table, Magnolia, DeLaury, Daisy Lane, Edward Jones, Gersha Pilates, Sur La Mer, Shirley Hart, David Mitt, Kelly Winkus, Crunch Beach Company, Sky Haven, Balboa Ferry. Well, I think you get the idea. Matt has a lot of support, and the Balboa Island Merchants Association obviously has a lot of support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Rosalind Kazarian, and I am from Alex's Fashion Center. My parents actually started at Alex's Fashion Center about 45 years ago. So we've seen quite a bit of changes in Balboa Island. Back in the days, my dad, kind of looking like an immigrant and kind of hard, barely spoke very much English, but he ended up being actually the president of the Balboa Island Business Association. And during that time, business was beautiful, back in the 80s and early 90s. What I would like to say is that my parents have now passed, and they have left us children a legacy. And I will not destroy that legacy. So I will keep their legacy as much as I can to keep the business growing and the business in satisfactory ordinance. Back in the days, we would have, as I would say, the Balboa Island Business Association. And of course, under the Business Association, you have, your presidents, your vice presidents, your social director, your, marketing department, whatever. You would have them all under one umbrella. And under that umbrella, we would say, summer hours are from 10 to 10. Winter hours are from 10 to 6. Christmas hours are from 10 to 8. We would all agree on it, and that's how we all understood each other. But in the last few years, and I know before my dad passed in 2017, I have not seen any kind of communication with anybody. I am proud of, actually, Matthew, for forming what, instead of using the word business, it's now merchant. And so I would like the businesses to get together and vote and figure out who's going to be who and who's going to be what and who's going to do whatever. And I haven't seen that. But I would love to get to that point. But I just also, I'm for the preservation as well. And I think the preservation could also be under that umbrella, meaning, we need the island to be cleaned up. I don't know what happened to the island. It looks like a disaster. I mean, the streets are all cracked. My dad even fell. He fell, hurt himself, and whatever, in front of Starbucks, which the concrete is like a little mountain. We need a lot of cleanup. The benches are not stained like they used to. I would even would like to have my dad's name on our bench. I think he deserves it after 45 years of being a brick and mortar and supporting our community for so many years and being honored by a lot of people as the icon of Balboa Island. And I just want cleanup. I want to see the trees wet when I go to work in the morning. I'm sweeping the front of my store every day, which I don't mind. But at the same token, I don't really think it's my job. I think that the city should actually have someone to come and clean and get all the dog poop and the pee that's always on the sidewalks. So that hasn't been done. I guess that's just about it. But I would like to add one more thing. There's a lot of stores that are empty on Balboa Island. I would love it if the landlords could have some sort of a thing for, like, after 3 months that they have to be rented, otherwise they're going to get a fee, because there's too many stores on Balboa Island that are empty, and I don't know the purpose of this emptiness. So I would like to see that island is picking up as far as business, and to have the Balboa Island Merchant support us in trying to get some business from or marketing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm Don Abrams, and Mayor Dixon and council members. You have a lot of stamina.
Oh, you're here too.
You guys, this is citizen government in action, and you guys are fantastic for all the attention you pay to all of us. I have lots of friends on both sides of this issue tonight, and I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings by what I'm going to say, but I'm just going to give you my opinion. To start off with, I heard that you want to form a committee with 3 organizations. One, I just heard about for the first time tonight, the Balboa Merchants Association. I'm a merchant. I'm on Marine Avenue every single day, and I walk past Matthew Poor every single day and say hello, and this is the first time I've heard this organization. I do not believe that this organization is representative, certainly not of me. I don't know how many members, I heard Councilman O'Neill ask that several times. I don't know if there's any members of this organization, but it certainly shouldn't be one of 3 organizations that would be part of preserving the city. I've never heard of it before tonight.
Please.
I was on vacation and I've been back for 2 weeks and I've never heard of this committee. I want to start by saying, no, that I'm for preservation. I own 2 homes on the island, one built in 1937, the other built in 1940. I've restored these homes. I lived in the District of Columbia for many years. I restored 6 Victorian homes. I'm for preservation. I'm a founding member of the Balboa Museum, the purpose of which is historic preservation, not only of Marine Avenue, but of the whole island. And as you heard, Shirley Peppies is against the idea of forming a new committee. There's no one more dedicated besides me to historic preservation on the island than Shirley Peppies, and she's against having a new committee. I'm a tree hugger also. I love trees. When the city changed the bridge next to my house and we had 2 years of construction, the city was nice enough to take the 2 trees that were alongside our house, move them to the front of our yard where my wife took care of them, and then we had them replanted and they're growing again. So no one loves trees more than I do. I love trees and I love historic preservation and I love Balboa Island. But I do not believe we need a new organization. And I love Jody Bull. I sold her house. She's for historic preservation. She's fantastic. I can't say anything bad about her. In fact, only good things. But I do not believe we need a new organization. We've got the BIIA. We have the organization, the Marketing Association, led by John Noyes, a distinguished former mayor of this city, who's been savaged tonight for no reason. John worked for 2 years on the committee that was supposed to rehabilitate Marine Avenue, worked tirelessly. It was a committee made up with merchants, residents, people on Marine Avenue, and all he's getting is criticism for doing a good job. He's done a great job from what I can see, certainly on Marine Avenue. So I want to conclude by saying we have the BIIA, we have the Merchants Association led by John Noyes, and we have lots of people who care, and we have the committee that the city started that we'd like to continue with to improve Marine. Yes, we want preservation, but we want to improve Marine Avenue. We've got sidewalks that are cleaned every 2 weeks. They should be cleaned every day. Everyone in the city uses our sidewalks, and they get cleaned every 2 weeks. This is what we need attention to, more city services. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. My name is Max Johnson, and I am a 24-year resident of Newport Beach. I am definitely for preservation of our city, and in this particular agenda item, and hearing all the comments tonight, and specifically around forming potentially this committee, I think that forming an advisory committee for the preservation of our amazing city wouldn't hurt us. A couple thoughts that I had is, Joy mentioned earlier this evening is potentially combining this committee or making it maybe potentially larger to serve larger capacities. And so that is something that automatically kind of came up for me as well, is if we were going to form this committee, why not incorporate all 7 districts? I live on Balboa Peninsula, and we do have a BVAC, a Balboa Village Advisory Committee, as well as a community foundation, and then our association. And sometimes I think, the understanding of all these groups and entities that govern or maybe advocate for the community can be so perplexing and complex to the point that residents go, wait, which organization represents me? So I think that, it's also the education around, as a merchant, there's the Merchant Association for some of our communities, and then others don't have one. I can't really speak to Balboa Island or the merchant group there because, my business is not located there. But what I will say is that, pertaining to this particular agenda item in the committee, I think it would be a great idea to, make it a lot larger than just Balboa Island. I think if we were to create a committee like this and its capacities were to advocate for Balboa Island, I think that it would be fantastic to see its abilities expand into Balboa Village and other historic districts within the city. I know, my community, speaking on behalf of my community, we love our village. We love to see all the improvements going on, and I'm constantly trying to receive updates and walk around and, speak to potentially new merchants, and it's just a real joy to see new growth. And I think in all of our communities, in all of our districts, everyone has an amazing joy for the entire city. And I know Balboa Island, there's a huge joy and charm to it. And it's different from Corona del Mar, and it's different from Balboa Village. So I would like to inquire about what it would look like to create a much larger entity that is comprised of all districts and potentially maybe a representative from each district. So one from Balboa Island, one from Balboa Peninsula, on and on and on. And I would like to ask, so this is also a question, what that would look like. Could that potentially, I would be in favor for that being a governing body, a committee that would report to council. I think having a preservation group, an advocacy group is amazing. And tonight's, I think, turnout, I would love to see this turnout every single city council meeting. It's amazing, and I know it's a long night here for you guys, so thank you. And my thanks for all the work that you do for us, but it's really amazing to see our local government and our citizens come out. And so I think that there's a huge support for this forming of this committee, and may my inquiries be answered, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Jack Callahan. I'm president of Balboa Island Improvement Association. I've been a resident of Balboa Island for 30 years. I was here in the 60s, and I came back and retired in 1994. I also have been past president of the Balboa Island Merchants Association. I have no idea what Matthew's talking about. And I agree with Don. There's a lot of confusion going on, and this thing has developed to be the most negative situation. And let me read a statement. In all my years as a resident and a community servant, I have never witnessed a more negative campaign conducted by a small minority of residents and supported by off-island people who have no stake in Balboa Island. This group has criticized other Balboa Island groups, the city of Newport Beach and its staff. The group has made claims and statements that are false and misleading, sent out Photoshop pictures of Marine Avenue without any trees, told merchants that Marine Avenue would be closed for a year, then they changed their mind and said for 6 months. This is nuts. Circulated a petition that we did not see any backup on to remove John Noyes as head of the Business Association without any letter or backup. Many merchants had no idea what they were signing because they were told they were going to close the streets. It had nothing to do with how the Merchants Association or the Business Association is running. Matthew's group just got together, his papers say September, last month. This is all news to us. It was scare tactics by this group. They claim the trees were butchered, not so. They claim an 80-year-old tree was taken out in the 300 block of Marine Avenue to make way for a bike rack. A tree was replaced in the spring of 2017, verified by the staff. The bike rack was installed in the street, not on the sidewalk, on October 17, 2017. They had nothing to do with each other, but members of the of the Historical Association posted it on Nextdoor claiming that they took a tree out to put a bike rack in. Absolutely false. It was also scare tactics to push their agenda. There's a lot more to be said, but the point is, why all the negativity and false stuff? What is the point? Balboa Island and its groups have always worked together for the common good of all residents and the merchants, and we have done a lot of great stuff with the help, and thank you, Dennis, of all the wonderful residents and volunteers. We have seen a few things. We have seen few of these people at our meetings and who have offered not to volunteer. They haven't volunteered. This group is not the Balboa Island that I know. I have never heard more stuff tonight that shocks me, starting with Matthew, the claims that are being made. The BIA, the Merchants Association, the Little Island Property Association, I talked to Ken Yonkers myself just a little while ago. They weren't even included in the preservations group agenda. They were excluded. Now tonight, all of a sudden, they're in. Very misleading, very confusing. The statements, a lot of these statements have to be verified and checked out. I am so disappointed. And as president of BIA, and I'm a very well-known guy on the island, I can't believe how little a conversation we've had about all this stuff. The majority of the residents don't seem to know what's really going on, even though we have public meetings, we have newsletters, we have every quarter we have a general meeting. The merchants are always invited. We print brochures. We don't exclude anybody, but let me read one more comment. This comes from a member of their group. Formation of Marine Avenue Preservation Committee. The committee should be made up of members of the BIPA, BIIA, the Museum, the Catholic Church, and merchants. Due to the conflict of interest and loss of public trust, no individual on the previously self-appointed redevelopment committee should be assigned to the MAPC. They're excluding me and half the other guys, 25 people. What is this all about? This group wants to exclude us? This is from one of their members. And there's been a lot of other things posted on Nextdoor, ludicrous. And I apologize, and I actually reward you guys for putting up with listening to some of the stuff tonight. I'm amazed and shocked. Sorry.
Thank you.
Oh, and a Photoshop picture. Photoshopped.
All right, thank you, Jack. Next
Thank
speaker.
you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Linda Martin. I'm a 45-year resident of Balboa Island, and I totally support the Marine Avenue Preservation Committee. I think it'd be a really good thing because I was one of the people who did a lot of research on the eucalyptus trees, that they shouldn't be cut down because they last for many years, and it's iconic. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other speakers? Okay.
Mayor Dixon and members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. As you might suspect, I'm all for citizen involvement, and I understand people feeling not being heard by the council. However, I think there's many problems with this proposal. In the motion, I thought I heard something about there being a citizen representative or appointee on it. I don't see that in what I have before me. I see three people being appointed by somebody other than the council, being selected by outside private groups. And I would respectfully suggest also, I don't see this as being simply an advisory committee. Section 3 of the resolution gives this new group a power to say no to projects, which can only be overridden by you, the council. By implication, staff will be looking for them for a yes answer, and their answer apparently is final on these matters. So they're a government decision-making body, and I think when public decisions are made, they should be made by the public, by people appointed by the public. When you have a board or commission, you advertise for positions, and they're open to everybody who could be appointed to them. It's really strange that you would be turning over that power to some outside body to be choosing who is going to make government decisions. And particularly as Councilman Member Brenner mentioned, this new layer is really hard to correlate with our city charter, where we have a PB&R commission that hasn't been appointed in that way. It is a public decision-making body charged with advising you about trees, yet this committee apparently can tell staff what to do without consulting them. And I would point out, it seems to be very little known, but we have an arts commission, and in our charter, they're specifically charged with preserving, wrote it down here, they're charged with preserving the historical, aesthetic, and cultural aspects of our community. And yet, we're totally ignoring them. They are the public body, and we're making this kind of private body that will be privately advising. Well, I guess not privately, they're going to be meeting in public, but they're privately selected people telling our staff what to do. I just have trouble with that. And I actually have trouble this whenever you create committees, that to be qualified, you have to be selected by an outside group. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Randy Black. I'm not a newbie or an off-islander. My family has been on Balboa Island for almost a century. I'm a member of BIIA and the Little Balboa Island Property Owners Association, and also a founding member of the Balboa Island Museum. Every council member here values transparency in government decision-making and encourages public participation in city issues. And that's all we're really talking about tonight. The Marine Avenue Preservation Committee is designed to bring together all of the stakeholders to have a way to discuss what's going on that affects all of us. You've heard from residents and merchants that they do not feel like they've been included to date. That's a problem. And what's the result of that been? The result has been multiple public meetings, uproar on social media platforms, articles about city governance in The Independent, The Register, and the LA Times. Now, this has had a positive impact, which is more people have gotten engaged in what's happening with the city. We have two new grassroots community organizations formed as a result of this, the BIPA and the Balboa Island Merchants Associations. I really think you have a simple decision here. I think people are overstating all of this stuff. This is not like something that has never existed. This isn't something new. This is certainly not a deliberative body. Councilmember Muldoon has made it clear that the committee does not have decision-making authority. All they're doing is bringing something to the attention of the council that the council, I think, would want to know. This is not a new thing. This is very similar to the Balboa Village Advisory Committee. That is also a citizens committee composed of the representatives of community organizations. This is the same thing. What all this will do is act as a liaison between city staff and the stakeholders, the residents and the merchants, and as a forum to discuss issues of concern. This is a good thing for both the city and the stakeholders. It should make life simpler for city staff and for elected officials, and it will give the public what's currently missing, which is confidence in the governmental process for maintaining and enhancing Marine Avenue. All of you ran on platforms of civic engagement and transparency in city government. I really don't see an alternative to voting yes for this if that's what you believe in, and I do believe that the voters will see a vote against this as a vote to oppose transparency and community involvement. And I don't think any of us want that. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. Okay, one more speaker. Okay.
In this case, is one more victim. In the beginning, we formed our committee for the renovation of Marine Avenue as a subcommittee of our business association, which was called BIMI, because we wanted to give the tenants a voice which they never traditionally have in these situations. And that's why we did that. So here it comes back around and they don't feel that they're getting that. But I don't even, I can hear from the BIPA that while they're saying, oh, it's just this limited thing, but you can just hear it growing. It's growing right here in the room. They're going to be able to coordinate the other committees. There's just a growth to this. So, I'm I'm a little flummoxed. It's late at night. I don't know why we're all here, but we're here. So the only thing I can say is that we formed our committee in good faith. I gave you I gave you some pages today that was some of the results from our renovation committee, and I asked you what's wrong with it. What's not to like about it? Jody never came to me and asked me to be on that committee because I'm such a dope. I would have just let her right on. But all this negativism didn't start with us. It started with new arrivals, and now it's become negative, fighting. When in the meantime we were just fine. We had a lovely committee. Everybody was happy. We were all reaching out to the community. We were all ambassadors of our committee. That was one of our mandates. We wanted everybody to go out and find 10 or 12 or 20 other people to talk to and tell them what was going on Marine Avenue. We had an open house, 150 people. The city's got the survey. Again, I hand you some pass outs there. I thought they're pretty nice. We don't know what to do about the trees. It wasn't our mandate. The trees are a public safety issue that the city has to take responsibility for, not a citizens committee. So with that, I think it's a bad idea because there's just too much friction out there right now, and I'm not going to go to some of the irregularities in the paperwork that they're giving you. That I'm just not going to go to that, but they're not appropriate. And Matthew's committee is not appropriate. It's not registered with the state. The pass out that they passed out, they put in later the top copy. And if you look at it, you'll see that. You can see that there's lines on the paper, but it isn't lined paper. It was all photo or pasted on. So I hope you make a good decision, and I'm sorry for the late hour, but thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, hi. Dan Byers, and I live on Balboa Island since 2003. You know, what Randy Black said, I think was pretty much spot on. And I am in support of another entity on the island, and solely because we have not heard from, previously, we have not heard from the Balboa Island Museum on this. The Balboa Island Improvement Association really kind of took a backseat in their discussion on this until Jody sent out the postcard, and until that kind of came to light. So, and then the Merchant Association or the Marketing Association or whatever they're going by these days, or whatever the new entity is, or the old entity, wherever they're at, they also were largely vacant from the discussion. So, you know, I think that in their vacancy, it created a void, and that there is that community voice that needs to be heard from, and truly it's an entity that's trying to bring the heads of all these other entities together so that there is one forum, so that this is and future issues are brought out and discussed. So I am in support of the new organization. Thank you.
All right. Does that do public comment? Great. We will bring it back to the dais. Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the item with the suggested changes incorporated and made by Mayor Dixon that would strike language that said such as and but not limited to, and essentially just make it including. That limits the scope even more, ensuring that this committee is dedicated solely to protecting the very limited items in the right-of-way. And you know, the Balboa Island Improvement Association is not interested in being involved. They were on there, but it's good news that the Little Island is Homeowner Association. Like people, I think that maybe is a better replacement, Madam Mayor, than the museum, especially if the.
I accept that.
She was against it. She gets a lot of money from the city, and she has a lot of people, I think, reaching out to her who help her get those funds. But I think that the supermajority of the island really cares about this. It's emotional. And people who don't get it, they're never going to get it. And where there's smoke, there's fire. There are pictures. There's people who openly said, we want to take all these trees down. We're going to take down 10 and 17. You didn't dream that up. Just because it wasn't mentioned tonight didn't mean it didn't happen. It's real. You saw the schematics. I've got here a plan, Marine Avenue enhancements. It's a total redo of Marine Avenue. So I don't think, but conversely, I don't think it had anything to do with the Balboa Island Improvement Association that I'm aware to see. It was ideas are being floated, perhaps not being fully vetted to everyone. Now it's certainly out there. And I think the supermajority of the residents don't want to see it happen. So that's my motion.
Okay, Ms. Brenner. I'll second. Excuse me. Thank you.
I love Balboa Island. If I didn't love Balboa Island so much, I would just vote against this because of the dishonest campaign. I sat down with Jody twice, talked to her on the phone twice. Months ago, I told you that I had heard Grace give Dave Webb direction that only eucalyptus trees were to be replanted on Marine Avenue, and that they were to be as large as possible. That was long before that postcard was mailed out showing a denuded Marine Avenue with just palm trees there. And I'm distressed by how negative and confrontational this has become. You talk to me about civic involvement. I've been civically involved here for 50 years. Gene Watt wrote the book on civic involvement. This community, nothing happens that we don't have a say in this community. Every time something happens, these council chambers are filled. People show up if something is really happening. And the implication is that something was trying to be done behind closed doors or behind everyone's back. That was never going to happen. Now, I am mostly concerned about the message that we are sending to all our other community groups that we have in this city who work month by month to have meetings, to invite our city employees to. We're giving this new group a status that those groups do not have. They are not city-endorsed committees. The Residents Association, the Newport Shores Association, the West Newport Association, they don't have this city status that we are now voting to give to a brand new group. And I still love the idea of a preservation group, but I think we're sort of dissing all those people who have been working through the process and having their regular meetings and inviting our city staff to come there and inform them of what's going on. Now, the one thing that I am concerned about from this whole discussion is the fact that the Balboa Island Merchants Association and the Marketing Association and the former Business Association, that there's not a cohesive group there. And the reason I'm concerned about that is because city money has gone to the Marketing Association. And we have said we need to look at how all of these business associations, the business improvement associations and the marketing associations and the merchants associations, how they work within our city. So we formed a subcommittee, and Diane and I are on this subcommittee of looking at how we can assist local business advancement. And I think that the whole idea of the Business and Merchants Association on Balboa Island should be one of the things that we look at in that committee, and how everybody, all the stakeholders, can have a say and be represented and be transparent and know exactly what's going on. So I would like to make an alternate motion that we refer this to the Local Business Advancement Subcommittee to look at that and figure out how we can do that. In the association in Corona del Mar, the Business Improvement District in Corona del Mar, took on all of these issues that they're talking about. They've replaced our benches, they've done street signs, they've done all sorts of improvements in our business district, and it looks really good. Now, you know, we're looking at a new structure for business improvement districts in the new 94 law, because this council does not support the old law. But even if they wanted to form a business improvement district, that we talked to the Pasadena people that have the business improvement district, they include residents in their business improvement district and property owners and businesses. And they all work together to make sure that the area is updated and beautiful. And I mean, they even work with the homeless. They have ambassadors that go out and make sure the homeless are taken care of in that area. So it's a much bigger group that's very transparent and that really approaches all the issues in a business district. So my recommendation would be that we send this back to our local business advancement subcommittee.
Is that a motion?
That's
or
a
substitute motion? Or?
That's a substitute motion.
How do you feel about that?
It's dying. If there's no support, there's no support, but at least I've made the motion.
Okay, Mr. O'Neill.
I mean, obviously there's an incredible amount of dysfunction right now on the island. I mean, this is absurd. It really, like, it's 1:45, and we're at the city council trying to resolve disputes between adults on the island right now. I mean, this is internecine island warfare is what this is. I mean, this is just everyone's trying to destroy each other. And you see the emails and you see what's happening. I mean, I asked someone to defend a next door post and that person came up, didn't defend it. It's just, the way the spirit behind this is good. I understand it. That committee that was trying to look at, whatever they were trying to look at should have come through council. It didn't. When it finally came to us and we found out about it, I mean, we had a study session where we made it abundantly clear that this wasn't coming forward for a couple of years. There'd be way more public outreach, and it's just people kept talking about what we ran on. I ran on less government, not more. Adding more committee to this environment, it just institutionalizes this fight right now, and we don't need that. We need people to figure out how to come together on this and work together. And this clearly won't be it, because I think Joy's right. This will institutionalize and and try to figure out who's better, who's doing a better job on the island right now, and that's not our job. That's not what we're trying to figure out. This is just it's got to stop. There's no way that the volunteers, the people coming together trying on this, you're just not doing it. I mean, this is the personal vitriol on Nextdoor, the personal attacks that we're seeing in the emails. It's so ugly. This is not right. I can't support this.
I will also say, I'll get to Mr. Avery in a moment. He's on the list to speak. I think one of the outcomes of this, maybe they're good or bad, however this goes, but it's disappointing. It all started with, I think, improving the storm drains in Balboa Island on Marine Avenue need to be, they're like 80 years old or so. How old are they, Mr. Webb?
They're old and some don't exist.
And so that was the genesis, that project to replace the storm drains was the genesis of an improvement project of sidewalks. And if you're going to improve the sidewalks to improve the storm drains, you have to do something about the trees. And this is where it has spun woefully out of control and created the notion that people don't want to preserve Balboa Island. I don't know anyone who doesn't. I mean, I think we're all in violent agreement that people want to preserve Balboa Island, the character, the traditions of Balboa Island. So I don't know how this has spun out of control. But perhaps a good outcome is that we put, as Max actually said, maybe we should look at this for the entire community, but it's too late to bite that one. But preservation is important, and we don't have any design committee in our city there at all. We don't have a design committee in the city at all because pardon me? Yeah, that was a good point that someone brought up, that the Arts Commission has that purview. I think we have to continue to figure out how this is the best way. I'm supportive of letting and creating new blood and new faces in organizations. I think is healthy. Hopefully that by intersecting with and combining with other existing organizations, that will bring the preservation group together and work directly with the organizations. I do wish the Balboa Island Improvement Association would work together to incorporate this group that is focused on preservation. Let me go to Mr. Avery.
This is like watching mom and dad fight. What it's like. And you know what? I am not choosing sides. I'm not doing it. So it's really bad. You know, when I think of Balboa Island, I just think of fun. And so to hear this is like, holy crap. So I really hope it all gets mended up and somebody figures it out. And because it's just a wonderful place. And I think, you know, when you have neighbors so close, it's, you know, keeping neighbors in good stead, your next door neighbors and your business neighbors, is like a marriage. You got to give 150%. And anything short of that, and you're kind of like on thin ice. And so I think things have been said and things have been done that shouldn't have been done, maybe on both sides. And it's just sort of, you know, set people against each other. And it's too bad. And it's late, so.
Well, I just hope the way we've structured this in the resolution that the committee really does not need to meet, because I don't think after this experience that we've all gone through that anyone would dare to suggest any change to the benches or the lights or to the waste baskets. Although I've heard on Balboa Island people want to improve waste trash bins, that they don't like them. But I would be surprised that if any and for all intents and purposes, this is a stopgap, that if there's some proposal to replace the trash cans that the community doesn't want, then this group will be the merchants, what are we calling it? The Marine Avenue Preservation Committee will be the backstop. Ms. Brenner, you have a comment?
I'm just asking if I heard that correctly, that we're creating a committee that doesn't need to meet.
Unless there is, you heard it partially correctly, but the reality is it will be created under this proposal, and it will meet if there is a proposal coming from the staff of the City of Newport Beach in some or any other group that proposes to change the look and feel of I think sidewalks is in here, crosswalks, benches, trash cans, and streetlights. So if anything comes under that purview, then it goes before this committee. All right, should we call the vote? Where are we?
With
Wait, go back.
Passes because you abstained. So
that's true. Yeah, due to our council policy, it passes.
I'm
With
sorry.
Council Member Avery abstaining, Council Member
Can you put it back up
Brenner.
there?
Sorry, it's almost past midnight. Councilmember Brenner and Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill voting no. We have a policy that says abstaining is an affirmative vote.
yeah, so the council policy on this says that an abstention is counted as a positive vote. So it's 3-2 and it passes.
If it's any consolation, Duffy supports this because he loves the island, and Seymour Beek, who I know you love as well, Mrs. Beek, had his ear.
Okay. Okay.
Point of order?
What's going on?
He's asking for a point of order.
Who is?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Are you?
Yes. Could we ask our city attorney to consult our city charter? I believe it takes 4 affirmative votes to pass a resolution.
He's correct.
Yeah, I had forgotten that. Thank you, Jim.
Uh-oh.
It's very late.
It's late. So what are we saying?
It failed.
Well, could you bring back the votes so we could see what's going on?
So the city charter does say you need 4 votes to pass a resolution, and I should have caught that.
So we did this all just for fun.
So the abstention doesn't count.
Well, the abstention counts towards the
As
majority, but you
Affirmative,
need 4 votes to
to
pass.
pass a resolution.
So it
So,
failed.
Correction,
So it did
it failed.
Okay. All right. Thank you, folks. We're not done yet for the city council meeting, but thank you all for enduring this long hearing. And it's midnight.
I move waiver of A1 to consider the item out of order. So hang on one second. So there's a couple things we need to do to waive A1. So I move the waiver of, sorry, this is very procedural, and we're just talking right now about ordering the next couple items. I move waiver of A1 to continue past 11 p.m. first. I move waiver of A1 to consider items beyond midnight second. I also move that we continue the item dealing with the fire station so that we can make sure we consider the item dealing with the water rates.
I have to recuse myself because this motion involves the fire station, which I have a conflict on due to a telecom communication device located on the facility, potential facility.
Well, before we do that, the fire station's on a schedule. What does that do to your schedule?
I think we can allow the movement. We're still working on it, but it shouldn't affect our schedule.
All right, we can do it to the next meeting. Are you all right with that, Grace? Okay. All right, we'll go to item 20.
Sorry, we actually have to vote.
Oh, do we have to vote on that? Was that a motion?
It was a motion seconded by Brad.
We still need to vote.
All right, all in favor of, we're going to
Want to do a
continue
hand
to
vote?
meet on two more items, and we'll, and extend past midnight beyond 11 p.m.
Go
Okay.
ahead and just raise your hands.
I'm sorry,
All
what?
in favor? Raise your hand. That's unanimous.
All right, we're glad you're still here. Thank you. Couldn't do it without you.
Where's the coffee?
People are crazy.
Where's the BIA?
It is now September 25th. Okay. Item 22 is approval of the 2019 water rate study and setting of public hearing for water rates. Now, do we need a staff report? No. Mr. Vukovich, what would you like us to do?
I would just like to note that for the purposes of the record tonight, that this PowerPoint that is very similar to our August 13th meeting is going to be available on the city's website, and all the summaries are there. If approved tonight, tomorrow we would begin the mailing of 31,000 public notices regarding the water rates to all property owners and customers in the city. And we ask for your recommendation to move forward. We've spent a lot of time on water rates. We have a city website that's up and running. We're doing public noticing through different meetings in the community, as well as the mailing and our websites and our communications.
So, and then when does that process end?
It culminates November 19th as a public hearing for City Council to consider all of the comments received and to hold a public hearing and decide to approve the rates or make a decision.
All right. Well, very good. All right. Public comments on this item, please come forward.
Mayor Dixon, members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. As to waiving the policy, I think it's a wise policy, and I don't think good decisions are made by city councils after midnight. But since you're wishing to proceed, I did have some comments about this item, which Mark is aware of. I would like to propose a different rate structure than the one being proposed here. First, I would recommend that our city water billing be based on 1,000 gallons of consumption rather than 100 cubic feet. And when people read their bill, they would have a better sense of what they are being charged for, as well as actually how much they're using. I don't think too many people relate to 100 cubic feet, but they would understand 1,000 gallons. I think that would be a good way for our rate structure to work. And secondly, as you know, we are purposely proposing to charge too little fixed charge and overcharge for the water commodity on the idea that that will promote conservation. If you charge a lot for water, people will try to use less. However, we're having to raise all these rates, and the people who conserve water a lot think that they're paying too much fixed charge. And we also get the problem if the conservation works, then we're not collecting enough fixed charge. And so we're trying to balance things. It becomes all very complicated. So my suggestion for the different rate structure is this. We know what the fixed charges are that we need to maintain our water system. We have to collect a certain amount each year. If we're going to automated water meter reading, we should have a good handle on what our consumption is in the city, how much everybody is using. My suggestion is this: instead of a fixed charge, each month we know how much we have to collect for the fixed charge. We know how much total water was used in the city. Allocate that fixed charge among the people based on how much they used. So you will have a water charge and you'll have a fixed charge per 1,000 gallons that you use. This way, we will always, no matter how much water is used, we'll always collect the correct fixed charge because it's built into the system. And the people who are small water users, they can actually reduce their bill. If you go away and you don't use any water at all, your bill goes to zero. It's a really simple system, easy to understand, and I think it's one that council should consider before adopting this more complicated one. I'm sure it has a name. I don't know what the name is, and I'm sure there's a reason to reject it, but I don't know what the reason is. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Just a quick question. Why is the quantities measured in cubic feet or whatever it is, not gallons? Is there a practical reason for that? Industry standard?
It's basically what California does. Other places outside of California that use gallons, but there are a few agencies that use gallons in California, but mostly what's done in California is by cubic feet or hundreds of cubic feet. I told Jim it's not a bad idea. We could look at it in the future, but there just could be unintended costs and consequences. Just we need to look at it closer.
Let's this proceed the way you propose at this point in time, but I wouldn't mind understanding why we couldn't change. Mr. O'Neill?
are we done with public comments?
I don't know, I just was going to finish following on. Any more questions? Any more comments? I was just following up on Mr. Mosher's question. All right. Is that why your name is here?
I'm going to make a motion, but I just want to make sure we were closing the public hearing.
All right, just hold on.
All right.
We're getting there. Are there any more public comments? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
I move staff recommendation.
All right, I second that. Let's vote. We'll get this all organized tonight, one way or the other.
With Councilmember Muldoon voting no, the motion carries 5-1.
All right, Madam Clerk.
A motion to reconsider the vote on any action taken by the City Council, either this meeting or the previous meeting, may be made only by one of the council members who voted with the prevailing side.
I was one of the council members who voted with the prevailing side at our last meeting at a public hearing on the Reed residence, and I am not quite sure what I'm supposed to say at this point, but I want to change my vote.
Make a motion.
So I make a motion to change my vote on the Reed residence.
Do we have a second?
You would need to make a motion for reconsideration and then it'd be brought back at a subsequent meeting.
It's a motion for reconsideration.
I make a motion for reconsideration.
And then do we have a second?
It can be made by someone who was not on the prevailing side. The second can.
You can't do that.
Councilmember
Okay,
Brenner, seconds.
we have any comments up here? Mr. Herdman just spoke. Any public comments?
No public.
No public comments? Come back up here. Let's vote. So whether we vote for reconsideration.
With Council Members Avery, Mayor Dixon, Councilmember Muldoon, and Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill voting no, the motion fails.
I think we are adjourned at 12:10 a.m. This is a record for me anyway. Thank you all for being here to the very end. Appreciate your community participation. Have a